We are live.
I've got it here. It's late edition.
Okay. Okay. We're looking for it. Sit over there, Laurel's in the.
Yeah. So are we?
And there is overflow downstairs. So.
Yeah.
If you wish, you can go downstairs, it's being broadcast downstairs.
Mr. John, please.
It's 9 o'clock. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Please rise for the pledge of allegiance and a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are you talking about the comment?
Thank you.
Okay, we're not.
Do we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Robbins,
Here.
Commissioner Rushton,
Present.
Chairman Bennett,
Here.
Commissioner Wessel,
Here.
Commissioner Solis Little is absent with prior notice.
No, she's not.
No, she's
Oh, I'm
here.
sorry, oh, she's Zoom. Hi there, I'll put Zoom.
I'm
Would you like
here
to
and I'm
chat?
Patricia Sotis Little zooming from Leland Township.
Thank you. Commissioner Elwire. Present. Commissioner Lautner. Present.
Thank you. So then that would bring us to approval of the agenda. And I know we do have one late addition here.
I have a late addition too, Chairman.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead with it.
Okay, on today's agenda, I would like to add to create a human resource department, dedicated human resource department, and a dedicated finance department. And also would like to, if possible, we could make that fall in right underneath the, after the airport, make it like item number 4.
Number 4.
Yeah.
All right, so I will just make it 3C. Would that be all right?
Yes.
You know? And I'll call it resource. And then the other late addition would be for senior services, and I'd put that in place of number 9. And then number 9, I would make 7C.
7C, okay.
Because that fits in actually with park and recs.
Okay, so that's 9.
So 9 would be senior services, 3C would be resources, and 7C would be the building and grounds committee recommendation.
Gotcha.
Would you repeat what, human resources and what other department?
Finance.
Thank you.
Could we have a motion to accept it as amended?
I'll move to accept the agenda as amended.
Support. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those, yeah, and raise your hand, yes. And all those opposed, the same sign. The motion passes 7-0. Thank you. So then that would bring us to public public comment at this time, and if you wanted to call in at 231-256-8109, 231-256-8109. We have someone on the phone already.
Sir, you ready? Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Well, good morning, Chairman Buddick, Honorable Commissioners, Mr. Janik, fellow citizens. This is Tom Nelson, the Executive Director of the Leelanau Conservancy and resident of Centerville Township. My remarks are on behalf of the Conservancy and also my wife and kids and I, who absolutely love to swim just down the road at beautiful Solon Township Park. For decades now, the great community, both longtime residents and seasonal folks, have together helped in keeping Lake Leelanau's recreational character, water quality, and wildlife habitat and beauty intact. Whether it's fishing, swimming, boating, hunting, nearly everybody has a stake in the continued health of the lake. That health, I think, as you know, is under a serious and urgent threat from Eurasian water milfoil, an invasive plant, also known by the acronym EWM. Unchecked EWM, like so many other inland lakes in other communities, will severely affect fish and waterfowl habitat and will ruin the recreational quality of the lake. And by attaching to boat props, ladders, and the like, EWM can easily be spread to other inland lakes when boats are launched there. So just as important, the hit to the tax base as a result of seriously declining property values is serious and very real if EWM takes over. The Conservancy, as the largest landowner on the lake due to several natural areas open to the public, we understand that we too would be assessed, and we fully support this vital battle to save Lake Leelanau. There's absolutely no time to waste. As a community, we must act quickly to address this threat before EWM gets an upper hand and causes the cost of battling it to increase dramatically. And that happens once it's established and spreads. And, you know, a really important comment is, because this battle to save the lake requires a really consistent and sustained source of funding, and as somebody who understands clearly how incredibly hard it is to fundraise even for great causes like this one, this work absolutely cannot be adequately supported year after year by voluntary donations, and that's just the honest truth. So the best option Michigan law provides is for this commission to establish an independent lake board. And so I urge you, our Board of Commissioners, to establish a lake board for Lake Leelanau while there's still time to battle this threat. So thank you for your time and your consideration. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there anyone here who would like to do public comment? Please come forward. Also, if you wanted to do public comment, please call in 231-256-8109. 231-256-8109.
Hi, comfortable. No, no, just public comments, but please turn your TV or computer.
Been a little while here. At least I'm not getting any divine intervention here like I got the last time. I would just like to say that I think it's kind of time to clean the barn around here with 3 Republicans. One of them's been farming the government too long. The other one don't believe in masks. I just wondered if she would have been in the situation I was, if she would have got into Munson Hospital, where you have to wear a mask, and where one whole floor is dedicated to COVID. The other one brought up the Great Barrington way of getting rid of the COVID, and being he's the head of Leelanau Whitetails, it seems he was on the right track by watching deer go in swamp. We've seen on Ellen Campbell's property 10 go in the winter and 2 come out, and it's only the strong survive. So that would, to me, be a good indicator that if we had too many people, treatment to people, it would probably work. The other thing I'd like to say here, I know we can bring religion into this, but I'm what they call a swan Catholic, married once for life. And I have a hard time listening to Catholics here backing former President Trump. When I went to school, there was 12 nuns, and divorce was a no-no. They support a man that's been married 3 times, children with 3 different people, an affair with Stormy Daniels. You just don't cross a man like that. And you people, some of you are still supporting him. To me, I consider just support Catholics, and if you want to try to get back at me, I have no social media. You can put it in writing and sign your name. I'm always ready for good debate. Being in the military, I was taught this, and it seems the Republicans are going to this. Only I can fix it. Something wrong here. We are heading to what Germany was. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have someone on the phone here?
They hung up.
Okay. If there's anyone else, call 231-256-8109, 231-256-8109. If there's any of the public here who wants to speak, please come forward. While we're waiting for a phone call, that'd be great.
My name is Jim Coberstead of Lake Leelanau. Several letters have been sent to Leelanau County Board regarding the infestations taking hold in Lake Leelanau and threatening the lake's health and attractiveness for our county. The following concerns in many of these letters bring back serious concerns of which have been a source of contention for many residents and the majority of residents bordering the lake. It has been stated that our economy is so linked to our wonderful inland lakes that we should make every effort to preserve Lake Leelanau. I agree. Without them, we would be like most other counties in the state. It has also been cautioned that if the infestations are not managed, there's a much greater risk of spreading throughout the county. This would start a lasting, self-inflicting injury cycle that would affect our economy, property values, and overall beauty of the county. I agree with this. The non-invasive milfoil, as other lakes can attest, will easily continue to spread if not checked and will have costly negative effects on our county. Other letters of concern is that allowing this very invasive milfoil to spread and to continue unfunded and unchecked will drop our property values. It isn't just the riparians on the lake, but all the property owners in Leelanau Peninsula, not to mention jeopardizing tourism. I also agree with this. The question, what would the impact be on our local economy, much less the quality of life, if a small group of volunteers had not taken action? One excellent and thought-provoking question. And a follow-up, that responsibility should now be passed to a more sustainable entity. These views, along with many other views, share the same benefits we all enjoy from the natural resources we have in our county inland lakes in the forms of tourism, construction, agriculture, education, entertainment, just to name a few. Please keep in mind the lion's share of the tax revenue comes from waterfront property owners who pay 2 to 3 times that of non-waterfront property owners. Not to mention 30 to 50% more for non-homestead property owners. Now, please imagine this, if you can. Your property is bordering Sleeping Bear National Park, or Miles Kimberly, or Veronica Valley, or Sugarloaf of the 80s. Over a relatively short period of time, the land next to you started taking on a less than appealing appearance. Some outside, out of area source started depositing undesirable gifts in the area you have no control over. Now add insult to injury, some county neighbors decide you should bear the cost of cleaning up those undesirable gifts and then maintain that property that you don't own, but for the benefit of those which have a place for their friends to go for recreation, along with bringing in more potential business customers for our county businesses. The county benefit, more tax revenue. This is what a special assessment district can do also. Punish unfairly the few for the sake of the many. My point of concern is this, that Lake Leelanau Association has done a great job in researching and testing various options to alert and aid the county in confronting this dilemma we are now all facing. The effort and energy in terms of time and money they have shared is commendable. The concern that the riparians don't own the lake, that is the concern. Thus, we have no control of who uses it or abuses it, like any lake in this county. The state and the county-wide concern should be expensed as such. Remember, the state charges watercraft registration fees for most activities that are used on our lakes. Serious thought needs to be put in these.
Your 5 minutes are up, Mr. President.
Okay,
We have to move on to someone else.
that's fine.
Thank you.
Suggestions from you.
You still there?
Thank you, Chad.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning. This is Darlene Dorlag. I live in Centerville Township, and my district is 5. I know I sent a letter through Michelle Crawford to you over a week ago, and I know you must be in receipt of it, and hopefully you've read it. In it, I strongly support and very much see the critical need for a formation of the Lake Leelanau Preservation Board. And I really feel like either higher or lower tax revenues are the problem if we don't pass this resolution. We need to have some form of income to continue the work that our Lake Leelanau Lake Association has been doing. I'm not going to read my letter to you, but I think this challenge is just simply too big for our small lake association to manage. I really feel like this has to be a consistent method of funding this very important project of keeping this milfoil under control. It's never going to be gone. It's always going to be a consistent problem that needs to be addressed on a yearly basis. And so I think the formation of this board will provide a long-term solution and hopefully eradicate most of it for the future. And in closing, I'd like to say that we're asking you to not just solve our problem, but instead allow us to solve our own problem. And I think the only other option is a county-wide tax or village to support this. So I really hope that all of you will consider and vote for the formation of this preservation board. And I thank you for your time. I very much appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else for public comment here? Please come forward. And if you wanted to call in still, call 231-256-8109. 231-256-8109. Go ahead, sir.
Gary Zamitis, Leland Township. I'd like to read something written by a former Democrat. Me. Remember the Lord of the Rings? The creature Smeagol? Consumed with possessing the ring of power. The one ring to rule them all. Today's Democrats have the same compulsion to seek and to seize the total control of our nation. For decades, groundwork has been laid for a socialist revolution. Radical leftists have infiltrated every culture and our political institutions, our universities, our schools, our mainstream media, our entertainment, corporate America, the military, the government, the judiciary, and even mainline Christian denominations. Insidiously, the seeds of Marxism have been planted, fed, and watered, and now infest our beloved America. Understand, it is the totalitarian left that wants racial strife that burns down our cities. They want envy and segregation and division. They want to demolish Mount Rushmore and make you pay for abortions and make your daughters compete in sports against men. They want to teach your children to hate cops, hate the national anthem, hate the flag, and everything we were raised to love and respect. They want to destroy our American experiment, a thriving, capitalistic, multi-ethnic republic of God-fearing people for all time. I moved to Leelanau County about 25 years ago to get away from the craziness of Illinois and Chicago. About 10 years after, we saw changes we didn't like in politics. The biggest being the poor representation in our area. We found some elected officials that called themselves conservatives or Republican were far opposite. My wife ran for county commissioner and was elected. I, on the other hand, found out that the Leland schools were not saying the Pledge of Allegiance and had no American flags in the school. I began to speak to many groups in the county and other places to have patriotism reestablished in our schools. That being the case, I began attending township and county meetings. Wow, what an eye-opener. We have lived through many manufactured crises from the left. I'm going to name a few. War on women, 57 genders, global warming, Pipeline 5, affordable housing, attacks on our sheriff's policies, 1619 Project, critical race theory, white privilege, virtual signaling, toxic masculinity, defund the police, and recently changing Mother's Day to Birther's Day. And the best of all was banning plastic straws. There are just a few examples. These are just a few examples of the left's insidious seeds planted to divide us so they can control us. I can't wait to hear about invisible Leelanau. I've attempted to work with Gwen Allgauer, Patricia Sotis Little, Ty Wetzel, and there is no give and take because of their ideology. You have earned my disrespect. I thank those commissioners who voted for the prayer, and I will pray for those who didn't.
Thank you. I have someone on the phone here now. Is there anyone else in the audience who'd like to speak?
Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Commissioner. My name is John Fletcher. I reside in Lake Leelanau. Commissioners Bunning, Lautner, and Rushton have flagrantly violated their oath of office, failing to adhere to the Leelanau County COVID-19 plan. Their arrogance and persistence in not wearing masks confirms their inability to faithfully administer their oath of office, Leelanau County policy, its procedures, as well as state of Michigan policies and mandates. These commissioners cannot refute science with repeated biases and comments that masks do not work. Science doesn't lie. It speaks the truth, facts, which these commissioners still deny. Commissioners' public comments and assertions that masks are not effective are not supported by science. with CDC or the Benzie Leelanau Health Department. Twice this year, Commissioner Lautner stated that she was told by a physician that masks do not work is without substance. Who is that physician? When did he make the comment? Was he misrepresenting the Benzie Leelanau Health Department's policy, which thus far still requires wearing masks? Facts have merit. Self-serving comments do not. Commissioners Bunning, Lautner, and Rushton's actions since March 2020 jeopardize the health of everyone present at BOC meetings. COVID has injured millions, killed 596,000 people in the U.S. Enough. Commissioners, wear a mask. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
My name is John Popa and I live in Bingham Township. I want to stress the importance of having a simple, efficient lake board versus a big bureaucratic government board. The citizens of this county need you to act to create this simple board. I'm not going to bring up the issue of milfoil because that's immaterial right now. I've been involved in this big bureaucratic process for over 20 years. It's slow, it's cumbersome, it's plagued with meetings, and then there's scheduling, then there's more meetings, then there's delays, and then there's meetings, and there's constant presentations. It's just too slow. Where a simplified little lake board can call a meeting, authorize a purchase for something, and then buy it immediately. And as I was thinking about this, I compared it to the road commission, which I'm on. 100 years ago, the state recognized that roads just cannot be controlled by the counties. They can't be controlled by the hundreds and hundreds of townships. It's just too cumbersome. So they created a commission that's independent. And I think there's a staff of 7, and we got beautiful roads to prove it. Today, the agenda has an authorization for a free bench at Veronica Valley. You know, we've been working over 5 months to get that bench installed in this big bureaucratic process. It's just terrible. It took 2 to 4 years to build a grub shack. Maybe it was longer than that, Linda, I don't know. Out at Old Settlers Park, 2 to 4 years because of this big bureaucratic process. And during that time, there was many faces on this board that changed. The road commission, they can buy something tomorrow. The manager can buy something for 15 grand. And if we need something, the board can meet and it's authorized. It doesn't have to go through this process. So the county receives tax funds and you have 9-hour meetings, special meetings. You got to administer it all. The road board also receives $8 million in tax money, but it's done efficiently. And the state recognized to have these small meetings. And that's why the state recognized setting up these lake boards. There's about 100 of them. And one county has a dozen lake boards in itself. And we've got plenty of lakes in this county, and you're going to see more of them come in front of your property to establish a lake board. And you can't keep it in this big bureaucratic process of 9-hour meetings. Got to laugh at that. The state has regulations. This lake board follows the same regulations, so there's nothing scary about it. It receives tax money. You have to have public hearings and all that stuff. But you also may have to address things such as red tide or dredging. It can't just be limited to milfoil. There's a process to go through some of this stuff. So in summary, you just need to have an independent regulated lake board, and the state has recognized this, and the county can't get involved in all these little things. It's too big of a bureaucratic process, and the citizens of this county need you to act to create these lake boards now, and there's going to be some more in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, if there's anyone who wants to call in, the number is 231-256-8109, 231-256-8109. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak? Give them a minute to call in. Now, hearing none, we'll, and then have time while John is speaking too, so, oh, here we go.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Jay Johnson, Empire Township. Good morning. I note for the record that this is the 9th consecutive meeting of the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners in which the board chair has refused to follow professional medical advice of the Benzie Leelanau Board of Health regarding the wearing of masks indoors. Mr. Bennett, do you think your skepticism about the need for masks and vaccinations have made our county safer? I do not think so, but that is not the issue I want to focus on today. I am sure some of you read my recent letter to the editor of the Leelanau Enterprise, in which I criticized Mr. Bunnick for wasting commissioners' time addressing inherently divisive issues that have absolutely nothing to do with county business. Unfortunately, Mr. Bunnick continues to unnecessarily push his personal Christian religious beliefs while ignoring the religious beliefs or non-beliefs of others whom he purports to serve. Today, Mr. Bunnick has put before the board yet another draft of his resolution to open commission meetings with prayer. Yet rather than unite us, he continues to divide us by promoting only Christian prayer. He does this indirectly, but quite purposefully, because his resolution allows only clergy from Leelanau County churches to give the opening prayer. Does Mr. Bunnick not know that the nearest Jewish synagogue is close by in Traverse City, that the nearest Islamic mosque is in Big Rapids, and that the nearest African Methodist Episcopal Church is in Saginaw? Does Mr. Bunnick not know that there are atheists and agnostics living in Leelanau County? If he is aware of these facts, one can only conclude that he does not care that he is offending some of his own constituents. That is not leadership, it is cowardice. Thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you. Any other public comment? If there, well, yeah.
Be in the overflow room, I'd like to make a comment.
Okay, come on up and speak. Thank you for saying that, yes. If you wanted to call in, please call 231-256-8109, 231-256-8109.
Okay, so.
Go ahead.
Okay, right. Charles Knapp, Cleveland Township. Wonder why Patricia was on the screen downstairs. It suddenly dawned on me she's at home. That had nothing to do with the comment. First of all, I want to offer a positive. I don't know who finally got around to correcting the grammar on the Veterans Park sign, but thank you. That grated on me every time I came in here. That's point number one. Point number two. Gary pretty much said everything I was going to say, and then people started calling me about the masks again. Let's get something straight. There's science and there's science. And most of the science that says the masks work came out right after they said they didn't work and you didn't have to wear them. The left keeps changing the goalposts on this. Those things are just paper. They can't possibly stop anything. Even the N95s have to be changed routinely by hospital personnel who admittedly are working in a high risk environment. Secondly, one fellow on the telephone called in and quoted the 596,000 deaths from COVID. That's not even close. Dr. Birx came out last spring, a year ago, and said they were going to count everybody who died with COVID as having died from COVID. They're padding the numbers. One place in Florida, they had a motorcycle crash. The guy killed himself, and somehow they found a COVID drop in his blood and claimed he died of COVID. They're just trying to get more money from it, plus scare people more. That's all it is. It's scare tactics and control tactics. I don't believe the commission is violating his oath of office at all by not wearing them. And I don't think they should be required at all. We ought to stand up to it instead of crawling for it. So that's basically what I wanted to react to, probably thankfully on the Democrats' part. I wasn't planning to comment at all until they started calling in about bringing up masks again. Last point. Leelanau is an overwhelmingly Christian county, so you have Christian clergy doing your invocations. If Jay Johnson can dig up a Zoroastrian priest somewhere, well, let him dig him up. But telling us there's a synagogue in Traverse City or a mosque in Big Rapids is completely beside the point. We're an overwhelmingly Christian county. And that's a perfectly valid standard to have, that there be Christian clergy giving the invocations. And I thank the commission for voting to have the invocation. There's nothing unconstitutional about it. That whole business of separation of church and state is stolen by the left, who neither know nor care about the Establishment Clause. They just want to shut down another faction, another factor in American history, because they don't like America. That's just that. They're trying to overturn us. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say. Now I'm going to go back downstairs to the overflow room, and believe me, you're looking at the total overflow. I'm the only one there. I really am. I thought it was in the wrong place when I saw the video screen. All right, thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Yes, we have someone on the phone. If there's anyone else here, come forward too.
Okay, thank you. Dana Gissinger, District 2. In May of 2021, Chairman Bunnick wrote, if reelected, I will work to promote diversity, inclusion, equality, and equity in all aspects of county government. These goals will be accomplished through providing, supporting, and participating in the necessary professional development, anti-bias training for elected officials and all county employees, as has been stated in the Leelanau County Resolution 2020-014. Recently, as Commissioner, I've learned that there are certain types of racism that people do not wish to discuss publicly. How will these kinds of racism be resolved if open dialogue is not allowed? I'm struck by the discrepancy between the above statement and the prayer resolution recently introduced by Commissioner Bunnick. The commissioners, as representatives of the Leelanau populace, are spending public time to institute an implicitly biased process for determining who is allowed to say the opening prayer. The bias comes from the fact that only folks from certified churches in Leelanau would be allowed to give them an benediction. It turns out that every established church in Leelanau County is Christian, but there are folks of other faiths in Leelanau County. Wouldn't the diversity and inclusion, which Bunnick rightly values, apply to them as well? The board needs to either open up the opportunity for giving a benediction to folks of all faiths, or else withdraw the resolution. The DOC is not a religious institution. It's supposed to represent all citizens of Leelanau County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
My name is Cindy Hollenbeck, and I live in Glen Arbor Township. I would like to ask you to vote no on the proposed prayer because, like has been stated before, it isn't a good way to bring people together. It doesn't allow prayers very personal. And nobody likes to be prayed at from somebody else's point of view. You'd like to have your own conversation with God or not. And I just think it'll end up being very annoying to everybody if it gets opened up to somebody you don't like to hear about. It'll be annoying for you. People who don't really want to get preached at all will be annoyed. I don't see it bringing value to the county commission's role in any way. You can see how upsetting it is for many people to envision themselves being spoken to like that. And I don't think it brings value to the county conversation. And that's all, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If you wanted to call in, the number is 231-256-8109. 231-256-8109. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak? Please come forward.
My name is Ann Deco, and I live in Bingham Township, and in full disclosure, Will is my cousin. I'm probably cousins of a lot of other people here, but I just don't know it. My family has been on Lake Leelanau now for more than 100 years, and I'm very fortunate to live there today. And I'm here to support the Preservation Board for the lake because it is very urgent. However, I do want to also ask to be pragmatic and have common sense about what the Lake Board does. I'm not a fan of needless, let me say, not needless, but I'm not a fan of not having boundaries or limitations within government. I definitely think that government should be manageable and also responsive. And although I know that and I agree with some of the previous comments that there is definitely a need to take it out of this process because this process, obviously, just from what I've seen today, is very cumbersome. We would need to make sure, though, that the charter and the definition in terms of what responsibilities and what powers the Lake Board has are considered. And that needs to be something that's reviewed and has oversight, not just from the lake owners, but as well from the county board. In addition, I also think that it is important that the lake be treated as an infrastructure to this county. My parents had a resort on the south end of the lake when I was young. I know how important the lake is to tourism, and I do think that it's very important that there be a balance and not all costs immediately go to all lake owners. So this is an asset of the county, and I think it should be treated as such. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments here, public comment? If you're available per phone, the number is 231-256-8109. 231-256-8109. All right, seeing none, I believe we'll move on to communications, proclamations, and presentations. And we have an administrator's update.
All right, thank you, Chairman Buddick. I want to start by recognizing one of our employees who's in this room here, Jen Zawicki, over there in the corner. Every year, the National Association of Counties does a leadership program throughout the country. Only 60 people are selected nationwide in the program this year. And Jen is one of those. She was hoping to do it last year, but with COVID, that got sidetracked. And Jen has been participating in that program for the last month. It's quite time consuming, but I think she's really enjoying it. And Jen, I just want to say, well, thank you for being selected and also for taking the time and effort to participate in this program. And I think you would agree it's been a positive experience so far.
Yes, it has.
You want to just give a brief overview of what you've been doing?
Basically, the course comes down to becoming a leader within your group or establishment, or in this case, government entity. The 60 other people that I'm with are from all over the Northeast, anywhere from New Hampshire all the way down, they consider into Florida as well. So we meet weekly as a breakout group, and then we also have a large breakout or a large meeting for all of us to chime into. A couple of the things that I found very positive is learning that the positive attitude that the leader has, excuse me, puts forth and sets the time and motion of how office is gonna work. So I think for myself, I started here at a base and then have moved up. So it's been great for me to learn how people see me and how I see others, and to change basically the facet that I have of, they say a leader can't have a bad day, but we all have sometimes a bad day. So it's kind of nice to turn that and make it a positive experience. So this goes all the way till August 1st. So with budget and elections coming up, it's going to be a little stressful in the clerk's office, but it tells me I'm supposed to have a positive attitude.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, yes.
Thank you for taking us on. We received, as part of the CARES grant last year, 2020, committee development block grant, and approximately $300,000 was reallocated to the county for reimbursement. To wrap up that grant, we need to have a public hearing. That's going to be next Tuesday at 6:30 p.m. And that's been publicized. It's been asked in the newspaper, and it'll be a simple review of who received the grants, and people have a chance to comment. So this is the requirement. So next Tuesday, 6:30 p.m. before our 7 p.m. meeting here. I believe Ron Plumondon was supposed to be here. The new iPads came in. Ron was going to give us a quick lesson here. I'm not sure where he is. We do need your old one here. Okay. As Mr. Bunning found out, some of these iPads are from 2013, and they no longer can, the old ones that you have, some of them cannot even accept any of the new apps or even be updated. So we do need your old ones. The good news is we do have a home for 4 of them. They're going to be in the planning department, and for their purposes, for when they have recycling days and so forth, they'll be great. So we did find a home for 4 of them. We have some other plans for the other ones, which I'll share with you later. But I thought it'd be helpful for Ron to just give a brief overview of the new one. Do you want this one?
Sure.
No, I don't, so. Well, because it's I didn't.
Okay, well.
Maybe just walk through it, then you can give a lesson some other time.
Yeah, okay. The new ones are basically the same as an iPhone, the newer iPhones. There's a few operational changes that you'll see. For instance, the button no longer exists. I guess how many people have iPhones versus Androids? iPhones, Androids?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so if you're familiar with your new iPhone, you'll be familiar with the new iPad. So there's really no difference. A swipe up from the bottom instead of the button. A slow swipe up from the bottom will show you what windows are currently open. One of the changes that we have made is as far as the packets and any communications that you need, there is a folder now in the cloud where we will drop all the packets and information in so that you can access it directly. You won't have to download it yourself. So that was something that Ty had suggested, and we have implemented that on the new system.
Excuse me, and if you want to look back at your packet, you have to go through all your emails, try to find which one, what day it was, and so forth. So that was Commissioner Russell's idea. Thank you.
So we will be using the Adobe Acrobat Reader on the iPad, which will let you open up the bookmarks so that you can see the items that are on the agenda and quickly go to the place on the PDF where that is discussed. So that's pretty much
the keyboard charge now.
Well, the keyboard does charge as part of charging your iPad. So there's only one cable required. It is a different cable. It's a different USB type cable. So your old cables won't work, your old chargers won't work. You need to use the one that came with it.
So we'll look for a file for all of our packets. Are you going to use call to order? Will it be a separate app, like call to order?
Oh, no, it's just a folder.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll see a folder on your screen and you just click on that folder, and in there will be a public folder that all the board of commissioners can see. And in there will be the documents. So Laura will put them in there, and then you'll have access to them. So it's a shared folder for the board of commissioners.
But we do need your old iPads.
Yeah, it takes me about a half hour to an hour per unit. I tried to do some of them without having access to your old one, but it keeps sending codes to your old one, and you got to enter the code in the new one, and it's like, okay, this isn't going to work. So if I can get a hold of your with your iPad, put a sticky note on there that tells me what your access code is. I should know your iPad or your Apple ID, and password there. And of course, I do have your email IDs, so I can get them set up, and I think one has hers. Have you had any issues with yours?
No, I love it. That's great.
Okay, anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ron.
And I'm glad we ordered them when we did several months ago, because it did take us about 2 months to get them. Now they're just saying it's about a 3-month backup. So I'm glad we ordered it when we did. Finally, in May, we have a birthday boy. Mr. Bunnick has a birthday at the end of the month here. So the tradition of a cherry time continues. And there you go. And I did call Carol. She's expecting you to bring it home.
I'm sure she is.
Yes. I believe it's May 29th, right?
Yeah.
Joe's reminded, the same day as President Kennedy's birthday. So that's our number.
Yeah, just alike.
Yeah, yes. That's it.
And Bob Hope.
Except for the woman.
And,
Yeah. Was there anything else? No. All right. All right, thank you. So then that brings us to 13th Circuit Court Community Corrections Update.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes. Candy, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Sri Shiva. I'm the manager of community corrections.
You'd have to turn your volume up. We can't
Maybe
hear
Laurel
you.
is Laurel.
Can you hear me now?
It's still weak, though.
Let me
Speak
see if I
louder.
can you hear me any better now?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Good morning. My name's Sri Shiva. I'm the manager of community corrections for the 13th Circuit Court and the 86th District Court. I have a PowerPoint that I've created, if it's okay if I share my screen with you guys, to give a little update as to what community corrections is. So community corrections, who are we and who do we serve? We serve both the 13th Circuit Court and the 86th District Court, and we cover Antrim, Grand Traverse, and Leelanau counties. So all of the circuit area, that's who we service as far as working with the court system. Community corrections was created under Public Act 511. It's known as the Community Corrections Act. And basically what it is it's administered through MDOC, so Department of Corrections, and the local counties apply for funding through Department of Corrections in order to fund their community corrections departments. I am governed by a community corrections advisory board, and we have several members on that board, which include judges, prosecutors, defense attorney. We have commissioners from all 3 counties. We have community members, and Deb Rushton is our current board chair. She was just elected to the chair at our meeting last month. So she's been a member of our board for many years and provides an absolute great service to us and personally to me with understanding how boards work and the proper running of our board. So I really appreciate her help and her service and her direction for that. She's the chair of our board, and what CCABs do is we develop programming to meet local offender needs. So we service offenders that are in the probation status through Michigan Department of Corrections, and then we also service those that are on probation through the district court. And each community corrections board creates their own agendas and who we want to serve and what we need to do in our board. It's not something that is directed to us by the state. We have certain categories that we can provide service under, but we as a board, the board determines what our goals are. We do have to meet certain target populations that are established by the state community corrections board, and their current priorities are straddle to cell offenders, OWI third offenders, and those felony probation violators. So the goal of community corrections is to reduce prison commitment rates. That's the overall goal. And so what we try to do is offer the judges opportunities in the community for offenders to participate in, so that the judges will keep somebody in a local incarceration or keep them locally supervised, so that they are not sent to MDOC. And we do not, our target population are not those who are deemed appropriate for prison, you know, those that are violent offenders or with more serious crimes. They're those that are eligible and deemed appropriate to be supervised in the community. So some of the programs that we have that we provide are group programming. And so that may be, we have one that is called moral recognition therapy, and that's developing a good thought process and challenging cognitive distortions that participants in our programs have developed over their lifetime. We have programs for trauma therapy. That is one of the things that's been recognized over the last several years, is that many people that come through the criminal justice system, especially those with substance use disorder, have some significant trauma history. And so we as a community corrections board created some trauma therapy counseling that we're getting up and running to address that. We have funding that we provide for domestic violence education, anger management, and then we also refer people to outpatient substance use disorder groups. Our agency provides substance use testing for some offenders that we supervise through our program. They have to be affiliated with one of our treatment court programs, or they have to be somebody who is in a pretrial supervision status. And I will get more into pretrial supervision and what that means and why those offenders are tested through us for that. And that's what we do under supervision services, is pretrial supervision. And then we do an intensive supervision program, which some of you are already familiar with, is our jail alternative placement program, where if somebody is sentenced to jail and the judges have deemed them appropriate to be supervised by us, my staff will go into the jail and we will meet with an offender and create a plan with that offender to determine what they need help with, why they keep coming into the justice system, what are barriers to their success, anything that we can do to stop that cycle of reoffending and reincarceration. And so it's a really intensive program. We don't take easy clients. You know, if somebody's a retail fraud and they've never been through the criminal justice system, they'll most likely never interact with us. We take offenders that are those who come back again and again into the justice system and or have had more serious charges, such as drug charges. And we do that with electronic monitoring with some of those individuals. Another thing that we do is we do assessments on individuals. That's through our praxis, which is done through our pretrial supervision program. And then we also do actuarial assessments that determine the risk and need an offender may have. And that's basically, you know, high risk, high needs is those that we're targeting that have the highest risk of reoffending and the highest needs. And so that is our target population, is those with high risk and high needs. One of the programs we started probably about 5 or 6 years ago, and it's really grown. And we as a CCAB noticed that this was going to be a area that was going to be growing throughout the state. And so we actually started our pretrial program, you know, like I said, about 6 years ago, before this big push through the state of Michigan was happening as far as criminal justice reform. So a lot of the criminal justice reform that has been happening is now targeting pretrial services, and a lot of agencies are just starting to create those departments. And we have really robust program that we do with our program, our department. And so we're really already above the curve on that. And that's something that I'm really proud of, is what we do through this program. And so this primarily is only for felony offenders or those that are charged with a violent misdemeanor, such as domestic violence or a serious assault battery. And so what our department does is we do what is called a praxis, and that is a risk assessment. And it is a determination of somebody's risk to return to court, or if they're going to be a risk to the community. So my staff gathers their criminal history. They do an interview with the individual. We may call references for them to find out if they have anywhere that they can return to if they're released from jail. And then what we do is we use it's a validated tool, and we send recommendations to the court. And we are recommending whether or not somebody is released or not released. And if they are released, what conditions that may be appropriate for them in order to be safely monitored in the community. And so our goal is that somebody is not spending more time in jail than is necessary. but also to identify those individuals that cannot be safely monitored in the community. So it serves, both of those purposes. When someone is on our felony pretrial supervision, if they're an OWI third, we do have grant money that funds for them to be supervised on an in-home breathalyzer or a continuous alcohol monitor. So one of the barriers that we identified was that OWI third participants in particular, they are a risk to public safety. And if they're monitored, then we can reduce that risk. But the barrier was a lot of people couldn't afford that. And so we did receive grant funding so that we can provide that for them. And that's not something that they do have to pay for. And then we also monitor individuals that are ordered through the court to be on a GPS. So that can be that they're ordered through house arrest, or they have an identified victim that they're not allowed to have any contact with. So my staff monitor all of those individuals that are released from jail on any kind of supervision that the court has ordered. We also report any violations to the court, and we attend court hearings when that's required for those that we're supervising on pretrial. So I am really proud of our program that we have with our pretrial program. The judges and the magistrates really rely on our praxis recommendations, and even many defense attorneys like them because it's an unbiased tool. It's not just a judge making a decision. It's a tool that's been validated, and it's actually, the praxis is what is used statewide in Michigan. And so it's not just us that are using this tool. And so it's a really good program that we have for that. The next one that I already talked and touched a little bit about is our jail alternative programming. So this program is voluntary, and these are the ones that folks are already in the jail. And if the judges deem them appropriate for us to see, and if the offender would like to participate, we'll go in and, like I said, develop a plan with them. It is a really intensive supervision program. We can place them in recovery home placement. So the recovery homes were once called transition housing. And when they're in that, they have a case manager that's assigned to them. And it's a really structured living environment because many people don't have a safe environment to return to. The homes that they're going to return to are maybe not supportive through their families, or there's alcohol or drugs in the environment. So we can send them to recovery homes. We can place individuals on house arrest. So if they do have a home to go to that's safe, we can place them on house arrest there, and my staff monitor them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And so they're allowed to go to anything that's court ordered. They can go to work, they can go to counsel. Well, they're required to go to counseling, attending any outpatient services, and attend 12-step meetings, community recovery meetings, anything like that. And so we allow them to go attend those things, but otherwise they are required to stay at home. So when they're in this jail alternative program, they're with us while they would have been in jail. So this is not probation where they just are able to go out and freely move in the community. They have to have permission for everything they do because they would be in a jail environment. And then we can supervise people that are on community service work for the court. And then we also place individuals in residential services placement, and I'll get into that a little more further as we're talking. But this is anything that we can put anybody in our jail alternative program. So residential services, there's two kinds of it that we use, and one is called probation residential services. This program is actually funded by the Department of Corrections, and it is only for felons. So this is not something we can put misdemeanor participants on. We place them in a facility. There's many located throughout the state, and this is for up to 150 days of placement. While they're there, they can receive intensive substance use disorder services, or they can receive less intensive cognitive behavioral residential services. So both are highly structured programs, and it just depends on if somebody has a substance use disorder or their issues are more cognitive based. And while they're there, they have to, many times they'll have to get employment, they have to participate in education and substance use treatment. And we actually, on our campus in Grand Traverse County, have a PRS facility. That's a picture of it. So this used to be the work release facility for Grand Traverse County, and when they decommissioned that, Treatment Services in Traverse City approached us to develop a PRS facility. And so this is a 12-bed facility for males. It's actually closed right now because of COVID, because they don't have the ability to provide safe social distancing there. It's pretty small. But while they're here, they are required to get a job and go out and work. They're required to attend any kind of counseling that is deemed appropriate for them. They have to participate in at least 9 hours per week of programming through the PRS contract. There's case management services. And if they're not working, they have to be participating in community service work. So one of the biggest things that we have found in our department is that people that are busy are not getting in trouble as much. So I have a very firm belief I will give somebody maybe a week or two to get a job. And at that point, if they are not working, they are going to be doing a lot of community service work. Gives them the option to either do community service work or go get a job. But they are not just roaming the community, and they're not just sitting in this facility. This also goes for those that we monitor on house arrest or in the recovery homes that I was talking about. So we keep our folks very busy. Some of the things that we've identified over the years is that many people have not developed basic life skills and what it takes to just manage a functioning life. So that's what we're trying to do, is get them in the habit of going to work and taking care of themselves, taking care of their bills, and taking care of their requirements. So I'm looking forward to the day that we can actually open that facility back up, because it is a very big help. Otherwise, we have to transport individuals. The closest one we can transport someone to is almost 2.5, 3 hours away. So this facility on Grand Traverse County property only services Antrim, Grand Traverse, and Leelanau participants. The only other time that they will take anybody else in is if they have a big vacancy and we don't see anybody coming up anytime soon. They would then take somebody from Wexford, Benzie, or maybe Kalkaska. So it only services our area, and that's something that's really important for us. And we are actually the only community corrections department in the state that has a PRS facility like on our own campus. So it's really unique for us. One of the other,
Therese, we have a very long agenda today. Can you bring it to a conclusion?
I'm done. This is my last slide.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. And then the other thing that we do with residential services is we can send both misdemeanors and felony offenders out into the community into residential treatment. And so while anybody is with us, we have them working on why they're in the criminal justice system in the first place. So that's just an overview of what we do in our department. Does anybody have any questions?
I am very glad to see that you have comprehensive services that include residential, lots of groups, 12-step recovery programs. It's very comprehensive. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Commissioner Rush.
I just want to say that actually we have a very competent staff. They're very dedicated all the way from the judges on down to the probation officers. They're very dedicated, and their goal is to bring, give an opportunity to these people who have made a mistake in their lives. So it's a great program, and we're thankful that we have it in our community. Good job, Sharish.
Thank you.
Yes, very nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. I really do appreciate the information.
Keep up the good work.
Yes.
You'll be hearing from me in just a minute, so I'll stay here.
All right, thank you. Yes, because then that brings us to probate family court update.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Judge Kromkowski here. Chris Mattis, our probate register, will be presenting our report from the probate court. And I don't think the board has met Rachel Lacrosse. Closer, Rachel. Closer. So Rachel became our deputy probate register in February of 2020, and then COVID came, and I don't think, not many of us have been here. But this is Rachel, and we're very pleased that she's on board. And Joe Cobble will be down in a moment. So, Chris, thank you.
Thank
you. Good morning.
Good morning. We do have a long agenda, so please try to keep it as short as you can.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Judge Kromkowski has been with us for 2 years, 5 months. She's the probate and family court judge. I continue to review files from the past and submit corrected orders and close cases as warranted. Corrective measures have been implemented to ensure no further delay in properly processing files. Cases are also transferred to different counties once it's determined that the ward no longer resides in Leelanau County. Our deputy probate register, Rachel, is taking an online class to become a certified court reporter. And on June 16th, she is taking the Michigan State CER, or Certified Electronic Recorder exam. Unfortunately, the exam was canceled twice due to COVID. So this was the first available date for the exam. She has been invaluable in our task reviewing the backlog of administrative oversights discovered after the prior probate register's retirement. The deputy register processes guardianship reviews, guardianship reports, conferences with fiduciaries regarding delinquent matters, processes new petitions for guardianships of alleged legally incapacitated individuals, appoints guardian ad litems or court-appointed attorneys. She does scheduling, calendaring, noticing hearings. She's our backup for mental health emergencies, court recordings, Zoom meetings, phone calls, providing the public with forms, entering payments into our JIS system, entering forms for decedents' estates after a personal representative has been appointed by the judge or by myself. She also runs weekly reports, including mailers and notices and closing certificates or final receipts, monthly pre-notices, which require the appropriate report and or accounting forms, and proof of service printed for that case type and mailed out. Numerous housekeeping tasks she's been doing, including closing files and implementing new procedures, of removing anything that's not supposed to be part of the legal proceedings, and making sure that the files have the confidential documents separated from them. She also inputs our original wills and death certificates for wills of the deceased that are not being probated, and when time permits. Currently, I'm having her work on reviewing the wills that are currently held in safekeeping that date back into the 1800s, which have been, they're compared to the county's death records, or if the individual has moved out of the county. She's been wonderful, just such a resource at everything she does, and it's been extremely helpful to have her here 4 days a week, assisting and running the court efficiently. You know, just it's wonderful. A lot of things that weren't done previously are being done now, and you know, I am happy to also say that we've recently this year implemented a process to seek reimbursement for court-appointed attorneys and guardian ad litem fees, which I had talked with most of you about last year. So I'm happy to say that we've collected $5,203 to date. That was out of a total of $6,922 that we've requested for reimbursement for court-appointed attorneys and guardian ad litem fees. I'm teaching her to also, you know, how the process works for the reimbursement for that. So we're continuing training, and it's been very helpful. Probate hearings are still being conducted via Zoom. There are few to no problems to report with that and the use of this virtual format. Attorneys have expressed support for continued use of Zoom to protect their and their clients' health. And our deputy probate registrar has been with us for 1 year and 2 months. Most recently part-time, 4 days a week this year. And I've been here for 1 year and 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? How much of a backlog is there still on those files?
So we continue to work on files because we're just finding things. I feel like we're really on top of things when it comes to like the ones that were in dire need of immediate, attention at that moment. But we still, it's kind of a continual thing where, to keep the probate court working efficiently and provide services to our county, just not having things slip through the cracks and implementing these processes that really were not done before. At least for me, it's essential to have, Rachel. I feel that really we're doing very well, but I still continue to find things. We're working currently on, all the files have so many documents in them that should not be part of the file, and these are old files. So, we're also working on just getting all of that information out of there so that they can be closed properly. So, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What do you do when the files are closed? What do you do with the paperwork?
With the paperwork? So like the actual pleadings, legal pleadings are left in there, the ones that are public. And then the, say there's anything that shouldn't be part of the file, it's being shredded. So,
Are you required to keep anything like on microfilm?
Not at this time. They've kind of gone through a different process. So I have reached out to the Michigan Archives concerning our really old wills for safekeeping, which obviously if they're from the 1800s, most likely they're deceased. So, we're not, like, there's a certain guideline that I have to go by. So it's, from when the will was filed for safekeeping plus 100 years, then we actually check with the Michigan Archives to see if that's something that they're interested in. It goes to become a public record, in other words. Yeah.
Any other questions? Well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Joe Palmo, Leelanau Family Court, and for Gwen and Rick particularly, we've done this kind of spiel before, but some of you have not heard this, so I'm trying to update you on what's going on in the family court. First of all, our staff, just so you know who everybody is. Josephine Lingar is our juvenile register, court recorder, collection specialist, and judicial secretary, and she's been with us for 22 years. John Boonstra, who is our youth services counselor for boys, has been with us for 7 years and 6 months. Sarah Hubble, who is also a youth services counselor for girls, and she has been with us for 1 year and 6 months. Ryan Douglas, juvenile probation officer for boys, has been with us for 20 years and 9 months. Therese Larson, juvenile probation officer for girls, has been with us for 27 years. And myself, I've been with the court now in my 33rd year. So we have a combination of some longevity and some new staff. Everybody always wants to know about our caseload and how the numbers are. So to begin, I'll say that our caseload numbers are low. Right now, with regard to abuse and neglect, we have a total of 8 children who are either in placement or with some extended family member. In 2020, we had no new abuse and neglect cases at all. However, we've already had 2 new cases in 2021. In our delinquency caseload, our numbers also remain low, which is a good thing, with just under 20 youth currently on probation. In the last 2 months, however, we've seen an increase in petitions and even 1 youth who's been designated by the prosecutor's office and may be tried as an adult based on the seriousness of the offense. We had 52 youth in our diversion and prevention caseload during the past fiscal year. And this was an increase in some referrals based on things like cyberbullying, sexting, and altercations between youth and parents. Possibly, due to being home a lot more during COVID. We continue to be part of the School Justice Partnership, which is a statewide initiative to decrease the number of students truanting from school and exploring alternatives to school detentions and suspensions. We partner with the prosecutor's office to provide opportunities to deal with truancy and to help that not become a pattern and a step toward other involvement in the juvenile justice system. All of our case type work has had, restrictions due to COVID and working with families where we couldn't meet with them in person for a period of time, but we have done that much more so and been able to work around, the obstacles that brings in more recent time. So we're working to see kids more often and families. This year, we have Raise the Age, which begins in October. Raise the Age will begin raising the age of criminal jurisdiction from 17 to 18. And this is going to mean approximately a 15% increase in our caseload size. The good news is that the state, as you know, the child care fund, we have a 50% reimbursement, so state pays 50%, county pays 50%. But with the new Raise the Age, the state would be paying 100% of all the new 17-year-olds that the court will be getting. So that's not going to mean any increase in terms of our cost to the county. However, we still have to put that in the budget. So once those 17-year-olds come to us, we will get reimbursed 100%, and we have to budget for that. But we're going to talk more about that in about a month when I'm back here to deal with the Child Care Fund annual plan and budget. Programming wise, that means we will also be trying to tailor some of our services to increase independent living, transferring to adult services like community mental health, and assisting with accessing healthcare, housing, and employment. Our Guys Group and Voices and Choices are programs that do recreational experiential activities with kids. Last year, we were quite restricted with activities because we could not transport kids and such. Though we did do some activities, but most of it was on a smaller scale. We hope to continue doing some activities this summer as things continue to open up. Once again, these are our mentor model programs that are partially funded by liquor tax dollars through the NMRA. We also collaborate with the LIFT, the Teen Center in Suttons Bay, for activities. We still have our volunteer activities such as CASA, which stands for Court Appointed Special Advocates, Regional Detention Support Services, tutoring, mentoring, transporting, but all these have been restricted with obvious limitations due to COVID. All of our staff, speaking of COVID, have been vaccinated. We have faced a number of challenges in occasional quarantines and limiting exposure to each other in the office. Although we have remained open and the public is being served by appointment only. We, of course, have to abide by the Michigan Supreme Court and the State Court Administrator's Office for the guidelines that they set for us. We continue to have our hearings held by Zoom on a regular basis, and that seems to be working for the most part. Of course, some issues with hearing or technical issues, sound issues, but for the most part, we continue to do that. That's about it. Any questions?
How long is this, the court going to be in where you don't meet with them personally or see the families?
We're still in phase 2, which is the set by the State Court Administrator's Office, our local administrative order. And we have to look at the MyStart numbers to see if we get to a point where for a period of time, I think it's 2 weeks that we're below a number, and we're part of the circuit. And so that's determined by the circuit court judge when we hit that number.
So they haven't determined the criteria that you need to, that has to be met, like the governor has, she's mandated?
It's not set by the governor, it's set by the State Court Administrator's Office.
Right, but they haven't set a criteria?
Well, there's a criteria, but we haven't reached it yet.
Commissioner West.
Both my wife and I are pleased that Consta is still going strong. Sometime I'd like to come back and have us hear more about CASA.
Okay, happy to.
Just want to add, in probate and family court, certain cases are entitled to a jury trial. So we recently had a case that was set in the juvenile world to go to a jury trial. So in order to pick a jury, that the circuit and district and probate court and juvenile court, the jurors who were going to be at Leelanau stands, their showroom for spacing, to pick the jury, and then we have a 6-person, usually choose 8, but then we would use a larger courtroom to spread people out. But that case resolved, so we didn't have to do that. But Leelanau stands has an arrangement with the county courts to facilitate larger spaces for jury selection. So thank you for your time.
Thank you all for what you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, it's about 10:30, so this will be a break. We'll take a 5-minute break here. And then we'll be back here at 25:02, please.
We're putting it on a special advocate.
Hi there. Good to see you. She said you did, but call me. You shouldn't leave your cell phone. And so I just it's 218, right?
Was he good?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have sound. Can you hear me? Thanks.
You have it now? Okay, thank you, thank you. Therese, we'll delay you a little bit, sorry. All right, go ahead, Kevin.
Good morning, and thank you for having me back. I appreciate it. Here this morning, I'm on behalf of the Airport Commission and the Airport Authority on two items. The first item is an assignment and assumption agreement. That is an agreement that's between the three parties that are involved, actually four parties that are involved. The Airport Commission, Leelanau County, and Grand Traverse County, and then the Airport Authority. The assignment and assumption agreement is based upon the principles of the grants that the airport has and that the two counties on behalf of the airport have entered into over time. So that looks to transfer all those liabilities to the Airport Authority. So as current grants, we have to meet the grant assurances. I think I've talked about those many times here at the Commission. And so all those requirements that when the two counties were part of those grants are now will be transferred to the authority. That also includes property such as fire trucks, snow plows, and other property that was acquired through the grant process. So that's the assignment and assumption agreement. The indemnification is two-part. One, it referenced the act, which basically takes care of all past liabilities, and then the indemnification, which is in the assignment and assumption agreement, takes care of the liabilities that are current. So that transfers them to the authority.
Okay. One more thing, these documents were reviewed by our legal counsel. They made some minor revisions, which I believe you incorporated.
That's correct, they're incorporated.
So they have been fully reviewed by our counsel.
And I would like to make a motion, however, I'm trying to look for, okay, here we go. I mean, Mr. Chairman, I would move to, I would recommend to the Board of Commissioners that we assign and assume the agreement made between Leelanau County and the Northwest Regional Airport Authority as presented.
I don't think that's what this says. As I read it, we're assigning.
We can reword it to Tuesday night. I mean, that's what we're voting on.
I'm looking to approve the assignment and assumption agreement
Between the Airport Commission and the Airport Authority, right?
In Leelanau County, yes,
Okay.
that's correct, because.
Sorry, Deb.
I didn't quite see that verbiage.
But that's okay. We all read it, so I know we'll have that exact verbiage for Tuesday night.
You supported it,
Yes.
correct? Yes. And this would be just a roll call vote?
Commissioner Rushton,
Yes.
Commissioner Solis Little,
Yes.
Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
Commissioner Algar,
Yes.
Chairman Bunnick,
Yes.
Commissioner Lautner,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you very much. Then that would bring us then to the proposed property purchase.
The request is for the Airport Commission to continue its purchasing of airport properties in the runway protection zone for runway 36. This is on the south side of the airport. Before you is in your packet is a picture of that runway protection zone. If you look at that on the first exhibit is an exhibit that shows several properties. One is labeled number 5. This is the property labeled 5 on the southwest corner of the runway protection zone. It actually has 4 parcels within this overall large parcel. The owner came to the airport knowing that the runway protection zone, we were in need of purchasing those properties based on that expansion. And so we have negotiated a price which will be covered by the grants that are offered to the airport through the airport improvement program. Purchase price is $1,225,000. And again, it incorporates the 4 parcels within that area. This is, and again, we purchased a former charter property right adjacent to South Airport Road. And then on this map, parcel number 4, which was voluntarily acquired in 2019.
This was a resolution on page 41.
Yes.
And so you can only purchase these as people are willing, or are you gonna go and make offers to other property owners?
With the direction from the FAA, they've asked us to do this on a voluntary acquisition basis. So those that have reached out to us, we've worked with. We have not pursued any other properties. However, several in that area that know, because of talking about it at meetings, have approached us, not only maybe purchasing now, but also sometime in the future, because several of these are businesses and they're looking at their succession planning going forward. So at no time are we seeking condemnation of any of these properties. These are just through voluntary acquisitions. And I'll put the caveat, and if grant funds are available.
Mr. Weston.
So then I would move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners authorize Northwestern Regional Airport Commission to acquire the 723 Dual Road, Traverse City, Michigan, as presented in the resolution.
Support.
Any other comments? Commissioner Sotomayor?
Just a question. This is acquisition to protect the runway and the airport area. What uses do you envision? Is this for runway expansion, or just to be sure if there's something, heaven forbid, that goes wrong, the surrounding areas are protected? What are your thoughts on that? Because I didn't see it in the material.
Your second point of, yes, it protects the current runway use. And so the trapezoidal shape that is in the diagram that you see is the runway protection zone. That area is to be free and clear of any objects that an aircraft could impact, such as buildings in this case. So the final result of this property will be similar to the charter property and the other home that we purchased, will be to remove those structures and make it level ground.
So it's just simply protection, as the words imply. All right,
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And so, what will this allow when this is completely clear?
This then, because the runway protection zone establishes that zone for flight, it meets then the standards for the approach that the FAA set, which is that trapezoidal area. So basically, it's not like a zoning where it's going to allow any use. The use is for airport approach. There's no other uses allowed.
It's trying to come into compliance.
Correct. It's bringing this into compliance.
And basically what you're saying is what we have to do is remove all obstacles in that area to keep that area nothing but open field.
That is correct. That is correct.
And that's what-
The previous zone was a lot narrower, but with satellite technology, they put in a GPS, the FAA put in a GPS approach. Then because they did that, that expanded the width of what that was. So before, we did not impact any of those homes or the businesses there. Now with the wider protection zone, we are. So we are working with each property. The FAA gave us time. They did not set any deadline, but they said, let's go through voluntary, let's make it a priority, and that's what we've been doing.
Okay, so we're not restricted until this happens.
Correct. But I don't see the FAA coming in and saying you have to buy these. This is kind of the standard practice with GPS approaches across the country at airports.
They could though, couldn't they? If the situation changed, they could come in and force us to
Certainly, I think though, the most that they would really force upon this, because this will be the last residential areas, would be then to work with the commercial properties on an easement basis, which would be more of a height restriction. The FAA really wants residents out of this area. Businesses, if they're, you know, they don't have height issues, they're not producing anything, or they're not emitting radio signals that, you know, keeps that area.
Thank you, Kevin.
Any other questions? So again, this is a resolution, so it would be a roll call.
Do I just call today and then next week a roll call?
Yeah. Well, let's just do it as a roll call.
Okay. Commissioner Rushton?
Yes.
Commissioner Solis Little?
Yes.
Commissioner Wessel?
Yes.
Commissioner Elguyer?
Yes.
Chairman Bonick?
Yes.
Commissioner Lautner?
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins?
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time today.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you. So then that would bring us to 13, Circuit Court approval of resolution for the MDOC grant. Commissioner Rushton.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend to the Board of Commissioners that we have approved resolution from the 13th Circuit Court Community Corrections for a grant application to the MDOC for fiscal year 2022 as presented.
Support. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign.
I meant to say yes. I was handed these.
All right,
I have a question.
motion passes 7-0. All right, so then, were there any questions or anything about it? No. So thank you very much. We'll move on then to the Lake Leelanau Preservation Board request. Please come forward.
Those have the chance, okay. Right, we're fine. Yeah, we made copies.
Go ahead.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for having us here again. We want to say that we really appreciate the time that you have devoted to this subject and truly appreciate it. Today, we would like to summarize the issue, provide an update, ask for your support, and answer any questions you may have. Just a reminder, I'm Nancy Popa. I'm a Bingham Township resident and a board member for the Lake Association. This is Tom Hyatt, the Lake Association president. He lives in Leland. And we also have Steve Martineau, who is a community member of the Lake Association and very familiar, an attorney familiar with the statute. And Brian Price, who is our lake biologist. So I'd like to start with a review of the issue. In April, we asked you to consider the resolution to create the formation of an independent lake board to protect Lake Leelanau. We and many in the community believe that a lake board is needed to address the serious threat of Eurasian water milfoil to the county's economy and the lake's ecology. We have 11 public boat launches and no boat washes, which makes Lake Leelanau particularly vulnerable to invasive species. If the situation is left unchecked, experts agree that this weed will infest our lake. It will fill the shorelines, the Leland River, Cedar River, the Narrows, making these areas unusable for recreation and damaging to the ecology. And there's really no debate amongst the experts about the immediacy and the severity of this threat. Dr. Donald Bless, a Northport resident and international expert with biology and ecology of aquatic weeds, who wrote a letter of support. I'd like to quote what he said. And he says, "It must be taken seriously to avoid the inevitable ecological and economic degradation of Lake Leelanau." So we believe this problem is too big and too expensive for the Lake Association. And we also believe that the county has many other important things that demand their time, their resources, and their expertise. And for this reason, we believe a lake board, which gives the local community the authority, the resources, and the flexibility to manage this local problem. We believe a lake board is the best solution. So we'd like to tell you what we've done since we met you last time. We've talked with each one of you individually, talked about your concerns, answered your questions. We've touched base with all 6 townships. We've provided them with a detailed rationale and frequently asked questions document, the presentation that we made to you. And they posted it in their meeting packet so that it was available to community members that follow the township meetings. And we've initiated a very broad public discussion. We've engaged the Ticker, who's had 2 articles. The Leelanau Enterprise has had 2 articles. The Lake Association has sent a very detailed letter to 425 of its Lake Association members. We've emailed, we have mailed a postcard to every riparian on the lake, directing them to our website where they can find these materials. We've talked to our friends, we've talked to our neighbors, we've talked to people that have emailed us and called us. And we're here to tell you that the result, number 1, is that 95% of the information and comments that we've received has been enthusiastically supportive of the formation of a lake board. Number 2, the township supervisors that have chosen to take a position on this issue have uniformly agreed that the county should act on it. So given all this information, at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Tom to summarize the issue.
Again, I'd like to add my thanks to Nancy for your time and your consideration. And we'll be very, very brief in our summary. As you've heard other people say this morning, Lake Leelanau is a huge economic asset to the county. It generates significant streams of revenue, both to local businesses and to this county in taxes. The message from our members is clear. An entity of some sort needs to be established and given the authority and flexibility to address the lake's needs. I'd like to read just 2 or 3 sentences from a message we received from Chris and Lisa Pinchot, who say, we're writing to support the proposed Lake Preservation Board. And I'll skip to 1 paragraph. As lakefront property owners, we would be satisfied if at least all of our fellow riparians joined hands to preserve the lake. We are not in favor of big government, but we cannot count on voluntary support to fund this urgent need, which could have permanent consequences. If not funded, we're afraid it could be ultimately fatal for Lake Leelanau. We are willing to pay at least our fair share. We hope you will see fit to make sure that at least those who most count on Lake Leelanau pay theirs. As envisioned by the state of Michigan statute, more than 100 other lake communities in Michigan have established lake boards, most to address the threat that we've described to you from a Eurasian water metaphor. Finally, given everything else that the county is doing, we're concerned that the county government does not have the time or resources to manage the many details relating to the care and long-term protection of Lake Leelanau. And I'd like to underscore the analogy that our friend and board member John Poland made to the Road Commission. With 8,000 acres of water, which is such an important asset to the county, it's really unrealistic to expect that its needs could be met through any other process than to have a small dedicated board familiar with the lake's needs that can commission the necessary studies and organize and authorize the necessary work. So I thought that was a very appropriate suggestion. One of the concerns that was voiced when we were here the first time was the county's role in the lake board. And I'd like to just underscore the fact that the proposed board is required to have a representative from the county as well as from each of the 6 townships. So the county's representative will be at the table to address any concerns that the county may have. Another concern which was expressed when we were here last time was about a mandatory assessment that the board could make of the county. And my understanding is that the county's attorney, Tim Perrone, has confirmed the lake board cannot require the county to finance its operations. In summary, and to close, this problem cannot be kicked down the road. There's simply no one else in the county who can or will address it. If we don't take any action, the damage to the lake and the cost of control will quickly rise, as they did at Houghton Lake. You may recall in his letter to this commission that the Lake Board Chair from Houghton Lake indicated that it cost more than $1 million for them when they first started to address Eurasian water milfoil after it got out of control. And finally, I'd like to close by reading again just 2 or 3 lines from a letter we received from another riparian, Mark Smith, a year-round resident and longtime lakeside homeowner. Mark writes, "We have an opportunity here. It's not too late. With the help of the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners at this critical juncture, it will be possible to continue the remarkable efforts of the Lake Leelanau Lake Association and the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians, who have taken the lead and paid for the work out of individual member donations. Now it's time for the board to step up and recognize that this is a critical opportunity to act for the good of every resident of the county by establishing a lake board to address the existential threat of Eurasian water milfoil to our beautiful lake and beyond." So for all these reasons, we respectfully request that you pass the resolution drafted by the county's attorney to create a lake board and to permit the lake community to save our lake. Thank you very much, and we're happy to answer any questions that any of you might have.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And I certainly have to commend you on your campaign. You've run a very good campaign for this project. Do you think, I'm not ready to support a resolution today. I think we need a little bit more work on it. I'm looking for some certainties in there. You know, we as a board, we as county government, you can call it cumbersome. A lot of people do. However, while it's cumbersome, it's also accountable to all the people in the county, all the voters, which are my concern. I think we're on the right track. If we could control this thing in our lake, I think that would be wonderful. The question is, how do we get there? I don't think there's any question that we don't want to go after it, but it's more like, how do we get there? I was a little relieved this morning to hear that the Conservancy is willing to pay for all of their lands along the lake. So in a nutshell, what you know, we've heard from both sides. We heard from those who want it. We've heard from those who don't want it. We've heard from those who said it should just be riparians. We've heard from those that said, no, the entire county should pay for it, and that's my concern, as I shared with you. One of my concerns. You also say, yeah, boat launches. So if this board on its own were to decide to go for boat washes at all 11, you're talking $1 million there. You got, hit and miss $1 million everywhere. So the only way I'm going to support this is for us to do it one of two ways. And that's one is either make certain the resolution is written in a way that only the riparians, or perhaps riparians and backlots, are assessed. So I can make sure that, all Southern Solon Township doesn't have to pay for this, and all Casson Township doesn't have to pay for this the project. If that can be done either through the resolution, we have those certainties that it won't be the rest of the county. As we said before, if we have 30 some odd lakes in the county, it's a matter of time before all of them have an issue. This is just the first. So we just can't, every resident in this county can't keep getting hammered for all cleaning up all of the lakes. We can keep it out of the lakes in the first place, that would be great. If we could get the funds through, or set up the lake district, but it does not have the authority to assess. The assessing would be done by the Board of Commissioners through an assessment district, as we did for when we rebuilt the dam in Leland. That might be an option. And I know it's really far-fetched, but I know the way that lake is done, because it's a river, milfoil doesn't live in more than 15 feet of water. Is that what I heard last month?
That's, it favors depths up to 15 feet, but it actually can live in very deep water. For example, Lake Tahoe has a substantial.
Oh, it can live, okay, so that's my, that answers my question. Okay, so I think that it's a process. I'm just not ready to support this yet today. I think we need to get some more certainties.
I have a question. If we did approve this, then what is the process after this? Will some of the details that she's discussing be worked out?
Yes, and the process that the statute lays forth, Commissioner Algair, is quite specific. It says that after the board is assembled and the composition of the board is determined in the statute, as I mentioned, that board will meet, and it must undertake an engineering study by an outside firm to determine exactly what the lake's needs are. And then it must have a public hearing to determine and solicit any public comment on that proposed work plan. And then similarly, it must then, based on how many funds are needed, it must develop a budget and an assessment plan. And that plan too must be subject or open to public comment and hearing. And only after that process occurs can the board then implement an assessment.
So this is just allowing you to start.
Yes, the whole process would undoubtedly take 4 to 6 months before the lake board could even do it.
So would this board have any, well, we would have a representative. Beyond that, would anything else come to us beyond the representative?
No, no. Once the lake board is set up, it would function. I think the analogy to the road commission is a very good one. It would function, and it would be responsible for taking care of the lake.
But there would be one of us on that board.
That's right.
You know, I did not favor an assessment of all citizens of Leelanau initially. I live on a lake. I've lived on lakes for a long time. And I thought 39 lakes, holy cow, this could get astronomical. On the other hand, It could get even more astronomical if it spreads to all of those lakes. Just our economy in this county is farming, but tourism is huge. 51% of our tax base is waterfront properties. Our businesses depend on summer people, on fall people, on leaf peepers, et cetera, et cetera. Our restaurants, people work in this industry. If we lose our waters, Leelanau County will become a very depressive place. Our land values will plummet, our tax base will plummet. And there might be people who say, well, that's good, we'll go back to the way it was, but we'll have shuttered. I don't know if anybody's been to Cape Cod lately. We used to go there 25 years ago. We were there 2 or 3 years ago. It's not pleasant to drive down roads and see shuttered stores and abandoned buildings. So we have a lot at stake here, and we've got to be smart and proactive, and I'm glad that you are acting now. One thing that I think the board would absolutely have to do is boat washes have to become mandatory before and after people go in and out of the lake. We've got to make sure that we've got to try to contain this thing. And I think boat washes on all the lakes are going to have to become mandatory if we are going to maintain the quality of our lakes. We're in a different time. Things change, and we have to adapt. So I will support the formation of this board so we can begin to address this really critical issue for the future of our county.
Yes, do we have Tim Perone here on the line? Is he there?
Yes.
Mr. Perone? Yeah.
Yes. You are, okay. I just want to make sure that everybody, to answer questions.
Yeah, so Commissioner Wessel.
I join Commissioner Lautner in commending you for your campaign, and our mailboxes have been full for a couple of weeks. I've heard several times people say, well, we have whatever number it is of lakes in the county, and so is this just the start? But I think this is the only lake that crosses township lines, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think it is, so.
No, it's not.
Glen Lake.
Glen Lake
Glen Lake does?
is in two.
Davis Lake does,
Of the 33, there are only 2 or 3 that the county would be required to get involved in.
It's certainly the only lake that has 6 townships.
Right.
And I prefer that we say, well, let's have the townships do this, but I don't know that you can get 6 townships to agree on anything, which is why I support this as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Suisler.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad that Mr. Perone is on the line, and our county administrator did send to him last night something that I received, or rather this morning, something that I received last night that I just wanted to allude to, and I realize that you may not have had a chance, Mr. Perone, to see that yet, but maybe between now and the next meeting, you might be able to take a glance. Basically, there's been a lot of concern that's been expressed on the method of funding to ameliorate the invasive plants. And I did a little research into options and talked with Jeff Hawkins, who's an environmental engineer who's worked with the county's brownfield authority on various projects. And Jeff suggested that we consider a funding tool that's been established in Public Act 94, 2008, which is the Water Resources Improvement Tax Increment Finance Authority Act. And Part 7 of PA 57 addresses water resource improvement authorities. And the authorities we're talking about setting up, Jeff thought would be similar to a brownfield plan tax increment program. In the act, the water resource improvement means enhancement of water quality, and water-dependent natural resources, including to, but not limited, the elimination of causes and proliferations of aquatic nuisance species. So I'm thinking, after talking with Mr. Hawkins, that setting this authority up would be very similar to a brownfield authority in that tax increment financing perhaps could be implemented as a fundraising method, which would be the amount of that property and then the difference between the current amount of the property and when the property was sold. That would be the TIF section that would then come to the Lake Preservation Board. So I think it's one way to look at an option of funding. In terms of how I've been thinking about this, I mean, it's no question, this is a big problem on the horizon if we don't do something now. It's a matter of, we pay a little bit now or we pay a huge amount later. So it's prevention. And if we do it now, as you've noted, then it probably will not spread as readily to other lakes. So I am definitely supporting this, and I hope my other colleagues on the commission do as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Rushton.
This question for the attorney. Under the Township Special Assessment Act 188, as I read here, it states that that act provides a mechanism to finance certain types of lake improvement projects, including aquatic plant control. Is that a true statement?
If you're referring to what the commissioner talked about as the Water Resource Improvement Authority.
No, I'm specifically
tax
talking
increment
about.
financing.
No.
Okay.
I'm talking about the Township Special Assessment Act, PA 188 of 1954. It was amended in 1994 to provide a mechanism to finance certain types of lake improvement projects, including aquatic plant control. I just wanted you to confirm that language. Because my question here is, it seems to me that you have a lot of support for this. However, you've only chosen one avenue to fund this. And when in reality, you could go to each township and request funding. They have the ability today to assess for this purpose and provide you the dollars that you need. You have asked us as a commission to implement this board. I look at this board as having a lot of taxation powers, and I have a great concern with that. When you start looking at the language under the act, it's very broad. So it sounds to me that these costs, well, we don't even know what the plan is. You and I talked on the phone about how some of the other lakes have eradicated this. And as I understand, I believe it was Houghton Lake that had the most success using chemicals. That's correct. That was the only thing that they could eradicate the milfoil. And you have told me that the lake board is not interested in putting chemicals in the lake.
No.
And I can understand that.
No, I didn't say that.
Lake
I said
Association.
our lake association has chosen this other approach our first time out.
Okay.
And that's all I said. I think Houghton
I was
Lake
under
used
the-
chemicals because of the 10,000 acres they had to.
I was under the understanding that you were opposed to adding chemicals to the lake, and so I'm like, you know, you're throwing good money after bad, because obviously I had asked for the results, you know, that you have seen. And the results you've seen after spending, what, $150,000 is minimal. So if you're not willing to take on all the opportunities that are out there, I just think you're just throwing away taxpayer dollars.
Well, we would, you know, the Lake Board is not the Lake Association, so it would have.
You would be advising.
Yeah, but we would have this independent engineering study that would look at all of the technologies, the extent of the infestation, and make recommendations as to the best approach.
Now, I do understand that if you go through the county board, the board itself, by resolution, can determine the scope of the project, and they can establish the special assessed district. I understand that this does need to be addressed. I will not support the resolution today because I think it's too broad in power for that board. Unelected officials on that board, once you create these boards, they're there for forever. And the citizens in the community have no recourse to unelect those positions. So
If
the only way
you don't mind, Commissioner, the townships are appointing, so they have the power to remove a person and appoint someone new.
Good point. The only way I would support something like this is that if it had a start date and an end date, a specific scope, and an established district. I will not support it today. I think there's work to be done on this. My other question is this, you've known about this since 2019. And I'm just curious why you did not seek relief from the townships over the last year and a half.
Well, I'll start, and then Brian, do you want a comment?
I asked that question because, as I mentioned, under their Special Assessment Act, there's dollars available to you through that.
Well, Commissioner Rushton, the principal reason is that we have been sort of operating in an emergency mode. And
a year and a half.
Yes, ma'am. We have devoted full time to raising money privately. We have talked to researchers around the country about the problem and how best to treat it. We have used what we think is the best cutting edge, leading edge knowledge for dealing with this problem. And as someone who spent 5 years in the agrochemical industry and knows the pluses and minuses of chemical control of weeds, I can tell you that it's appropriate in situations which are out of control, like Hardin Lake, but it is a very blunt instrument and it kills a lot of things, including beneficial weeds, as well as problematic ones. And so we're not opposed to using chemicals as if the weed gets out of control, but it is certainly premature. And even individuals from the Nature Conservancy, a national organization which has experts on aquatic weeds, and others that we have consulted, recommend that we hold off using chemicals right now. Hence, we've used these other two methods. But we really have been operating, frankly, at breakneck speed to organize the initiatives that we put down. And I sort of agree with Commissioner Russell's view that trying to get 6 townships to address this problem in an emergency fashion is unlikely. So I take your point, and if the commission decides in its greater wisdom that it cannot and does not want to tackle this problem, we will go back to the townships. But realistically, I think getting all 6 townships to do something for this, the most important economic asset that this county has, is unlikely.
That's why I'm confused why you don't approach the townships. They already have the power. And you could have been utilizing some of the resources already available through your townships.
If I can add to what Tom said, we have a board of 12 individuals that were not aquatic experts a year and a half ago. And a tremendous amount of effort and time was just spent trying to figure out what do we have here and what do we do? And the idea of Act 188 or Part 309 came into our purview within the last 6 months. We don't have an environmental attorney advising us on how to seek funds. We were really trying just to figure out what it is we needed to do very quickly to at least stem the tide of this problem. We have looked at Act 188 recently, and it is very similar to the Part 309 of NAREPA that we're asking this Lake Board to view. The main difference is that it is specifically set up for a township to do this. What we're asking is, let's skip the step of trying to get 6 townships to agree, because if 4 agreed under Part 188, we'd have 2 townships not contributing anything to the problem. So, I think that we're here a year and a half later is pretty remarkable.
And I'm concerned.
Commissioner Lautner had her hand up.
Thank you. So Mr. Perone, I think you kind of heard some of the concerns. So in an effort to try to shoot for a 7-0 vote and find a resolution to this and for this, a resolution to solve the resolution issue. Can we legally set this using this act, set this up where you would have specific scope we're looking for the project, the set district, which would be riparians and backlots only, perhaps have a beginning date and a sunset time, like maybe give it, 5-6 years and reassess at that point. Can you bring us back a resolution next week that would be legal and binding?
Yes. It sounds like some of the issues are, although the townships can adopt a special assessment on their own, it would be limited to just that township. And the issue here is the lake of about 6 different townships. Those 6 townships could do their own separate special assessment. Those 6 townships could join together to have an entire lake board that could do a special assessment that wouldn't involve the county, or the county can do establish the lake board, and then the lake board can do the special assessment. And in the resolution establishing it, the county could set forth the parameters for the special assessment district. And if you want to limit it to riparian owners or backlot owners, and not include any local units of government who would be assessed at large, that could be part of the instruction that's given. As to the scope of projects, you could indicate that primarily it's for the control of the aquatic nuisance species, but you could also expand on that either broadly by saying including but not limited to that, or specify that it's for the control of aquatic species and perhaps for the establishment of boat wash facilities and limit it to just those particular types of improvement projects. As far as a sunset or a duration, there's nothing in the statutes that says that you can't do that. There are provisions for the dissolution of the Lake Preservation Board, but it would require all of the participating governmental units to approve of that. So if you put in there that there was a express termination date, you could do that, in my opinion, but you would also have to take into account that all liabilities and debts and expenses of the Lake Board would have to be paid before it could formally be dissolved.
During what?
For it to formally
Before it could be dissolved, just like any other
Okay, sure,
business.
thank you, yes.
Can I ask, on this kind of same venue, I had thought maybe some sort of user fee for the lake, but I did not know how to approach that subject or how that would work or what agency would oversee that. Can you speak to that? A lake user fee, would that?
Well, that could potentially be something if you wanted to bring the lake under the auspices of your county parks. Parks might have a user fee. More of a practical matter. How do you do that? I mean, I don't think you would be charging the people who live on the lake, but rather visitors to the public boat launches. And the question is, who's in control of those? Are those under county parks?
Yeah, I was kind of brainstorming here to see how we could develop revenue to support the lake. What about DNR obligation? Do you know if they have an obligation? Do we not pay, our voters pay fees to the state? Do they not have an obligation when issues like this arise?
I believe they would only participate if they had property on the lake and they determined that they were going to participate in the special assessment district.
They have one launch, right? Two launches?
Sheriff would like to speak. Yeah, I interrupt our protocol a little bit. As a former conservation officer, I feel like I can shed some light on this. The Michigan Department of Natural Resources is a fiduciary over public water. So to charge people, like if you had a Solon Township Park, for instance, and it was on your land and you provided a service like a fish cleaning station, bathrooms, whatever, you could charge. But remember, every road ending is public. Every place the DNR has established, it's called DNR Public Access Site. They are the fiduciary, and it would not work as a revenue source, okay? You have everything from duck hunting to fishing to recreational boating, so maybe just save the board some time on that. I'm pretty familiar with that, the DNR rules. It's under R299 if you want to look it up, have all the boat launch information. Commissioner Alvar.
If there was going to be a resolution as requested by Commissioner Lautner, I think we need to request another one that would state that there could be a county assessment. But we need to figure out how much that would be for heaven's sakes. That could be determined, that would allow that as necessary, or if necessary. So not just one proposal.
Commissioner Sotos.
Yes, a question for you, Mr. Perone. If we were to restrict the options for financing to just the riparians on the lake, would that then eliminate the ability to go for grants or to potentially, if it turns out to be usable, to look at the TIF kind of options or anything else that is beyond a direct assessment to those riparians?
The special assessment district would apportion the cost as determined by the engineering review. So you would have everything there, and then the specialist assessment district would be designed to collect everything that you need to pay for that. So if you needed, you shouldn't need more from another source under that scenario. The question is whether or not you're also going to apportion some of the costs at large to either the 6 townships or the county at large. Not with regard to property they own on the lake, that's tax exempt, and they would only be liable to pay the special assessment on those lands if they voluntarily agreed to pay. As far as the TIFA district, under the statute, that is only available to a city, village, or township. The statute does not include county in the definition of municipality with regard to a special assessment or a TIF district for a water resource improvement authority. So there's no authority, statutory authorization for a county to establish a water resource improvement authority under the Recodified Tax Increment Financing Act. The townships could do it. More than one township could join together to form such an authority. And then the revenues would be the tax increments. You start with a base amount of revenue, and then you would have to wait until the taxes went up and then capture the tax increments there. It's, you may not be able to specifically determine exactly what that's going to be. There can be projections, but they may not come to pass. Whereas a special assessment, you know exactly how much it's going to cost, and you apportion those costs in total among the properties in the special assessment district.
That makes sense. I was under the assumption that it was the sale of the property, the base value, then the difference between the sale, but it sounds like we need to do a lot more research before even thinking about that for townships.
Yes, it's not about the sale of the property. It's about the increase in taxes over the base year.
That's the way a normal TIF would work. So I
Yes.
this sounded like it was a different take, but as I said, you know, from what you're saying, that might not be the case at all. So thank you, Mr. Brown.
So, Mr. Brown, I understand there's 3 different ways now that we're looking at. One would be through the board. The other one would be through Township, the Assessment Act, and the other one would be tax incremental financing. So those are all 3 of those separate ways of financing this?
Yes. Yes.
And they just have to be approached completely different than one from the other?
Yes, and because the whole lake abuts 6 different townships, they would have to either join together on this or perform this separately.
Okay, that's why it's come to the county here, because it'd be the least complicated one.
Yes, with regard to establishing a lake preservation board and designating a special assessment district that encompasses the entire lakefront.
And we don't, if we put limitations on it that exceed what the Public Act has, we're allowed to do that in our resolution.
The statute allows the county board to instruct the lake board by resolution as far as determining the scope of the project and establishing a special assessment district. So there's not a lot of interpretation here, but I would tend to think that you could instruct them with regard to the exact parameters of the project and the exact parameters of the special assessment district.
Thank you. That helps me as Commissioner.
Well, Mr. Robbins hasn't spoken yet, so I will yield if you have a comment, and then I would like to start, please.
First of all, I appreciate all the hard work you've been doing, and it's needed. I hear you talk about, and Sheriff Barkovich, maybe if you can comment on finish here. You talk about the boat washes. You got 11 excess from what you're telling me. Now I've been hearing numbers from 10,000 to 80,000 So what is it roughly?
Sure. We've done quite a bit of work on this. The very best technology uses like high pressure hot water spray systems. And the things that go with that make it very expensive. It's not so much a high pressure sprayer, but it's the holding tanks, the pump up tanks, the water disposal, the electricity, the well water.
So is it safe to say 40,000?
No, we've looked at it at the Bingham boat launch. And given the situation there, the fact that we'd have to have a power drop and put a well in, that project was coming in at about $80,000.
Okay.
And we concluded that because of the high cost and the difficulty in managing the water, because the property sits next to a wetland, that we have recently had a board vote where we've decided to use something called a CD3, clean, dry, and drain system, and it uses high pressure air and a wet, dry vacuum system. And so we have now secured all of the funding for that project, and it's going to come in at about $30,000.
Per launch.
Per launch. Now, I can tell you that at smaller launches, you can put in smaller units. If you don't have boats with live wells, you don't need a wet, dry vac. So this company makes smaller units that are less expensive.
Okay.
So this is really the top model of that kind of technology.
These are DNR launches, and this is more directed to Sheriff Barkovich. Do you have the authority to do that, or what's the red tape to get this accomplished?
We're working very closely with them. We're at the stage where we're entering into an operating agreement with them, and it will allow us to operate on that site in 5-year increments. And we have to have liability insurance. They have to approve our plan. So that's all in the works. They're very supportive of lake associations like ourselves doing this. You know, the challenge is the time and the money and the resources for a lake association to do a project like this is fairly significant.
Okay.
So
my next question is okay, you take all this money from your boat launches. I'm not a math wizard here, so I don't know how much money you're gonna collect from all these landowners if this is approved. I can see a big chunk eaten up on boat washes before you even attack the weeds.
Yeah.
And then, let me finish this. Then, how are you going to enforce it? And 2, where are you going to find the manpower in the society today if no one wants to work to be there during the hours to make sure the boats are washed?
those are great questions. We believe that there are many boat launches that should just be closed, and it would funnel the boats to launches that have wash stations. So that reduces the size of the problem that we have to tackle. As far as enforcement goes, assuming the role of invasive species education and monitoring of the boat wash stations is a perfect role for the Lake Association. We're much more well-suited to give our volunteers hats and stand out there and talk to voters than to have big engineering projects and removing invasive weeds. So I think the Lake Association is going to be a really big part of its success. And then I would say that the county could put in place an ordinance that says if you have, you are launching a boat in Leelanau County, it needs to be clean. It needs to be washed. That would go a long way in helping those boat wash stations be used.
Well, I understand what you're saying in perfect world. I think it's great. We can't even agree on wearing masks. So how are you going to even enforce washing boats?
Well, I can say that our volunteers can spend time at the launches convincing people. It's really a culture change.
I understand, but I just, I don't want a competition. I mean, if your volunteers are doing a great deed and somebody gives them the middle finger, tells them to get screwed, then what are you gonna do? Then we got law enforcement there. So
It's definitely a
there's a lot of
challenge.
angles to look at.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, a comment was made about possibly taxing the entire county, and the only possible way I could see that being done would be to take, you know, a percentage or something based on SEVs, and that would be the entire county. And that's why I'm opposed to this, because then you're going to have our large landowners that are generally farmers and woodsmen paying for this lake. And that segment would probably argue that that is our most valuable resource in the county. So we have our woodsmen who will argue that that is our most valuable asset in the county. So you gotta understand what we're dealing with. So that being said, that would be a very unfair taxation. And it would also mean that all those homes around Glen Lake would be paying for Lake Leelanau. And they would argue that Glen Lake is the most valuable asset, not to mention Bright Lake and Davis Lake and a few others. So I would like to make a motion that this be moved forward to Tuesday night and ask Ms. Prone to have a resolution ready that would cover the same issues that I mentioned earlier in my previous comment.
I'd like to amend that to add 2 different resolutions.
We have to have a support first.
Okay.
We have support.
I'll support that.
Okay, yes. All right, then you want to make an amendment to it?
An amendment to have 2 proposals. One where there's countywide taxing and one that Lauren requested.
I hear what you said.
She would like to have it be 2 separate resolutions, one for a countywide tax and one for the lake assessment.
Lake and, yeah, the lake owners in the back.
So that would be your
What do
motion.
they call them, back?
Backlot.
Thank you.
So basically you want to add a second resolution.
Yeah, I think
Amend
we
the
should have
first motion.
Yeah, to add a
To
second.
add a second, okay.
Yes.
Can I just make a comment?
Just a minute. We don't have a second for that, so that would fails for lack of a second, so we'll go back to the first motion. So did you want to make a comment?
I did, I just wanted to make a correction in regard to a statement that was made about the county board to make an ordinance. We don't have those powers. That power is allocated to townships only.
Yeah, I guess. I'm not sure. We do have some ordinance, but I don't know if that's one or not. We would have to find out. if we
Only
have
on,
that power.
I think it's only on land that we own, can we make an ordinance, like in our parks, we can put.
But we would have to find out.
Oh, there's your attorney right there.
I mean, would you be able to say that we could make an ordinance for demanding that boats be, cleaned before they're put into the water? Does the county have that authority?
If you're asking me about the county's ordinance making authority, they would have to have a express statutory source of authority for that. And so, as was mentioned, you could do a park regulation that applied in county parks. But otherwise, you can't have a county-wide ordinance regulating boat washing without a statutory source of authority on that subject.
So Commissioner Rushing is correct on that. So, is there any other comments? This is the
Could I just get a clarification? Could you just explain exactly, you wanted us to understand a draft resolution with a specific timeline, right?
Well,
A specific cause and a specific.
Yes, scope.
So if I understand, so draft.
I think
scope,
Tim's got it too. Yeah, the scope, and then the assessment district, which would be riparians and backlot.
Now, do the backlots have to be property owners that have access, direct access, deeded access to the lake?
Yeah, there's a description of it, but I understand that's how it is. Yes, they've got access to it.
Well, then you have to clarify that.
I've never run water on the lake, so I can't, but that's my understanding.
Well, I can work with Mr. Perone as well as try.
You know.
And the timeline.
Yeah, in the sunset of whatever Mr. Perone would recommend, it would be 5 years or 6 years and see, reassess at that point.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sotos.
Yes, so this resolution that Commissioner Lautner, this motion that Commissioner Lautner is proposing, the resolution that Mr. Perone would submit would replace the resolution we have before us today.
Correct.
It would probably just be amended or amended to put those things in, I think. Because most of it's probably okay.
Then I think we ought to use the word amend, because that sounds like it's a totally new resolution.
Okay.
Either way, I would trust Mr. Perone to, if he writes a new one, he's probably gonna have a lot of the same language in there, so I don't think it really matters. He knows what he's doing.
I think it does matter for clarity, as to whether or not we vote for this or not, because I'm looking at a resolution based on the discussions we've been having that's been prepared by our corporate counsel, and what you're suggesting is a different resolution. So I just wanted to be clear. I think I'd like to offer an amendment, and that is that we have the proposed resolution that Commissioner Lautner is requesting, and also the resolution that's before us today, both back on the table for next meeting.
I didn't hear what she said.
I would support that.
So you're asking for two different things. One is for the new resolution or amended resolution, and this one to be both put on as a choice between the two.
I am.
And I supported it.
Okay, that has a support. So because with the first resolution, I did want to add that it would be that we do invasive species only. I think I sent out an email saying, a little bit of words that could be added to it. So because I hear work about dredging, I hear work about, doing other things that they want to expand the board. And I'm afraid that puts too broad of a scope for what we're talking about. So I do think on the new or amended resolution, I'd like to see that it limits it to invasive species.
Mr. Chairman, I saw your comment on that, and that type of an amendment is one item. What Commissioner Lautner is proposing goes far beyond that. So that's why I said, if we have the two, we can add your one amendment to the existing proposal, or we can today vote on the existing with that inclusion.
All right, so we'll have two votes here then, at least. One would be on adding or retaining the resolution as presented would be the first, and then the second one would be, but that actually is sort of a different motion. So I would say we have to vote on this one first, and even though that one was seconded, we can't have two separate motions on the table, because it isn't really amending hers. It's adding a new thing to it.
It's not amending.
So we'll vote on this one first, and then you can make your motion for the second one. Does that?
I think I'm following you. So
Okay.
we vote on the amendment I proposed, or should I? Is that what you're saying?
I think you have to remove that from the table because we already have one motion on the table.
I understand.
Yours is a completely separate motion from hers.
Okay.
I just want to make sure I'm clear. So the motion that you have is you're just moving this forward to Tuesday night.
Yes.
That's what we said.
And have Mr. Perone prepare a resolution with the items stated. So Mr. Perone will have a resolution by Tuesday night with scope, district, beginning, end.
Right.
I'm just clarifying because the motion that was made was only to move this forward to Tuesday night, and then Chet asked for more clarification on what Perone was asking for.
That was in the discussion further on.
You did make that in your motion.
Believe, yeah. So to clarify, then that my motion would be to have Mr. Perone prepare a resolution for Tuesday night. That lists those, that includes those things.
Commissioner Rushton.
You had mentioned that the scope would be invasive species. They came to us for milfoil, Eurasian milfoil.
Correct, that's an invasive species.
Correct.
Correct.
But now you've broadened the scope.
Correct.
Okay, that's your intent?
Yes.
Was that the?
Because we don't know what other things will come in.
Yeah, that's okay. We can always, yeah.
Commissioner Alvarez.
So what exactly, I need to know exactly what we're voting on this first time.
Okay, my understanding is that we're looking at a new resolution. You know, we're taking the resolution that's here and changing it to make it limited to, let's just say, 5 or 6 years or whatever Mr. Barone recommends. Also limiting it to the scope to, I would say, invasive species and, I don't know, and to specifically to riparians and people, houses with riparian rights.
So we're gonna vote
On Lake Leelanau.
Yeah.
On Lake
We'll vote on
Leelanau.
that, and then we're gonna vote on the one they proposed.
Correct, we only can have one on the table at a time, so that's where, we'll do this one first. Commissioner Solis Little.
I'm sorry, one last question. So if we add those restrictions or limitations, and let's say that when they do their research and it comes back that the experts that they engaged are recommending something different, they would or would not be able to do that if it didn't fall within the restrictions? Are we pre-guessing what's going to come out of the study by adding this limiting language?
Well,
My personal belief is that they need to tackle milfoil, concentrate on milfoil. And we've got, in a few years, reassess where they're at with milfoil. Is it eradicated, is it under control, or is it worse?
And that's
Milfoil is why we're in front of us.
That's what I'm responding to. It's your personal opinion that they should concentrate just on that. And I hear the chairman saying all invasive species, those are two different things.
Correct. I mean, I think, you know, that we believe that they need, and they've presented that they need to attack milfoil. But I'm also knowing that there are other invasive species, so I don't want to limit it just to that one. That's why I added that language. But I don't want it to expand to things beyond that scope. You know, anything can be, when you want to do the beautification of the lake, it can go way beyond, and that kind of general language scares me, that the people are going to decide things that really shouldn't be in their scope. So that's why I would like to limit it that way. That's my thinking.
If we kept the resolution today and added that particular specification, if this resolution failed, we wouldn't have the other restrictions.
Correct. Correct. Commissioner Rushton.
I really think that we are struggling to try to get language for a resolution. If we want to move this forward to next week and have a discussion, I don't know who asked for this resolution to be put on our desk today without having given the board an opportunity to discuss what the resolution would look like. Thank you for your work, Mr. Perone, but it would have been nice if we had discussion here first. And again, I think we're trying to move the ball down the road when we haven't had enough time for discussion. So I'm going to vote no on this right now because, quite frankly, I think we're wasting our attorney's time. And we need to decide what it is or what we're not going to support in a resolution so that we can provide a united front, so that the citizens in our community understand that we understand their problem. However, we also have a responsibility to our citizens to not overtax them or give them carte blanche, access to struggling families' dollars.
Commissioner Wesson.
Yeah, I want to respond to Commissioner Rushton because I was sitting in this room and we had this discussion last month. And we talked about a resolution and we asked the administrator to work with Mr. Perone to bring back the resolution.
my memory wrong?
Maybe not, but here's the problem.
He has the floor.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate getting a resolution today, and I think now we've had some input, and I look forward to what we have at next week's meeting. I call the question.
Now, did you want to speak?
I'll second the question.
I think we had a second for my.
Do we have a second? Oh, okay. All right, so for this vote, first vote will be on whether we're going to call the question or not, whether we're going to vote on this. So this is just whether we end debate. So all those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. So now we'll have a vote, and let's just have a roll call vote on this one as to whether we're going to move forward with the, I'll call it amended or new resolution. They're one and the same in my mind.
Commissioner Lautner,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Commissioner Rushton,
Yeah.
Commissioner Sotis Little,
No.
Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
Commissioner Alguier,
No.
Chairman Bennett,
Yes.
5-2.
Okay, thank you. So the motion passes 5-2, and so we'll have a new or amended resolution next week to look at. Commissioner Sotis Little.
Yes, if we could have that just in advance. The reason I voted against it is I don't like the sunset clause. I don't like some of the other restrictions. So if we can see it in advance and come prepared for suggested amendments to the new resolution. I do support having the board. I will support to have it created, but I don't want some of the restrictions that were talked about today.
Okay.
So my only comment, just understand that the main restriction is the Lake Leelanau riparians and backlots. That protects your district with every home living on Lake Michigan, that they're not going to be paying for Lake Leelanau. That protects all of your district with everyone living on Lime Lake and Little Traverse Lake. So they're not going to be paying for this when they could be paying for their very own district in the future. So I just want to make sure that's the main thing that protects your districts. So that's my comment.
Commissioner Alger.
And I guess, I originally agreed with you, Commissioner Lautner. But reality says that if we don't tackle this, we'll be paying it anyways. So my focus is stop this thing in its tracks and don't let it spread to the other lakes.
Yeah.
Because it'll just get worse and worse.
Okay,
So
yes.
I just want to make sure the amended motion from Sotis Little and supported by Alguier is off the table.
We took that off the table. I thought she was gonna make that motion, but she hasn't, so,
I just want to make sure.
right, and I think she made her statement why she didn't. So I think we're all set. Were there any statements or anything you wanted to make? Otherwise, we're through here, take it out. All right? Thank you very much. Thank you for taking time with us. All right, so then that would bring us to 3C.
Can we take about a 5-minute break?
It's lunchtime. You want to take lunch?
Yeah, let's take.
Is it here? I will here.
Let's see if it's here. Let's see if it's here.
Oh, boy, we got cases waiting for cars, and I don't think they're ready for lunch.
Are we on break?
This is here, lunch is here.
We're on break. Can I go to the bathroom?
Yeah. Please.
It'll be 20 or 30 minutes before lunch.
It'll be 30 minutes before lunch. Can you wait 30 minutes?
Yeah, I just.
Okay, go.
I only asked for 5 minutes.
Okay, we'll just take a couple minutes here. Please be back as quick as you can.
Mr. Bennett, Casey's got to go back to farming.
I know. Maybe we can move up, if that, would that be good?
Yeah. No, I'll be on.
How are you?
Okay.
What did we say?
Oh, that'd be true. Yeah, that'd be nice.
Hmm. Yes, somebody called.
Holly Thompson called.
You are muted. You are still muted.
These phone buttons, there we go.
We ready to go?
You're live.
Thanks, sir. No, everyone's here, good. So then the first part of this would be the Miles Kimberly trail debris cleanup.
Correct. And you guys received the executive document summary, I assume. Here to answer any questions, brief summary of what's happening out there. The logging was done a couple winters ago, and it's not that the logging was done improperly or anything, it just was done right in the middle of a Frisbee golf course and walking trails. And Scott had made an attempt to kind of mark some things off, try to keep them from doing too much or leaving too much debris in the trails and whatnot, and obviously that didn't have a whole lot of success. So here we are today wanting to get this cleaned up. We were quite disappointed in the number in this cost. But we've got several bids, and this is the most reasonable of those bids. And this bid, the gentleman came out and did a thorough walkthrough with Scott, looking at this, and knows the scope of the project very well. And we'll answer any questions or.
Commissioner Weston.
I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners accept the bid from Wildlife and Wetland Solutions for the trail debris cleanup at Miles Kimberly Park in an amount not to exceed $46,800. Funds to come from account ending in .801.101.
Support.
Any statements about it?
Well, I think it's a necessity. I was out at the park earlier this year, and if you own something, you need to take care of it. And we have a disaster out there, and it needs cleanup. And it's a lot of money. I don't know how we pay for it, but it's got to be done. Sometimes we have expenses from storms and other things, and we have to figure out a way to solve the problem.
Commissioner Rush.
When did your loggers come in and log? What year?
2019, correct?
I had it earlier than that.
2018?
Winter of 2018.
And my question is, why didn't the loggers clean that up to a certain level?
Go ahead. They did do some cleanup, but it's not in the scope of the contract. It's
not in the scope of the contract?
No, because the contract stated they logged the property. And this isn't something that we, in hindsight now, should have been looked at or thought about a little harder, or maybe tried to be put in the contract. But I don't know if you would have got a forestry company to do that. In retrospect, we could have asked them to chip the tops. That's a totally different project than what this was basically a thinning.
If I could add to that, I talked to Daniel Schillinger, our forester involved in the project yesterday, and at that point in time, when we pulled the trigger, the chip market was near zero, so the opportunity for chips at that point was very, very low, but we felt with the damage we had, we needed to make it as safe as we could. And the other comment he had was that that cut was decades past normal stewardship of harvesting a woodlot. We had been in a mode of keeping the canopy and just kind of a national park kind of thing, you know, leave the mature trees, and it's a real nice feel. But with emerald ash borer, beach disease, the storm, we realized that we needed to have somebody come in and do a cut, so we flipped on that. We got a stewardship program going. And when they got two of these giant snags that had blown down and got cut, they went up and retrieved as much as they possibly could within their limits, apparently. And Daniel said, you know, there was some left that he was disappointed in, but they did get a lot, and that's where the contract led them, and that's what they felt that they did, and he was somewhat disappointed. We were too.
Commissioner Robbins, did you have your hand up? I'm sorry.
I'm not finished yet. I have a couple questions, if you don't mind. As I understand it, that when that was logged, I think that the county received what, around $12,000 for the lumber?
And then that wasn't, Jen, did you look up the exact numbers?
I did.
Because the consultant takes a percentage of that.
Okay, so we show that we took in 7,400, we paid the consultant 22. So you had revenues over expenses of $5,200.
So
earned in 2019.
We gained $7,000, we got the trees down, but now we're looking at a $48,000 bill to clean up the mess.
Correct.
But in some is from the storm of 14.
Yes, there was a culmination of things. This wasn't all of this.
Okay, and that's just, you raise another question then. At that time when we were under the emergency, I believe there was some sort of an emergency we were under. Why didn't we clean this up earlier under that scope?
I wasn't aware of any emergency funds or.
Did we not?
We got reimbursed for the work done at Old Settlers Park. Yes, we did get reimbursed for our cleanup costs, but it had to be directly related to storm. I don't think the Parks and Recs dealt with that at that time.
Okay, so that's a misnomer.
We did get cleanup, we did get funding for reimbursement for Old Settlers.
We knew Old Settlers had an issue, but I don't even know if we knew there was trees down up in the walking trails at that time. I don't think we've been up in there.
And Scott went in and that's when he got injured, was removing some of that storm damage stuff. And then even after, he tried to make an attempt after the logging to get some of this out of there, but it's way beyond what he's capable of.
Where's this money coming from? I looked at your budget. You guys put 45,000 in for capital outlay and $4,000 in for capital outlay under 5,000. I understand you guys have spent some of this money already, so where's this money coming from?
That's why we're here today.
In the narrative, we have put all of the items in the narrative on hold because we feel this is a priority. If you look at the narrative on budget, there's $45,000 there.
Have you guys been chipping away at trying to clean that up?
A little bit, but that's how Scott got hurt, so that put him out. And then we don't have, Scott's one man. We don't, last year he had no help with COVID. And it's, like I said, it's way beyond what he's capable of, or even the equipment that we have for cleaning it up. There has been an attempt, yes. But.
So these trees have been down since 2008 and it's getting worse. I would suggest you put it in your budget for next year. That's why we have budgets.
I understand that.
I have a comment, but first I had a question. Jen, I think you had some details about the finances, like what would this come out of, or what would that leave Parks and Rec if we did the full amount today?
Yeah, I have a couple ideas that I've been talking about with Steve and Casey on that. With the preparation of the 2021 budget, you do have the allotments that they talked about for capital improvement. You also have from 2020 the expenses that were not expended last year was $31,288. So it is possible, in essence, to use the 7,000 revenue and the 31,000 dollars to do a fund balance forward and bring that into their budget versus reducing their capital outlay, if that's a choice that the board would like to make.
And that is something we didn't discuss at Parks and Rec, because I didn't support this, as you know, at Parks and Rec, because it would take all of our capital outlay to do and leave the park. It would be the only thing we got done this year. So my thought was either pick the disc golf course and do that, or pick the Pat Hobbins Trail and do that, or not do it as wide. Because I think it was 100 feet, 50 feet on either side of the trail they're going to clear, etc. That being said, if this board is willing to come forward and grant us back that $31,000 from last year, that's a different story. That would just about cover this. I'm interested to know if that's something this board would be interested in doing. And then we would have to pull 15,000 out of our own, 16,000 out of our own capital outlay.
Yeah, my suggestion would be, so even if I hit the numbers with the expenses, so if you had the 31,288, that was your 2020 rollover, and the county received the revenue of a net balance of 5249, you could easily say that you could put 37,000 into the Parks and Rec budget for 2021 in the line item 801 as the contractual services, and add that from the fund balance, so that the money that rolled.
Money from last year's budget.
Well, I would ask Mr. Wessel if he's amending his motion to say that and see where it goes.
So let me ask a question about the budget, if I may. It seems to me at the end of the year, we've always been told that individual budgets roll back to the general fund. That budget year is over with. Now you're coming up with this idea that because they didn't use it last year, now we can just magically roll it back into their budget so that they have opportunity to use it.
Typically, in the case of Parks and Rec, over the last 4 to 5 years, they've been coming to the board letting you know that they have not been spending their capital improvement to save for a grant that the board wanted them to save for, in essence, to not use their budget for all their expenditures that they have proposed to the board during budget prep. In doing so, that has caused or created the opportunity for money that they had allotted towards a grant that they no longer can even apply for to be put towards this project versus taking it from the contingency line item of 2021. There is $440,000 in the contingency line item budgeted for 2021, approved by the Board of Commissioners. And that line item is generally used for expenses that come in, up and over above anything that has been proposed to you as a budget. So we could also amend from contingency, same as you could say from the fund balance forward, to use these funds, since this is something that is not, in essence, a budgeted, it's granted it has been bid out, and your bid is $46,000.
Well, the concern I have is the message that we're sending to these boards. When they don't use their budgets up at the end of the year, it appears as though we're telling them, well, you know, you don't have to use your budget, and we'll go ahead and set aside these dollars. But then when you come to us at budget time, it's like, oh no, they have no money in their funds. It all comes back to the general fund to be redistributed for the next budget year.
It only appears, I mean, from my opinion, that the budget, Parks and Rec has been the only department that comes to you and asks for those kinds of set-asides, I would call it. You know, I mean, I think it started back in 18 where they'd come to you each time they wanted a grant and the board asked where the funds would come from. They had decided then to push projects off. So in conversation with Casey and Steve, and I think in also with Rick and Ty, how long do you push off? How long do you keep putting off your capital improvements to where then it's a possibility that you push it off so long, now your price is double?
Yes.
Well, I mean, one thing I'm wondering is though, why is the $15,000 bid? I mean, I've never seen such discrepancy in bids. You know, from 250,000 to 15,000. Why don't we use that one to get something done and not go with 46,000?
The $15,000 bid, gentleman who submitted that bid didn't even come out and look at the project. The one that spent the most time and thoroughly knows the scope of the project is the $46,000 bid. The partial bid, and I can't remember the other company's name. What's the Malachar, John Malachar?
Yeah.
He's the $150,000 bid, correct?
Yeah, 140 something.
Yeah, and there is a large discrepancy, and I can't explain that. The best knowledge I have is this company who did a thorough job and knows the scope of the project and submitted a bid. The $15,000 bid is kind of a throw out to Scott. The guy didn't even know what he was really talking about and never came out and looked at what was going on.
But wouldn't that be his problem? If, if you've got the bid, you did an RFP, and he bid to do it, then he would have to get it done, or he wouldn't get paid. I mean,
by having him do an incomplete application, it negates the application. He didn't follow protocol to do all of the steps for doing a proper application. So he didn't do it properly. So that negates it. He just didn't do it properly.
So but did he submit it on time?
That's my understanding.
Thanks. No, I agree with Ty. I mean, we own the property, it's our mess.
I can't hear you.
Okay, now can you?
Yeah.
It's your mask. No, I agree with Ty. It's, we own it. It's a mess, been out there, it needs to be cleaned up. So several issues that I have are the bids. I mean, the 15,000, I mean, that's gotta be 2 man on this chainsaw. I mean, it just can't be done for 15,000. I question the 48,000. But if this guy can do it for 48,000, let's do it. I did talk to Malachar, and he told me that he's not making a ton of profit there at 150,000. He has to rent a machine from Ohio for a month at $30,000. So I mean, if we can get it done for 48,000, I say do it. I don't know if we can put a bond, make him put up a bond that's going to finish it. That's my biggest fear. You get somebody in at 48,000 and you got this big difference of 100,000. Yeah, we don't pay them, but we're stuck. I mean, if he gets a bond, we got an insurance company that's going to say he's going to complete the job. And another thing I've been looking at too that I keep hearing that scares the heck out of me is this is part of the golf place, isn't it? Yeah, no, it's been thrown in my face by about 3 different people. People are gonna get hurt, and they're talking about our $75,000 cap. Well, if that's the case right now, that park should be, or that golf park should be shut down until we fix the problem to protect ourselves.
Commissioner West.
I would like to withdraw my motion and ask Melinda to substitute it for what she suggested.
Is that okay with the second?
And the suggestion was, repeat that?
If you amend your motion to add what Jen, it'll do it, but that's fine. So the motion is to.
Does he want to amend or just add? You could just add, correct?
Just add it, sure.
Add funds to come from either fund balance forward or contingency, whichever you choose.
Where is the 31 and the 5?
Fund balance forward.
Fund balance forward.
So you want me, Wessel, to add funds to come from fund balance forward?
If that's okay with the second, that'd be probably the simplest way to do it.
Okay.
Commissioner Walker.
Thank you. Commissioner Rushton brings up a very, very good point about the idea of allowing departments to come back and get the funds. It's not allowable, except we did do that with Parks once before, and Parks is in a very difficult position. We've got a lot of properties to manage, and we never give Parks a big budget. They work on a very small budget comparatively. So when it comes to managing the properties, as Commissioner Robbins said, it is our woods, it is our property. And I wasn't going to support this if it were going to eat up our entire parks budget for this year. I would have chosen to do one of the trails, like I said, or not as wide or something different. But if this board is willing to grant back those dollars we did not expend last year, and then take the revenue from the tree sale and to cover almost all of it, I'm willing to support that. It would be great to have it done, I will say that. It'd be great. It's not that I would oppose to getting it done, it's how we're gonna pay for it.
Commissioner Rushton.
The company that you're looking at hiring, do they own this equipment? Do you know?
Some of it, and they'll have to rent some of it.
Okay. And the forest mulcher, do they own that piece of equipment, do you
Yes.
know? At Carbide?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
And that's one of the biggest expenditures as far as the $150,000 bid was you had 30 grand of that to rent the machine from Ohio for, and that's,
yeah,
but it's still more than that.
And from what I understand, those forest munchers will be able to take pines up to 14 inches round and up to 7 or 8 inches of other hardwood and be able to grind that on location.
Some of it, yes.
Leave it behind, right?
What's that?
Leave it behind. On
Yes,
the trail.
and that's part of what's, the wood chips that will be left behind will be used for putting down on the trail and kind of shaping.
So it's gonna provide us really double duty because it's gonna clean it up, take out the trees and leave the chips behind.
Right.
What are they going to do with the wood that's not chipped? And why would they not chip all the wood?
It's marked, Scott marked it, I believe it's 100 feet each side on all the fairways. And then the trail will get completely done, and that's not nearly as trashed as where the disc golf is. So he marked a good distance that would allow the disc golfers some miss this side and miss that side and be able to retrieve their disc without climbing through the brush, so.
Some of the wood that is out there is massive and it wouldn't be able to be chipped. I mean, maybe with a massive chipper, but with their machine, it wouldn't. There's
What
some
are they
beech trees
using?
that were.
What's the chipper on?
I haven't seen a picture of the machine, but I'm assuming it's on some sort of a skid steer.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, skid steer.
I think it's bigger than that.
Is it one of the self-propelled ones?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's
So it's a good sized machine.
So I guess my other question I have is the width, the 100-foot width. I understand what you're saying, but you don't know where that disc is gonna fly to. It could fly outside that 100-foot.
That is a possibility, but the whole scope of this project is to kind of remove all of that brush that's underneath there, the piles of brush, and then clear those fairways at the same time. Not leave, the biggest problem that we're facing there is these huge piles of brush that the discs are going in, and then these people are climbing up over the top of those piles and digging for their, and it'll remove all of that.
I would really like the park to sit down. You know, we do have a capital improvement plan that the county looks at when we do budget. I would really like parks to take a good look at what they need to have done, because I really don't like it when you come to us. You came to us on the roof issue, now you're coming to us on this issue. There seems to be very poor planning in the Parks Department.
It's not about poor planning. We have a scope of projects that have been, some of these projects have been on the Grub Shack project has been on the list since before I was involved. And some of these projects, as we get into them, just like any project, other problems come up. And it was my mistake with the roof. That was, at the time, I was just.
We're talking about the trails right now.
But and this trail project is something that was unforeseen. I mean, we didn't expect to have this problem to deal with after the logging was done. Knowing now, I didn't have any experience really with this production logging that was done in there. we have a better idea of what that leaves behind now, obviously, and it's not ideal it's fine for any other woods, but when you have a disc golf course and walking trails within that, it just wasn't, and the bid was done before I even got on the board, and it was the first year that was on.
Well, budget's coming again soon, so put your
Yep.
thinking caps on, and I don't like these kind of surprises, just so you know that.
We don't either, I don't either, I know it's
And I'm sure you don't like sitting in that
difficult
seat.
to come here and ask for this, I mean, I know it's not easy.
Any other questions or statements? Okay. Everybody understands? All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you very much.
So then that would bring us then to the Veronica Valley fish stocking.
Right, and the EDS is there, and appears to be complete, and we'll let you answer questions if you have.
Seems like I'm the EDS, I'll be happy to.
Has that price changed from last year to this year, or the year before to this year?
I think Heather
It's
compared it to
It's a small increase.
Sense of fish or something.
Yeah, and this, just a little bit of knowledge, this is a heck of a deal that he gives us on these fish. I mean, I'm ordering some for our own pond, and they are way more than that. He likes doing this, we've been using the same company for a long time. And the DNR, it's all kind of a joint thing that everybody should pitch in on it.
It looks to be 3 cents a fish.
Bluegill?
Increase.
3 cents.
Yeah.
So
Do we have a motion?
So I can't find the EDS, but I
Commissioner
would.
Russell.
117,
Oh, okay, I was
right around 117.
Go back to Mr.
I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners waive its policy on bid requirements and approve the purchase of fish for Veronica Valley Pond in an amount not to exceed $4,292.50. Funds to come from account ending in .727.000.
Second.
What account is that?
727 office and operating supplies is where fish comes from.
Operating and office supplies, fish. What file cabinet you put those in?
Very large well.
Any questions? All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. The motion passes 6-1.
Enjoy the
Thank
rest
you
of your
very
day,
much.
gentlemen.
Thank you for moving
One more thing.
The bench,
Oh,
We have one more thing here. We have about the Building and Grounds Committee recommendation for Veronica Valley Park bench.
and Dave Barron's is on.
Oh, yeah. Dave, did you want to say anything about that?
146.
Well, the request to make a donation for a bench is coming to us from the Kids Day Fishing Committee of the Lake Leelanau Lake Association. It's in commemoration memorial bench for Pete Taylor, who is widely recognized as really the father of the Kids Fishing Day. I'm not sure what your packet describes as dimensions, but it's a bench frame that our Park Superintendent Scott Bradley prefers, and a plaque will go on that, provided by the Lake Leelanau, the Kids Fishing Day Committee. The only expense is theirs. There's no expense here to the county. Our request is that we be allowed to accept this donation.
We had some requirements that you were to report to the board on.
We should have a motion before we discuss it.
I here to support the motion. Deborah Otterbeer.
Commissioner Locke.
Recommend to the Board of Commissioners that the bench and plaque donation request be approved. The size of the bench, size of the brass plaque, and final wording of the plaque, and the location of the bench.
Second.
Be approved by the Buildings and Grounds Committee. And placed when? Placed in June? May? June
June most likely.
2021?
That's the order.
Second.
Did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to say at the time that we met to review this request, we had asked for specific information that was provided in the packet. And that's basically all I wanted to say, that the information about it. If anybody else had any other questions, to raise that issue.
So will we have the final wording of the plaque by Tuesday night? Or did you get that at Buildings and
I
Grounds?
believe it's on page 156.
Oh, okay.
It says in honor of Pete Taylor, the father of Kids Fishing
Oh, there
Day.
it is. It does say that.
Now, one thing is missing from here is the size of the plaque.
3 by 5,
And we talked about that, and I'm sorry, repeat that,
3 by 5 inches.
3 by 5.
3 inches by 5 inches.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same size that's on all of the park benches that.
Right.
Okay.
Well, we wanted to make sure that we had some consistency.
Yep.
So,
Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That's sunshine.
Now, where are we here?
I
We're at at resources and finance. Commissioner Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman Bonnie. I move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners of Leelanau County, number 1, to create an independent HR Human Resources Department hire in this position, allowing operations to commence on or before January 1st, 2022, accountable to the Board of Commissioners or its representative. Number 2, create an independent finance department, hire a director for the position, allowing operations to commence on or before January 1st, 2022, accountable to the Board of Commissioners or its representative. The timetable shall include 1, start date no later than January 1st, 2022. Number 2, job description and requirements. Number 3, salary range. 4, candidate search. 5, vetting process and Board of Commissioners interview. Number 6, hire and contract language to include a probationary period. Number 7, training and acclimation period. Number 8, building planning and logistics.
I'll support.
Do you want to speak to that?
Yes, I would. First of all, I want to start off, this is nothing personal against anybody that's in these positions right now. I know the clerk's been doing it, and she's been doing it. She's doing a good job. But we've also grown as a county, and I think I just found out here a little while ago, this position changed back in 1995. The board voted 3-2 to change it, to allow this. There's a lot of things going on. You just gotta look at the history of the county and where we've come, we're growing. We've got a new building here. We're not Leland anymore. We're not Mayberry. And no disrespect to that. I mean, we still got the Mayberry atmosphere, but we can't operate like Mayberry anymore. And another thing that's concerning me is talking with the clerk is all the stress that she's underneath. Health issues, she talks to me about all the time, her family, her personally. And when you really look at this position, she's wearing 3 hats. And it's 2021. How can 3 people, or 1 person wear 3 different hats and be productive? She's been doing it, but as we progress, last year we supposedly be doing 3%. We're going to grow. It's time for, to make some changes here. It's not that she's, you know, we're not taking her job away, she's still be clerk and everything, but we need to have independent departments here for the better of the county and for everything. And, you know, I'll break it down. HR needs to be separate. It should probably be under the administrator's office like it is in most counties. And, you know, employees need to be able to come in and talk about their issues, whether it's retirement, health benefits, any issues residing to human resources. The MERS, you know, they work with the negotiating the contracts. And another thing that we need to look at too for an HR person is, you know, we're growing as a county. It's also getting more difficult for our employees to live here. And so as we grow and have to hire new employees, we may be hired from downstate. The HR person is probably going to have to assist with them finding housing if we want qualified employees, because they're not all our employees won't be able to live in this county. And we're also in a time where it's hard to find employees, so all the department heads could, you know, while they're still doing their job, the HR person could be help recruiting for like the sheriff department or any department, you know. And so that's why you know, I'd like to see an HR department. I mean, it goes, plus they would also take care of the policies and procedures of this county. I mean, you look back to what happened last August. First thing I said to myself when that incident happened in August, where's the HR department? Where was our county policy on this? We do have one now, thanks to this board. But that's part of the HR person too. His position is to make sure all department policies are up to speed and see if we're, you know, work with risk management, make sure that we're, you know, we're not a liability. As far as the finance director's position, I feel that it's not healthy for this county to have an underneath elected official. It needs to be an independent person. I mean, you know, if another department head or something needs money for their department, they shouldn't have to compete against a person that's another elected official. It's kind of a conflict of interest. And so I think, you know, that needs to be moved over. I feel that there won't be, I don't feel anybody's going to lose their job here. The clerk still is going to keep her job. The people that are working in these areas will have the option to move over underneath the new department head. And so I just, you know, I feel it's time that, you know, we got to move forward as a county. It's 2021 and it's not 1995 anymore. And we need to seriously look at these two positions. Thank you.
Can I,
Go ahead, Commissioner Elmore.
can I ask you a question? I thought you said in the beginning that the HR would report to the board, but then you said it should report to the administrator.
Well,
I really believe.
right, no, I didn't say that. I apologize, Glenn. Under most counties that I've experienced, the HR does work on the administrator. That would be our choice as a board. That's an option.
I think that's really important. That needs to be under the administrator.
I mean, it's an option. I'm sorry, Ms. Ford.
Okay, thank you. I think something like this needs a whole lot of thought. It makes sense to have an HR person.
What's that?
It makes total sense to have an HR person.
Right. I mean,
Because there's a lot that HR people, as a rule, do. I think this idea merits exploring.
Go ahead.
All right, another thing that I should have said in the beginning, the reason this is coming up now is we're like 60 days, 45 days from starting our budget for 2022. So I mean, this isn't going to happen overnight. I mean, this is going to take a lot of team effort from everybody to get the support and then to make this transition work. So that's one of the reasons why I'm presenting it today, because if I did it in June, we're too close to starting budget. This gives us some time to think about this and see what direction we want to move in.
Mr. Lott.
Did you say January 1 of 2022? So January, so this year's budget for
The new, it'd be the next fiscal year budget.
Commissioner Sorensen.
Yeah, a couple of questions, Mr. Robbins. This is growing the government quite a bit. I understand your logic of times have changed. There's been a lot of time elapsed. We're not as small as we used to be. I'm just wondering, do you have any objective, quantifiable data in terms of what isn't being done? In either the finances or in the human resources, that carving these off and setting up two totally new departments would resolve and improve the efficiency of our functioning right now.
I think what she talked about is she wants to know if you have some research or anything. Is that correct, that you wanted to know about research or data that would support adding these two separate divisions and how it would be more efficient?
Are you having trouble
that,
hearing me? Are you having trouble hearing me? I can turn up my volume.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
here you.
Okay, here we go. Is that better? Okay, what I was asking is, do you have any objective, quantifiable examples of what isn't being done right now or lack of efficiency right now that would warrant growing the government by adding two full departments when usually you do that when there are issues to resolve. But if something's functioning effectively, it's kind of like, if it ain't broke, why are we fixing it? So I'm just wondering if you have concrete examples, objective examples of what's not being efficiently handled right now that would warrant taking this and placing it into creating two different departments in order to address some problem. What's the problem?
The problem I see. Okay, the issue I see is you look at the clerk's duties, look them up if you have time, and the list goes on and on. The clerk's job itself is a full-time job, and then some. But what I'm looking at is how can, at this stage, as we're growing as a population, go in and have someone, okay, use the clerk, not Michelle directly, but the clerk as a position, have somebody come in 1 minute and want to talk about a marriage license or circuit court, and next time they come in, next person's for finance, or there's HR. It's too much to ask for one individual to have, that much control.
But
I mean,
I'm sorry, go ahead. My question was, have you talked with the clerk? Does she feel that she can't function effectively? Are there people that
I've talked to her quite a bit in the last 6 months, and that's the first thing I always hear out of her, how she's stressed out, overworked.
But does she?
So that's telling me.
Does this say this is
that?
the change she wants to see? If she told you, I need to get rid of the finances and the HR in order to lower my stress, or is she just?
No, she has not.
So
No,
you have any examples of work that isn't being done, marriage licenses or financing that are very example today of how effective our finance management is, because our deputy clerk found a way to cover the Parks and Rec. I'm not trying to diss you or to say this is a bad idea. I'm saying that I don't see the problem that you're trying to fix with this solution, except for the clerk has indicated she has stress, as I think most of our employees right now, and that we are older and older now than we were growing, But I don't hear the clerk wanting this, and I don't know what the problems are that you're trying to address with a solution to the growing government.
I guess, yes, I don't want to see us grow either, but we're going to have to do this at some point. And I don't want to see the next clerk, whenever Michelle steps down, to be put with all this burden. So I'm trying to prevent a train wreck that could happen down the road.
Commissioner Wessel.
Well, thanks for the thought you put into this, and obviously, we do have a budget process coming up on that. As you were talking, I'm thinking about, every year when our auditor comes, we get an A+. Our finances are in good shape. We don't have any grievances, and our contracts are always settled quickly. And I'm there. If we were going to add personnel, the Housing Action Committee talked yesterday about what we could do if we could just have some resources in assisting in the housing issue. I don't think we need to hire additional administrators. And I'm going to be talking a little bit later about in visible Leelanau. We have some real needs in the county, but one of the needs that I see isn't that we need more high-paid administrators. The services are what we're about. So thank you, but I'm going to be hard. So.
No, I understand.
I mean, we do have a budget and finance committee, so I mean, this could be forwarded to them, you know, and come up with a plan if we want to go forward with this. But we do have a motion on the floor here for this. Commissioner Luck.
Yes, thank you. I think Rick brings up a very good point. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And there is absolutely no doubt that our clerk and her staff do a phenomenal job and have done a phenomenal job. Right? There's absolutely no doubt about that. So I want to make that clear. But on the other hand, it has come at a price that's really unfair to ask. I know right now the clerk said she's short-staffed and wants to hire a person to help. So she's already looking for one person. And it's kind of an inside joke I've got with her, but if I need to talk to her, I call her on the weekend and I call her here. 9 times out of 10 she answers. She can get a lot done on the weekends. I mean, she's got so much work that she'll do a lot of it on the weekends. And I know quite often our deputy clerk has to work weekends too to get it all done. So, you know, that's not the question, but at some point you're right. We will have changeover, and we've got to have it be easier to line up now than in the future, because to give a new clerk that burden is probably pretty unfair. Because while I think our salaries are fair, I know having all of this is a lion's share of responsibilities on one department head. So we take the personalities out of it, just look at the county and how it can be operated or should be operated or in the future will be operated. It makes sense to look at this in 2022's budget, and it has its merits.
Commissioner Elmore.
I'd like to, you know what, Commissioner Rushton hasn't spoken yet. Would she like to speak first?
I
will
would.
follow you,
Go ahead.
because I already had one short chance.
How many times has Chet come before this board and told us the long hours that Michelle and Jen have worked? It's a question of how much overtime are we spending on these hours? That's one issue. I've been here almost 9 years, and I have seen a change. For Michelle, higher stress levels, and I agree, I do believe that now is the time to start looking at making those changes. And getting our departments acclimated to a new process. So I will be supporting it today.
Commissioner Hyde.
You know, I mentioned before that this needs exploration because they're important ideas and perhaps needs. But we have to determine if there is truly a need. This is not a decision that I believe can be made quickly, easily. We need the voice of our administrator. Do we need an HR and our department heads? I mean, is that something that's needed? Most organizations have it. If you guys really need it, would you benefit from it? Sounds like Michelle needs another staff person. Does that mean it needs, we really need to explore this. This is not something that should be taken lightly. It is interesting, and we need to know if this kind of thing needs to happen, but I think we have to be really careful. And we have to involve the department heads and the administrator. They're the ones who really know what's going on.
Yeah, just maybe the best way to go forward. And I believe your motion was to establish, maybe you put, explore the possibility of establishing. Because obviously you don't have all the facts and figures and information. This is the first time we're hearing about it. Commissioner Bunnick was right, we do have a budget finance committee. So I think if you just put to explore the possibility, I think everyone's kind of saying the same thing. This is definitely worth looking at. But I believe your motion was that I didn't write down was specifically to establish. And I don't think we're to that point yet. We need to have a lot more information, as you said, job descriptions, budgets, how we're structured, everything. So I think if you put to explore, I think you get support, and that would start the process. And I think Chairman Bunnick was right. We could refer this to the budget committee. Commissioner Long.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to it going to the budget committee and looking at some of those things, Rick. I wrote it all down right. I don't think he did say explore, he said established, yeah. So I think it's established. But at any rate, that sets a path, but it doesn't mean it can't be, I mean, we will be exploring as we go. I mean, that's my opinion. If we would explore as we go, because we're gonna have to find out a lot of things, and it's going to take some time if we're to get this, you said 1/1 of 22. So it's going to take some time to get that done. And I'm not opposed, obviously, to any input, but it's my understanding that this duty falls on the Board of Commissioners. So it's a duty of the Board of Commissioners to do these positions. That's not something we lean on our administrator for or department heads for. So we've got to look, it's going to be up to us to make sure we would cover all the bases and not forget anything and to do it the right way. I know a while ago we had talked about this, and I think we were one of the few counties that had finance and human resources under their clerk, if I remember right. So I think that Commissioner Robbins is right. It's just, it is, it's 2021, we're looking at 2022, and it's been a long time. And while it's worked, I just think it is time.
Yeah, we always start out our budget process talking about new budget item requests. And I certainly would favor of having that discussion at that time. But talk about a major reorganization as a late addition to a very long executive session and make any decisions about that, and even the word establish. I like the word explore, because obviously we want to do that, but I'm adamantly opposed to leaving this meeting today and saying we didn't even think about it yesterday, but today we're going to establish 2 additional departments. Let's put this forward to our budget discussions and see if all the ways we spend money, this is our priority.
Commissioner Soto.
I echo a lot of what Commissioner Wessel just said and would add to it a couple of things that to my knowledge, I haven't not heard our county clerk indicate whether she plans to run again or not run again. Being discussed.
I'm having a hard time understanding you.
Oh boy, let's see.
Sorry.
You're breaking up.
Is that any better? Okay, I said I echo a lot of what Commissioner Wessel said. But I also ask, I have not heard our county clerk indicate whether or not she plans to run again, but this is being discussed as though she isn't going to run again. That may be. But I think I have heard her say on multiple occasions and to this board that she could use more people. The county clerk's office functions very well, and it functions very well with our other departments. It's quite a nice oiled machine, if you will, but it is overworked. And instead of looking at overhauling the system, why aren't we looking at asking the county clerk what she needs to take some of the responsibility from her being here on the weekend? That would, I think, allow her to have the adequate staff. Again, I don't see what the problems are. To say we're growing and therefore it's going to happen eventually, well, now isn't eventually. Everything is working well. So I don't know why we're looking at a major overhaul. And whether we say explore or establish, it comes down to the same thing. So why don't we, if we're going to look at this at budget time, which I think is an excellent idea, why don't we involve the clerk and the county administrator, because they are responsible for the functioning of that office and of the county. The county clerk for the office and our county administrator for other functioning departments, rather than put a motion like this forward. I don't see a need for the motion. And I'm not going to support it.
Commissioner
I do see this as a big change, but I also believe that when you look at hiring people for certain positions who have the background, the experience in specific areas. An HR person has background, education, experience in that area. And I believe I heard pretty much everybody say that, you know, that would be helpful to the county. I don't understand how we can't apply that same situation to somebody that might be a CPA who may bring different things to the county because of their education, background, and work experience. We may find that solutions might be different to issues that we're faced with by expanding and broadening the scope to professionals. The other issue is, you know, Michelle could be gone tomorrow. And Michelle, with all the great work that she has done, quite frankly, I don't know how she does it. I think it's unfair of us to continue to demand that one person take on the responsibility of all the things that she takes upon her shoulders. Does she want to give it up? Probably not. She's been doing it for years. It's just like my husband. He doesn't want to stop doing some things because he thinks he can still do it. And before we get to the point, I think it's prudent on the board's behalf to look into our future, see the changes that are coming about, and be prepared for anything that comes. Doesn't mean that she's going to be eliminated from the payroll. It means that she will work and coordinate efforts to train and acclimate a new person in a couple different positions that she currently oversees. So we have 7 months to explore this. I will support the motion to create. I believe it's time. And we have 7 months to explore the process, the timelines, and everything that we need to do to bring these departments into play and bring them up to speed. And hopefully we will have Michelle here for a few more years where she can assist in those departments so that we don't have a lapse in tranquility. Is that the right word? So yes, I think it's time. I think we need to stop depending on Michelle for everything because we all do.
Good point.
Commissioner Elmore.
I would support a motion to explore. I can't even imagine talking about creating a couple of new departments after a 20-minute discussion without having explored more than we have. I think the ideas have absolute merit. But we sure need more facts.
Commissioner Wilson.
I move to table this issue until our budget discussions in July and August.
I will amend that.
She seconded.
Yes, I'll amend it to table to next week's meeting.
See, by rule, if you table, there's no discussion for it.
Right, so we have to vote on the first one. We don't have it, so this would be the vote for tabling. Because I think it was discussion then at that point. So we'll just ask for a roll call vote for tabling.
Until this motion was.
Well, yes,
Until we talk budget priorities for our budget process.
Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
Commissioner Elgar,
This is to table, yes.
Chairman Bunnick,
No.
Commissioner Lautner,
No.
Commissioner Robbins,
No.
Commissioner Rushton,
No.
Commissioner Sotos Little.
Yes.
Health question?
3-4.
Three, four.
Okay, so those in, so again, well, this would be just to establish, this is the motion to establish, correct? Is that, the tabling did not happen, so we'll
Okay,
we'll go
so,
through this and I ask for a roll call vote on this as well.
all right, so, no, the tabling didn't happen, but I don't have an amended motion, so this motion that you're voting on that I have is a recommended to create.
Correct.
Okay,
This is Rick's
just
motion.
want to make sure. All right. Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Commissioner Rushton,
Yes.
Commissioner Sotos Little,
No.
Commissioner Wessel,
No.
Commissioner Elgar,
No.
Chairman Bunnick,
Yes.
Commissioner Lautner.
Yes.
Passes 4-3.
And just because we said we're gonna establish, it doesn't mean we can't, we're gonna explore establishing, and it's gonna be January before this happens, even if it's gonna happen. Just so everybody knows that, that's what we're, and I think we will have it in our budget.
I
Yeah,
thought we just voted to establish it. So if we explore it and find out it's not a good idea, we've already voted to do it.
correct, you can change that. But it would, yes,
Point of privilege,
excuse me,
point of privilege,
yes.
I'm hungry.
Okay,
Good call.
Point
all
before we
right, should we
break.
stop for lunch or should we do the sheriff?
Yeah, maybe we should just do a quick grant. for the show.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's do that grant, okay?
Okay,
Patricia
before we
wants-
do, I don't know if that's heard.
I'm sorry, we're gonna do the sheriff's grant? I'm
No,
sorry, what was?
I want to make a comment.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
We just finished. I am
Speak
appalled.
up.
I am appalled that we just established a reorganization with no advance notice in this vote given to between now and next week for any details. And we're saying that, yes, it was to establish, but we maybe can just change that and explore. I'm appalled. That's all I want to say.
It's kind of like when we had the early childhood development.
Kinda.
Yeah.
Did you bring lunch with you, Chris?
I didn't.
Oh, well,
All right. Okay, so here, this is acceptance of the 2021 Marine Safety Grant.
Move to approve as presented.
Support. How's that?
All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you for waiting.
Thank you.
Great job presenting.
All right, keep you so long.
Does that include housing fees?
All right.
Does that include housing fees for your deputy?
Right.
And Trudy, we're gonna do lunch here now.
Not
Sorry.
enough grant dollars out there for that.
Housing fees now?
You want to just accept April's grant? That's a simple.
Oh,
Well, they've already left.
Okay.
No, can we, she's already signed
Oh,
on.
but she, okay. All right.
yeah, wait. She doesn't have to come back when she doesn't want to.
No, well,
Remind
It will pass. I'm sure.
yeah, that's what I was just,
This is coffee in here for the commissioner?
yeah, yeah. What's coffee out there too?
Oh, she said there was no coffee.
No, it's out there. It's out there.
I did try it though.
Oh,
That's what
I
that was about.
don't think, I doubt it.
Yeah.
Usually people don't drink it.
Yep, that was all about me.
So can you?
It's about what? Me. That was all about me.
Thanks for coming.
It's fine.
Great job.
Okay, here.
Let's hope this works this time.
That sounds better.
Oh, good, good, good. All right. I'll figure out where I am muting. Thanks so much, Laurel.
Jen? You will need to unmute it when you're ready. Okay.
me.
Oh, there you
There you
go.
go.
Yep, I was too high. Okay.
All right. All right, so then we're on number 5 here, federal update.
Yeah,
Sorry.
just quickly, the guidelines for the federal money came out late yesterday afternoon. I've not had a chance to even look at them yet, but they are out, and we should gain half of our 4.2 million this week will be transferred in. So I think we need to have a special meeting, talk about how we're gonna go forward. I suggest we wait till probably 2 or 3 weeks from now. I'm sure there'll be a lot of internal discussions from MAC and the county administrators, how to go forward and everything, and some more dialogue. The summary was 15 pages, not the whole guideline, just the summary was 15 pages. And I really haven't had a chance to go through it. But I think the topic is critical, it's 4.2 million. I obviously need some time to research and read all the guidelines. I think we do need to have a special meeting at some point.
Thanks, Trudy.
So if you could think about, I may have some more information next Tuesday night. So today, if you just move this forward, I just want to let you know that the guidelines did come out.
Would you send those guidelines
Yeah.
to us so that we have an opportunity
to
review that?
Yeah.
And currently, has there been a list started for projects?
No, because I'm getting a lot of calls. I'm saying we need to, see the guidelines first.
Yeah.
And we need to have a dialogue among ourselves, how we wish to proceed. I've been in quite a few dialogues with other county administrators, how they're thinking they're gonna proceed, but it's kind of all, well, everyone's been waiting to see until the guidelines come out. Just glancing through it, I didn't see anything new in the guidelines in terms of what you can't and can do. It's just more detailed.
Yeah, if you'll just send that.
Yeah, I'll send to all of you, but I'm sure there'll be more information coming, but if you just move this forward next Tuesday, maybe next Tuesday, I can give an update and then we can look at a special
Mr.
meeting
Chairman,
date.
so move to next week, move this issue to next week.
Or will it automatically, but yeah. Or if you want to put it back on Tuesday.
Yeah, I'd give a,
Support that motion.
what I can do is give at least a summary update and then you can look at a special meeting date.
Yep, okay.
Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you for that. And that brings us to planning and community development. We have the recycling agreement here.
Hello. Hi, Trudy. If I may, start with the.
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I would recommend to the Board of Commissioners to approve the agreement between Leelanau County and ERG Environmental Services for a scrap tire recycling program in 2021, not to exceed $10,200. Funds to come from Fund 230 and the tire recycling fees.
Second.
All those.
Trudy, I just have a question in regards to this. Are these 2 specific sites only?
This first one is what we're calling a community event, so this will be held at Glen Lake School on
Okay.
Friday, June 25th.
Okay, that's what I wasn't sure.
And
So that's one for the community and one for specific location.
Right.
I just had a comment, and I say it every time, but I mean it sincerely, is that thank you for doing this. For really one tire at a time, we're cleaning up the county. And I had 2 tires with rims dumped on my farm in past 4, well, sometime over winter maybe. So I'll add another $2 and I'll bring those too.
Okay.
But yeah, it's looking good. So I really appreciate it.
All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. And then the next item then is Community Collection Day. Or is that?
Yes, that's a separate contract.
Okay.
I was just looking for the EBS. But I recommend to the Board of Commissioners to approve an agreement with ERG Environmental Services for a one-day community scrap tire collection event in 2021 with costs to come from Fund 230 and tire fees, total not to exceed $12,800.
I'll support.
So I would like Trudy to talk a little bit more about why we're doing this separate one and why it's so small.
Sure. So this is something that I thought of a couple years ago, is we're not allowed, when we're using the grants from the state, to address commercial, including agricultural tires. So they can't participate in our program, the first contract that you signed. And we know that we have a lot of piles out there, and some of them are pretty large. So about 2 years ago, we started just sending out the message to the newspaper, to the townships and villages. I contacted zoning administrators, assessors, the fire chiefs and so forth, and trying to identify where are these piles. And then we use a program through the state to use aerials and measure length and width. And then if we can estimate the height, we can figure out approximately how big those tire piles are. And they're always bigger than what the homeowners think they are. So right now we have actually 5 on our list. We got another one today. And what we're doing is just working with these property owners. They will still have to pay a fee just as if they would come to our event, but they're also going to have to provide some labor because these are big piles and they're willing. They want to get rid of the tires. So this is a separate contract with ERG because we won't advertise this. We'll continue to add people to the list. And hopefully with our 2% funds and the tire recycling fees that we charge, we can continue to do this and start whittling away at these large piles.
So I'm absolutely going to support this because as I was telling Jim about this last night, I said, this is really cool because at a limit of, 10 tires per household right now, whoever these people are, I do not know who they are, but whoever they are that has the big stockpiles, they probably inherited.
Yeah.
They would never get to the bottom of those piles. With our current regular community tire recycling. So this is a really cool idea. And once again, it's going to do a lot to clean up the county.
You know, we bring up a good point. We have 2 properties right now on our list that they inherited them and they have the piles.
Yeah, I know exactly. I got to tell you, an official duty as chairman of the board got called out to check the tire fire in Ron a few years back, and that was not a pretty sight to see when that was going on. We don't want something like that here.
Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Just 2 quick updates. I was notified this morning by the state that we received the tire recycling grant. So that's the 3rd year in a row. We had applied for $4,000. It's not a huge amount, but it does help offset the cost of that community event. So I'll bring that to you as soon as I get it for approval. And then the collection for tires on June 25th at Glen Lake School, we can take a maximum of 1,900 and 2 semis, and we are at 1,000 already registered. So I'm sure that is going to be a full event.
Is it 26th? Saturday?
It's the 25th. It's
That's
the
right.
day before the hazardous waste collection. They're going to stay for 2 days and hit both of those.
Okay.
Well, I had a question. A person called me about the Leland recycling spot. And they talked about that there was a boat in, I think, the 1980s that said that the parks couldn't be used for, unless it was approved by the people for, other than park and rec. So, and I don't know if that's true or not, but I don't know if you knew anything about it or heard anything about it.
I'm not following you, Mr. Funny.
Well, because, that's, what is it, the improvement pond, recreational area?
Oh, okay, Lake Leelanau. You mentioned Leland.
Well, right, it's Leland Township.
Lake Leelanau.
Yeah, but in Lake Leelanau, that's a park. And that's where we're planning on hopefully putting the recycling site.
Right. That was checked out before with the original deeds that were passed, and I did not find, and I don't think the township has found either, that there's any limitation on that.
Okay.
But that would be the township to verify that. They could have some other records I'm not aware of.
Oh, okay. But I mean, if we go through getting it all prepared and, and because we're planning on putting quite a bit of money into that, aren't we?
The actual funding of it has not been determined yet as to who would pay for it or how much it would be.
I just wanted to make sure.
But going back to that original deed, I don't recall that there was any limitation on how that could be used.
All right, thank you.
Last thing, sorry. Your electronic recycling, is that full
For May.
for me?
May 22nd is full for hazardous waste and electronics completely, but June at Glen Lake School and the other 2 collections are still open.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and then we skip down here to number 8, the Grand River span, out of which we're in 2%.
Lance first.
Hi there.
Good afternoon.
So, we coordinate at least quarterly meetings with the school superintendents to discuss safety and security issues that they have, and lockdown drills and fire drills and wind drills and all that fun stuff. We have been coordinating testing their reunification process. We've been going through tabletop exercises with all the schools. And one of the discussion points that came out of that is none of the schools have the real ability to establish a reunification kit on their own. And it was recommended that we pursue a 2% grant in order to have one robust kit that can be deployed to the reunification site to assist with the reunification process. So that is what I have before you today.
So just explain to us how that kit works.
Yeah, basically what it's going to do is we would have, each school has a identified reunification site and a backup and all that good stuff. And what we would have to do is ensure that traffic flowed correctly around the reunification site so that we can efficiently drop and get kids back in with their parents and whatnot. Some of that is being able to communicate inside the building from outside, so the radios were kind of important. Traffic cones, signs, clipboards, binders, and all those little things. So
it's the logistics of
it is
the
the
process.
logistics of it, correct.
Okay.
Correct. All the schools use the same policies, you could say.
Yeah.
So they will all be able to use this kit.
So that the kids actually stay in the classroom and an adult identifies that the parent is the correct person to pick up that particular child.
Correct. And there is some paperwork that all the parents have to fill out so that it matches up with the student.
My daughter's school uses that type of system where she's at. She's in a different state. And they have to have some sort of an identification to show.
Yes.
To pick up that child.
It could very well be the same system that we use. This is nationwide. It is, I love you guys. It's pretty easy to remember. So if you talk to your daughter, it might be the same.
Yeah, it's a good program.
Mm-hmm.
Never know when you need it.
It's true. Hopefully we never do.
Yeah, hopefully.
Commissioner.
Motion to recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve Leelanau County Office of Emergency Management to pursue Grand Traverse Band tribal 2% funding in order to establish a school reunification kit that will assist our local schools in uniting students with their families following an evacuation.
Second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you
for that. Well, that brings us to family court and Leelanau Christian Neighbors. Blessings in a black backpack.
You got to go all over again.
Hi again.
Making a request on behalf of the Leelanau Christian Neighbors for the Blessings in a Backpack. It's a program that helps provide food to school children, bring it home on weekends. The request is for 20% of what the total cost of that is for the year, in the amount of $8,200.
Commissioner Allen.
Allocation of 2% funds for Leelanau Family Court to administer the funds as an addition to their budget for blessings in a backpack provided by Leelanau Christian Neighbors. I think that should have been preceded by motion.
You recommend to the Board of Commissioners?
Yes, motion to the Board of Commissioners.
And rather than me make an amendment, did you want to add to your motion for the amount of $8,200?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
You want me to say it all again?
Well, I know Jen's got it, I'm sure, as long as it's all in plate.
Is that okay with the second? Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner.
So do all the schools do the blessings in a backpack from Leelanau Christian Neighbors?
I'm not certain if all of the schools do. I know that Sutton's Bay for sure does, and I believe Leland and Northport. I'm not 100% sure about Long Lake.
Has it been offered to them, do you know, or, okay.
Probably.
Yeah. All right, well, you can just get, if you're gonna do it today, but get back to me and let me know which school
Sure.
this will benefit for next week, okay.
Commissioner Wesson.
There are 345 students identified for blessings.
So we go.
Glen Lake 71, Leland 70, Montessori 6, Northport 74, St. Mary's 18, Sutton's Bay 106.
Oh, okay, good.
Sorry.
So how are these,
In New Traverse City's
In-
school, I'm sorry.
yeah, how are these into the probate court? Of those 345, how many are members, or under your jurisdiction?
Well, I don't know exactly out of that number, but I'm sure quite a few are because of the population we serve. Typically, our kids that don't come from, very privileged families. Sometimes they poverty.
So how does the money from these taxes, how does it get delivered to those people who are, in court, or does it just go to anybody who comes and gets it?
Well, that would have to be determined by Leelanau Christian Neighbors in terms of who they serve.
And so to me, this is just a donation to Leelanau Christian Neighbors, and then they decide who it goes to. They make the determination, and it can go to anybody, and the court doesn't really have any overseeing of it at all. So the government cannot donate to places, so how, I don't see how this is not a donation.
Well, I'm sure it's involving some of the families that we deal with. We would have to have some type of tracking type of system in place to determine which and how many of those kids. This is the same situation we've been in, before when there's been other grants funded through Leelanau Christian Neighbors. And we've worked with them before to see, the ones that have been families that we've been involved with. But I'm sure there's still going to be some that will not always be ones that we're involved with. In that way, it works as a preventative type of tool, and I see nothing wrong with that.
Well, see, that's the whole point, is that, you at least senior services goes over there and makes sure it goes to seniors. Here, nobody's seeing who it goes to, so you don't know. You're guessing.
No, I used to go
because of
over
the
there.
numbers that it will.
I would go over there and go through the book with.
And when it goes to families, and I don't say they shouldn't get it, but when it goes to non-probate people, then it's a donation from the county, and that's totally illegal. And that's the problem I keep having with this. If you went over there and oversaw it, I would say fine, but you don't. You don't make sure it goes to only those people that the court should be dealing with. So I can't support this kind of thing because, again, the government does not donate. We don't collect from one and decide who to give it to another. It has to be under contract type of situation where we know that those are receiving who should, not just anybody who shows up.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
The United States Department of Agriculture have identified 42.9% of our county's K through 12 students as being at risk for food shortages. That list is available. The need is there. Almost half of our students are at risk, certified by the United States Department of Agriculture for needing food assistance. That's who these are going to.
I'm not arguing that. That's not what I'm talking about. It's a nonprofit organization that we're donating the money to, which is an illegal procedure. Commissioner Albert.
I respect your opinion, and I know you've held that opinion for a very, very long time. I question whether this is illegal, and I guess I hearken back to the formation of the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners in 1853, I think it was. And our first act was to give $5,000 to the widows and children of Civil War veterans. We had supervisors of the poor, 3 of them, until around 1920. And at the beginning of every single commission meeting, the first order of business was to hear from the supervisors of the poor. We gave people a plow, we gave them seeds, we gave them food. We created a poor farm. This county was in the business of helping its residents for the first 70 years of our inception. So I respectfully disagree that this is not something we should do. And I especially agree that we need to do what we can. And this is the tribe's money, which they're donating, and I respect your opinion, I disagree. I support this.
Okay, Commissioner Water.
Respectfully, there are numerous programs that are now in place to do the things this Board of Supervisors, I believe it was then, felt like they had to do. That was before. This is now. Now we've got courts, now we have the Health and Human Services, and now we have all kinds of organizations. That is not the question. The question is, this is also, it's not tribes' money or donation. This is in lieu of taxes. This is payment in lieu of taxes for their 2% of what they made on gambling fees by the pact, by the agreement. So we are owed this money. Question is how to spend it. So therein lies the question of, should we just be donating to Leelanau Christian Neighbors? And that's been a question for a lot of years. I get that question because coming from the courts, one could say, okay, that makes sense if we are assisting your clients, and how many have, 13, 14, 15 kids in the county that need, how many are under your direct supervision? I don't know how many that is, 200. That would be a direct link, but right now we're just saying, here, Leelanau Christian Neighbors, here's this money to give children who need food, and there's no question that helping children eat is a good thing. There's no question about that. I have some questions about why, but maybe not if. So that being said, just a little bit of clarification. But I see that there are no Traverse City Public School children listed. So I do wonder about that. You must have some that are maybe none in your system.
Oh, certainly we have kids that live in the Traverse City school system in the southern part of the county that.
But they don't get backpacks?
This is through their program in terms of the schools that they serve. And as they indicated there, that it does include Glen Lake, like Leelanau, St. Mary's, Montessori, Leland, Northport, and Suttons Bay.
So on top of this, for next week, can you ask them why they don't do Traverse City school children?
I'm certainly looking at it.
Yeah, because that actually encompasses District 1 and District 2. Our kids get left out.
In 7, 1, 2, and 7.
And 7.
Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, we've heard the arguments before about Leelanau Christian Neighbors and accountability. A couple of things. There is not another agency in our county that does this. If Leelanau Christian Neighbors didn't do it, there wouldn't be a Blessings in a Backpack program in the county. Leelanau Christian Neighbors does not make the decision on who gets those. It's the school principals and the school staff that identify the people with the help of those food lists developed by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. There's a lot of accountability built in. But if we have trouble doing this through Leelanau Christian Neighbors, we're in the mood to create departments today. Let's create a department. It's a county department. And then let us try to do the job that Leelanau Christian Neighbors does at no expense to us. We should be applauding the partnership. Instead, every time they come here, we beat them up because they don't give us enough information. They're fulfilling a need that is a serious need. And the only thing we're doing for them is saying, we're going to let you apply for Grand Traverse Band 2% money. What is wrong with that? And we go through this argument every time. We spend more time about whether we're going to give Leelanau Christian Neighbors a permission to apply for an $8,000 grant than we did a few minutes ago creating 2 new departments in the county commission offices. It makes no sense. If anybody's still watching, they must think we've gone nuts. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. The motion passes 5-2. Thank you for that.
Chairman, because you have one person remote, you have to do a roll call.
Oh, okay. We'll do a roll call on that.
If it's not 7-0.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for telling me.
Commissioner Dyer?
This is the one we just voted on?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Chairman Bonick?
No.
Commissioner Lautner?
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins?
Yes.
Commissioner Rushton?
No.
Commissioner Sotis Little?
Yes.
Commissioner Wessel?
Yes.
5-2.
Thank you. All right, then that brings us to family court lift, Leelanau investing in teens.
Request is in conjunction with the Lift Teen Center, as part of the Friendship Center. They serve kids in an after-school program. They're seeking to renovate and refurbish the meeting space used by the Lift youth programs in the amount of $22,039.
Commissioner Wesson.
Move to recommend allocation of 2% funds for Leelanau Family Court to administer the funds as an addition to their budget for lift renovation and a refurbishment of meeting space used for youth programs in the amount of $22,039.
Second.
That is lift a nonprofit status.
I believe they're.
I can answer that. The answer is yes, because they applied for part of that community development block grant.
So I
So
was
they have
gonna
to be a
ask you.
nonprofit.
So we have a contract with them to do what exactly?
Renovation.
But I guess for services, we don't.
We don't have a contract. If this is approved, then we have to develop.
Then you
a
will get a
contract.
contract. The contract would be for what service?
It'd be based on whatever's in the grant.
Just to do the renovations to the place on Broadway Street or whatever. But that's all it's.
Isn't that the Friendship Center though?
It is part of the Friendship Center, but they have a dedicated space for the teens.
But they don't own the building.
No, so we're fixing up somebody else's building?
Lift does not own the building?
Yes, we do.
Lift owns the building? Okay.
I believe so. I believe we're in the process of purchasing.
Commissioner Locke.
So I know they did get some stimulus dollars too. It wasn't a lot, 5,000.
It wasn't even that much. It was for reimbursement of food, but to get the money, I know they had to be a nonprofit, so.
So that isn't, this still doesn't, I mean, this applies on top of that. Is there a wish? Okay, and you got a target of 300 kids, I think it said, and then, so in a target of, okay, the total Grand Traverse band member community, you've got 200. Are they presently using this center? 200 of them?
Are they what?
Do you presently have 200 Grand Traverse band members using the building now?
I don't know what how many they're currently using, but if that's what they indicate, it's probably what they have.
And then 300, it's a target population? How many kids does this serve? How many teams do they have coming in there regularly?
They have, a number every day that if they're saying that they have 200 or 300, that's the amount that they're targeting for the year. I'm sure they're not having 200 or 300 per day, but I don't know exactly what their number is on a daily basis. I don't personally go there. It's our staff that would work with the kids there. But.
I gotta see a service, because this is the same. I just said this is payment in lieu of taxes. So this isn't something we would normally go do for any organization. Say my nonprofit Lions Club needs some renovations to the building, but I don't know, even though they serve community, I don't know what we would contract with them for. So how does this fit in what we would normally budget for?
What's the service?
What's the sell?
Yeah, what's the service agreement gonna
Yeah,
look like?
what would the contracts look like, right?
Well, I think that would be up to the corporate council to help draft what that service agreement would look like.
It would be based on whatever's on the
I know, but what is this?
proposal.
What are you gonna tell them to write it for the service? What is the service?
What they do is attach the proposal, so it's over what's in the proposal. Basically to renovate the building.
Page 141 on the packet, that states they reach 100 kids.
I know that there isn't really a service, so that's, I guess that's for what will the service be? Like what are we contracting?
How many of these children are involved in the probate court?
Well, we have quite a few kids that are involved in their program. I don't know what the ratio is of kids that we have to the total number, but we do have a number of kids that are in the program.
So if there's 200, would 100 of them be in probate court?
No, it's probably less than that, but it could be.
You talked about 53 this morning. That'd probably be the maximum?
50 to 60, yeah.
You know, so again, I see this as a donation to a nonprofit from the government. And we somehow, through 4 votes or 5 votes, say we're making it legal. Commissioner Wesson.
Part of the LIFT program, and it's closely affiliated with Sutton's Bay School and closely affiliated with the tribal students from the tribe. But a part of their objective is diversion, so that they don't end up in our court program. So if they're currently not being served by Joe and his staff, it may be because LIFT has been successful in intervening on some of the situations that they're having. Part of what LIFT does is keep them off the streets. After school, they go to LIFT. At lunchtime, they go to LIFT. There's mentors there. It's the business of helping kids grow up and keeping them out of the court system that LIFT's so good at, I think.
After school time is a very high risk time for kids to get in trouble.
Well, that's different than what I understood. So are you there then? Are you running programs out of there? You're down there intervening?
The diversion prevention staff are often there, and we will do summer programs and such with them, and sometimes after school programs. Yes, we do.
Well, that was the issue I was gonna raise, if I may speak, Mr. Chairman. I do see LIFT being very helpful in the community for our youth. They run a great operation there. They do keep a lot of kids off the street. She is involved with our opioid task force. And I was gonna say that John, I believe, I forgot the other gal's name, prevention. Sarah. I don't know, is she spending time there? I know John does.
Yes, they both minimally bring kids there and often stay and then bring kids back. Of course, that's been limited due to COVID, but, you know, pre-COVID, that's traditionally what they would do.
I don't know if we can approve this for building renovations or not.
Can we move it forward to Tuesday and get some answers to that? See, I think that's.
Yeah, if we're supporting prevention measures from the family court, I don't see why we can't support this, but, you know, maybe you could bring us a couple programs that they might perform there at Lyft, or, you know, how often they go to Lyft, or give us something to work with. You haven't given us something to work with on this.
I agree with that.
Do I have a motion to move forward with some work?
I've had my hand up for quite a while.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
And if we read page 141 again closely, a lot of the questions that are being asked are answered there.
No,
So,
they're not, no. That's not, those aren't the answers.
All right. Any other questions or statements?
I just have a question. What, I have a motion by Wessel, seconded by Sotos Little, to approve this. That's all I have. Okay.
Yeah,
So this give me a roll call.
yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
I have a thought.
Go ahead.
I'd rather that we have almost unanimous support, and I'm willing to draw this off and get the answers to the questions that Commissioner Lautner has. So I'd withdraw my motion and say I'd like to move it forward till next week.
Oh, I was just gonna.
Is that okay with the second, Commissioner Sotos Little? All right.
I appreciate that, Ty.
I'd like to see this building, perhaps after renovations if it goes through, when they're done. I'd like to
Pretty
see
old.
it.
Yeah,
It's pretty old.
I mean,
Yeah.
I was happy to hear that they're involved and over there working with it, because to me, then that involves the county, and we're overseeing what's going on.
That's right.
I don't know that putting up a building or helping them is actually, is because they own it, that's something we should do. I mean, if we were helping Leelanau Christian Neighbors put their building up, or the Samaritan Closets, or, you know, whatever else, I'd be a little concerned about that. That's the only question I have about it. But I mean, as far as helping live, I'm happy that we have people over there. And those are the kinds of things that I don't see as a donation, because then we have people participating in it.
We are providing a service.
Correct.
But for what it's worth, I mean, in the past, the board has supported our own things like getting new kayaks.
Correct.
Okay, and new kayaks are a physical entity that you need in order to float down the river. It's no different than providing a building and renovations to a building for people to gather.
We own
It's
the
a
kayak.
physical
We
aspect.
own the kayak.
Right, we don't own the building.
And you use a kayak to take troubled teens down the river.
Mhm.
That's a
But you
service.
need a building to do the same thing with kids and programs, to, you know, do activities. You can't just do it outside in the tent or
All right,
If-
we're gonna have to answer this, and we can move forward for next week, and hopefully we get these questions answered.
Well, I would just like to say, if his staff is over there performing and they have to pay rent to utilize the building, it's not our building. We should not be paying to renovate somebody else's building. But if our staff is using that building, then, you know, we can pay rent.
Justified. That's what you're saying, pay a rent to the building.
We have to have,
Sure.
we have to follow certain guidelines with this. And I don't think you quite understand that.
Do we have a motion to move this forward?
I think that's what you changed
Okay.
it to. Yeah.
All right. Do you have that there, Ken?
That's what I have.
Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. So this will be, what we're hoping we'll get more information about what the renovation is.
Yep.
All right.
For what it's worth, regarding the previous Leelanau Christian Neighbors, April helped provide information that Father Fred is the one that provides for Traverse City Schools.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so then that brings us to Park and Rec. Invasion species eradication.
I figured that was the case, but,
Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
My video's been turned off on your end, so I'll just come through by audio. Dave Barron's here, Elmwood Township Parks and Rec Commission.
hi Dave,
Hello.
are you here for the bench?
No,
he's
we're
here.
here for the,
He's here for invasive
Okay,
species
invasive
eradication,
species.
that's what we're
Okay.
on. The-
Yep, I wanted to hop right over it.
So as you may have judged from your packet, Bill Watson has put together a expansive plan in this application. Bill Watson is the Director of Youth Works, which is under the auspices of Child and Family Services of Northwest Michigan. This would be the third service that he's provided to Parks and Rec at Veronica Valley. As you can see, it's a substantial plan because it totals $50,000, some $50,000 here. The request for the 2% allocation is $22,000. That's what, 43% of the overall plan. The rest of the match is what Mr. Watson has done. I mean, this is what Bill does. He has, I don't know if you know him, he has a long history and a solid reputation in the whole area, not just.
Seeds, right? So he seeds?
Yeah, he worked a lot with seeds and at the Traverse High School, where I first met him with programs, work programs that he had organized through Traverse High School. In any case, well, questions. Part of the expansion of this is engaging a group called City Farm Girls. I don't know all of their program, but part of their income is by renting out their goats. Goats for management of invasive species. They bring in the goats and the full team to monitor them or to manage them, including the movable electric wire paddocks. And so working with them, we choose where we want the goats to work. They eat just about anything, all of the invasives, including buckthorn, which we need some help with. This just continues our work last year with Bill's crew on invasive species, principally autumn olive at Veronica Valley. Invasive species management is never a one-off. You have to keep at it. And this is just another good plan.
so Dave, the process with the goats and the invasive species, is that a one-year fix?
No, well, again, I doubt it. Invasive species is never a one-off for 1 year. The thing about goats is it will, where they operate, where we are able to tend them off and move them along, they will probably give us a several-year fix. They will certainly get us ahead of a management problem.
And children are on property during the stay of the goats?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question, Commissioner.
Are the children, do the children stay on property while the goats do their business of munching?
Which children? Which children are you referring to?
I thought I read something in the piece that said something about the children who work with the goats. Is that incorrect?
No.
Well, the goats are part of an organization. I mean, they are the income stream of an organization called City Girls Farm, which is an educational organization. The goats are not managed as part of that. They're certainly managed by a knowledgeable team. They do not reside at the park overnight. They are removed with all of their equipment overnight and brought back the next day. So they're only on the park property for the duration of their feeding.
Okay.
I do not know the arrangements of where they go at night. That's all part of their business and it's someplace local, but the goats do not stay there at night.
Well, that's what I was wondering. Thank you for that.
So what, Dave, what is the local leveraging of 30,200? Is that in kind? Or what is that?
Well, according to the budget page, as I read it here, the in-kind is 3,000, but the local match is what Bill Watson, this is part of what Bill does. He's built his programs on soft money, on grant monies and grant applications. And so this match is coming from other funds that he has sought and put together from other sources. That
So
match.
he's getting the 30,000 from somewhere else. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's 25,200 as he has it in the budget I'm looking at, is match from other sources. 3,000 is in-kind contributions. The total then comes
All
to.
right, maybe I've got a different budget.
Well, I'm looking at the budget page on in the grant application.
Well, 148? Is it
Yes.
148? Then that's a different budget than we have. You've got different numbers than what I'm looking at.
Okay, Melinda, you're looking, I believe, on page 3, and I do see fiscal data, and it says amount request.
You're page 2, yes. Our
Okay.
page 148.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay, I
22.
just was wondering,
So you're talking about that local leveraging 30,200.
right,
He breaks that down, although it doesn't. He breaks it down this far on the budget page, which I don't know, is on into the paper packet that I'm looking at, as local match, 25,200, in-kind donations and from professionals and educators as part of that match, 3,000. The total project total comes to 50,200.
okay, so who's giving the 25,000?
Well, he identifies youth work, match total, AmeriCorps match, education awards. Again, I don't know that detail because this is what Bill has put together.
As long as he's got that lined up, that was my only concern.
Oh, yes, that's lined up. There is no commitment on in that local match line from the county government.
Okay. So, it's worth a shot.
Yes, Commissioner Long.
Yes, I would move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to approval of the Grand Traverse Band 2% allocation application from Parks and Recreation Commission on behalf of the Child and Family Services for invasive species eradication at Veronica Valley County Park in the amount of $22,000.
Second.
It's 22,000, correct?
Correct.
Not 2,200. 22,000.
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Alvarez, do you have a?
No, I was gonna make a motion.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign.
Oops.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
So that brings us to number 9, which is the senior services donation. Thank you for waiting, April. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That is our late addition here.
I'm just seeking approval to accept a donation from an anonymous donor of $2,000 that will be placed in our pandemic account.
Commissioner Hawk.
Yes, I would move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to allow the Leelanau County Senior Services to accept a contribution from an anonymous donor totaling $2,000 and place into Leelanau Senior Services Pandemic Donations Account ending in 675.0919.
Second.
Any other comments? All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign.
Can I ask a
Motion passes
question?
7-0. Sure.
If you don't use those resources for the pandemic, does it still allow you to use those resources for another area in your budget?
Sure.
Okay. I just wondered. I didn't know if it was specific, if the donator made it specific.
No.
Okay.
Quick question, thanks to the council, we had a senior help, forget what you term that, it's right.
Unmet need?
And yeah, unmet needs, and it was, I think, Lake and hardwood, so is this somebody that's burning wood to stay warm?
Correct.
Okay, no one did about that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then that would bring us to number 10, on opening prayer guidelines. And I would make a motion to recommend to the Board of Commissioners that we accept the prayer policy guidelines from page 159 through 161.
I'll second.
Commissioner West.
1 or 162? 161?
I believe it's through 161.
It is. 162 is the second policy.
Oh, it's a separate policy, okay.
That's a different policy.
Oh, gotcha, okay, so, and you have support, okay.
Commissioner West, sorry.
I believe the board's adoption of a prayer resolution would be discriminatory, ill-conceived, exclusionary, and inappropriate. I also think it opens the county up to potential legal challenges and serves as a diversion from doing those things that are our county's business. Most importantly, it fails to recognize the diversity of our county's residents and the fact that over half of our constituents have beliefs not consistent with our county's established churches. It's not our mission, and certainly not within the scope of mandated responsibilities of the county government. I move to table this issue until our organizational meeting in 2023.
Second.
Okay, so we'll have a vote on tabling this issue. Again,
2 years?
what's that? There's no discussion once it's been seconded. So we have to have a vote to table it. So this would be a roll call.
Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
Commissioner Elder,
Yes.
Chairman Bonnet,
No.
Commissioner Lautner,
No.
Commissioner Robbins,
No.
Commissioner Rushton,
No.
Commissioner Sotis Little.
Yes.
Fails 3-4.
All right, so then we would ask for a vote on the motion. Yes, Commissioner Allen.
I would suggest a modification, some discussion of the second proposal before we vote on this. Can you do that? Because there were 2 proposed.
So we have a motion on the table. If it fails, then we'll go to the second one. I mean, we can discuss the first one. I mean, it would just get confusing to start discussing the second one.
I think you should, and so I hear you, I understand that, and I think it would have been appropriate to discuss both of them before you make a motion. But that's just my opinion.
Commissioner Sotis Little.
Yeah, I want to be sure I'm looking at the one that we're voting on. What number? Can you hear me, by the way? I had to change computers, so now instead of having everything on one computer, I'm using 2. But I think you can hear me better now?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So.
Okay, it's on page, it's pages 159 through 161.
59 to 161.
Yeah.
Thank you. And before we vote, if this is the one we're looking at, I'd like to. And it would apply in a number of places, but where it says and I'm just going to pick up on, the board shall allow clergy members. I want to add with congregates in Leelanau, with congregates in Leelanau County. Many people who attend places, churches, or mosque or whatever outside of the county live in this county, but there are no synagogues here that I'm aware of. And so they attend in Traverse City, but the way this is written, it's only clergy members of Leelanau County. So if we say clergy members with congregates in Leelanau County and cut out the word of Leelanau County, then we're allowing all faiths to be considered, not just Christian faiths. Is that clear?
Yes, yes, it is.
So that's my motion.
Okay.
A motion or amendment?
I get an amendment. There's a motion on the floor.
I would support that idea because I think this is very divisive as written.
Commissioner, did you want to speak to that? You had your hand up, or is it just the second?
Yeah, because we need to represent all of the people of Leelanau County, not just the people who go to Christian churches. So her idea supports the citizens of the county, many of whom go outside the county.
Commissioner West.
I like the modification suggested if we must do that. But one of our responsibilities as county commissioners is to make sure that we don't enter into situations where we face legal challenges that are costly, both in terms of staff time and in terms of staff money. Only a little over 40% of the residents in this county claim to have any religious beliefs at all. Almost 60% of the residents of this county say they do not have religious beliefs. We are certainly going to cause some problems in the future with people not liking what's said, people feeling unrepresented, or feeling other groups are overrepresented. We've got a perfect plan in place to have a silent prayer at the beginning of the meeting, which I think we all take advantage of. Why we would enter into this sort of an arrangement when we've clearly heard from almost everybody that's spoken out to us, and almost all of the emails I've received, and many of the ministers that I've heard from, why would we, it's another example of trying to change something that's not broken. And what our chair said was maybe we'll do the prayer because it might make us do business better together. Well, let's see if there's any evidence to support that before we do. Let's do some research analysis and see if any county can find any evidence that saying a prayer before the meeting makes anybody more thoughtful, makes anybody more respectful, makes anybody more civil. I bet you won't find that. But I think silent prayer could do that. This is not good for our county. It's not what our residents want us to be spending our time on. And three of the people that are supporting this have constantly nagged at me about suggesting we do stuff that's not mandated. Always being criticized and saying we shouldn't be doing that. It's not in our mandated responsibility. This clearly is not a mandated responsibility for county government. Mandated responsibilities of county commissioners are to get the business done. Think how much business we could have gotten done, the time we've spent talking about this issue since it was first brought up. Thank you.
Commissioner Walker.
I'm not going to support the amendment because I think that the way it is written, I believe will cover the vast majority of people in our county. And we can't, there's no way we can set out to please 100% of the citizens. Those who choose not to participate, by all means, are not expected to participate. This is from our attorney. Our attorney has.
Word modification for Mr. Bond.
The red parts are what I got.
Okay. So I will not support the amendment. I'm going to support the motion. So.
Right, when I added the red parts, it was trying to include what Commissioner Alguier had wanted about having commissioners involved with it. So that's why I call it a compromise. And that we tried to address that and put it in there, and hopefully that it work out for, and we're definitely not trying to exclude anyone. There was no intent in this to exclude anyone. The thing is try to follow the guidelines set up by our corporate lawyers, and using both types of the two different resolutions that he put together. So in hopes that we'll all work together, bring solemnity and seriousness to these meetings, and bring us to a much better working together. Commissioner Sutis, did you have your hand up there?
No, I didn't, but I will make a comment, and I can appreciate your intent, Commissioner, but this is a very of how it did not bring us together. This is Ty is right. We have heard from people who are deeply religious.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're breaking all up. Really can't understand it all. I'm sorry.
Okay, I think it has to be the system because whenever I've Zoomed before, you've always been able to hear me. So is there any better? Is this better now?
You're clear now. You're very clear now.
Okay, what I said was that this does not bring us together by the very arguing. Because there is a lot of noise going on. I think that's why you're having trouble hearing me. Part of the difficulty is that, as Ty said, so many of our people don't want this, and people who are deeply written to us and said, please don't do this. And yet here we are doing it, and here we are arguing over it. It's clear to me this amendment is going to fail. This amendment fails. I can possibly support this resolution. I don't think we should be doing it. I don't think it's good for the county. It's not what people want. And I agree with Ty, who spent more time arguing and talking about this instead of doing the county business. That's all.
Commissioner West.
I point of order on this motion because I don't have the minutes from the last meeting, but this board asked the chair and asked Commissioner Alguier to come back with a resolution, a compromise resolution. And I don't think we did that. I didn't hear what I heard was you couldn't reach agreement. And then we didn't even have the courtesy of talking about the two options that were on the table. I think this is totally out of order. It's inconsistent, and maybe we need to take a break and go and ask the clerk's office to provide us with the minutes from last meeting where we charged the chair and a commissioner to come back with a proposed solution. And I don't think we got that. So I don't think this motion that we have before us today is a legitimate, proper motion to come before this board, because it's not what we directed the two of you to do.
Commissioner Alguier.
I echo the fact that while I appreciate you pointing out that the line in red is your intent to compromise, that's not really what my intent was. I appreciate the effort, but If we were to come back with a resolution which we couldn't meet, at least I think we should discuss the two motions that were presented today. And immediately voting on this with no discussion of the other, just kind of, we were gonna bring it here to discuss since we couldn't arrive at a compromise there. We're not having any opportunity as a board to discuss different options. You just presented yours, it'll be voted on, and we'll be done.
Commissioner Lund.
Call the questions, please.
We don't have a second, so we have,
I'll second it.
oh, all right. Well, so the first vote would be on, we're gonna call the question, stop debate. Then, well, we'll do that first, if we want to stop debate. So this is, we have just a roll call vote to see if we want to stop the debate.
And it was Lautner, correct?
Correct.
Commissioner Lautner?
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins?
Yes.
Commissioner Rushton?
Yes.
Commissioner Solis Little?
Can she hear you?
Did you hear her? She said no.
Okay, I did not. Commissioner Wessel?
No.
Commissioner Elguyer?
No.
Chairman Bunnick?
Yes.
Passes 4-3.
Okay, so now we'll vote on the amendment that Commissioner Solis Little put forward.
Do you want that roll call too?
Yes,
Could you remind us of the amendment?
it's to change the, well, I'll let,
I have it to say change with congregates in Leelanau County that clergy members, to allow clergy members with congregates. It's kind of like how I have it. I have to go back to it, but basically she wants congregates changed so that it's clergy to include so that they can go else out of the county, correct?
I'll pick one of the lines on page 2, number G. It says, currently, Leelanau County Board of Commissioners has a policy to invite members of the clergy in Leelanau County to voluntarily. I'm saying members of the clergy with congregates in Leelanau County. So that would mean you're including members of the clergy outside of Leelanau County, not just in Leelanau County. So people who went to church in Leelanau County or in Traverse City could have their clergymen come in.
Okay, so it'd be changing G.
But it's throughout
the resolution,
one spot.
throughout the plan.
Yeah, it's in number 2.
No. Okay, so now does everyone understand?
Yep.
So we're voting on the amendment.
Yes.
But I have a clarification.
Okay.
Define the word congregates. What do you mean by that? Because when I looked it up, it just said a mass of people.
Mass of people who go to a church outside Leelanau County is what, it's a congregate. And I thought
Well,
after.
it just said, you're just saying congregates, which means just a mass of people.
Point of order, I thought when a question was called, discussed.
Yeah, she's trying to define a term to decide how she's going to vote on it. So we're trying to define the term that you've used in your, that's what she's asking for, is a clarification on the definition of the term.
If there's a better term, then we can substitute with it. But what I was implying was if people belonged and went to a church outside of Leelanau County, say a Jewish mosque or something else, then if we get rid of requiring the clergy to be a resident, to have their church in Leelanau County, we should say clergy who have, clergy who have congregates, attendees in their church that's outside of Leelanau County. Now, if you don't want to use the word congregate, that's usually what I think it's used in a church, but you can substitute it with a different word. I'm trying to say, if you belong to a church outside of Leelanau, And you should be able to, that clergy, come here and do a prayer.
You understand that?
I do, thank you.
Okay. So now we'll go ahead and vote.
I'll be voting on the amendment.
Yes, this is the vote on the amendment.
Commissioner Solis Little,
Yes.
Commissioner Wessel,
No.
Commissioner Elgar,
Yes.
Chairman Bennett,
No.
Commissioner Lautner,
No.
Commissioner Robbins,
No.
Commissioner Rushton. No. Fails.
5-2. Okay. Yes, now we'll have a vote on the entire thing. On the resolution as it is. Is this for clarification on what we're voting on? Because the question has been called.
This is, okay, I have a real concern we'll have to address later.
Okay, yeah, we're done with discussion. It's already been decided that we've ended discussion. So we'd have a vote now on the policy guidelines.
Chairman Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Lautner,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Commissioner Rushton,
Yes.
Commissioner Solis Little,
No.
Commissioner Wessel,
No.
Commissioner Elgar.
No.
Passes 4-3.
Okay, thank you very much for
Mr.
that.
Chairman,
Yeah,
we haven't talked about the placement of this on the agenda, and I'd like to, before we implement this, put some protections in place so that those that might not want to participate in this process aren't made to feel left out or ostracized. And I think that deserves a lot of discussion. And I'd like to be a part of that discussion. I think it's very important. I don't like the resolution that we have approved. I will be respectful of it and I will accept it. But now my responsibility is to make sure that we implement it in a way that 100% of the residents feel a part of this county government and not just the 42% that we might applaud the act that we did today.
I don't disagree. If we did it right after call to order, immediately following call to order, then anybody who did not want to participate would not have to listen to anything. It'd be the very beginning of the meeting.
Mr. Rush.
I agree with that, and I would also recommend that we remain seated in our seats during the prayer. After the prayer is over with, I recommend that we stand for the pledge.
It's a good idea. Then nobody's ostracized
Commissioner Elgar.
or feels that way.
I would support that, but I have another concern. I'm thinking of February blizzards, et cetera. We discussed this in our meeting. I think that clergy should have the option of calling in, especially if there's inclement weather. Some of them might have to drive 20 miles. And that's kind of an inappropriate ask for 2 or 3 minutes. I think we should give them the option of calling in. I think that's kind of real life here in Leelanau County, especially in the winter.
Well, I would say if we're going to continue the Zoom and the YouTube things, and that would probably work. But if we don't continue those, then I would say no, we're not going to have that, But is there an objection to where we put it, if we put it right after the call to order? Or the other thing I thought is we could do it right after roll call.
Well, I do like the idea that we remain seated. I think that's important. I don't see another solution. So I'll stop talking. I prefer what Rushton has talked about, starting it before the pledge. I guess I really would prefer that we do it at 5 minutes before the meeting starts. And then those that choose to be on time in the meeting but not be early to the meeting would not be forced to participate. I just see all sorts of issues on this, and I think it's another example of a well-intended, ill-conceived, really dumb idea.
Commissioner Rushing?
I was just gonna say, as we move along on the agenda, I would prefer to see it after the call to order, have the prayer while we remain seated, and then go about moving forward with the meeting. And by doing it that way, those people who do not care to listen in on that part of the meeting, they will know that the first couple minutes, 2 or 3 minutes, whatever it is, and they'll know that the meeting will start, you know, if they don't want to come. If they don't want to sit in, they don't have to. They don't have to listen to it.
All right, I would say by consensus that we would do that then. Let's just do it after the call to order. And then we can always, when we do our organization or at any time, we can change it if we really want to.
Chairman Bennett, can I
Yes,
just bring in, I've got a visual of us doing this. And then between that and the pledge, we have people walking into the room. If we did it at 3 minutes too, and then anyone who wanted to come in could.
It has to be part of our meeting. I mean, that's part of what we're doing. That's.
Yeah, I'm gonna make one more comment because I'm hoping somebody changes their mind before next week and we can reverse this decision. But when this was first introduced by Mr. Zemaitis as something we ought to work for, he talked about 2 things. He talked about patriotism and he talked about religion and faith in God. Those are almost at odds. Because a part of what our country stands for is not forcing everybody to believe the same thing, not forcing our will on other people. So if we believe in what this country stands for, we shouldn't be saying what they all must have at the meeting that represents them. I'm hoping we give that some thought, and I'm hoping instead of a 4-3 vote on next week, it's a 3-4 vote, and that we can move forward without a prayer. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I guess I'd like you all to read the second option also before next week. So we can truly have a discussion.
With what? I'm sorry.
That we would read the second option, and I would have made modifications to that, so we can truly have a discussion, which we did not do this time.
Well,
Disagree for an item that we seem to think we are spending too much time on. There's been a whole lot of talk for the last half hour on this item, and we did read. We all got the packet.
Commissioner Elguire has the floor.
So sorry.
Were you through with your comment, Commissioner Elguire? I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, we have already voted on this. It has been passed. And so we'll move on to the invisible Leelanau. Commissioner Russell, did you want to address this?
Yes, I did, in your board packet. In the year 2015, Bridge Magazine published an article about the invisible people that live in northern Michigan and how some people come here to vacation and they have their second homes and they come here to relax. And then there's the invisible people that live here. And that was in 2015. And every year since 2015, I've spent a lot of time going through all of the statistics I can find at the first of each year to kind of track our progress. And one of the things that happens is the metrics change some. One of the new metrics that we have that we all hear about is something called Alice household. Alice households are those households where the adults are working full-time and they still aren't able to pay their bills. They're full-time employed, but they're economically challenged. And they're either food insecure or housing insecure or health insecure. Well, in your board packet is my 6th or 7th edition of Poverty in Paradise, Invisible Leelanau. I know that Mr. Demetrius couldn't wait to hear this, but I hope he's read it. But this year, in addition to putting together the 3-page summary of the statistics, I also, with a colleague of mine who used to work for UNICEF, we put together an essay on poverty, and this was geared toward Leelanau Township, poverty in Leelanau Township, and how might we address that? And I didn't distribute these because I didn't know if you're interested, but they're here. And Beth was co-authored with me, and she wrote you all a letter for public comment about how we might address poverty. But in your 3-page handout in your board packet, I just wanted to highlight a couple of things, then ask you, at the risk of me asking you to do this, so it means you won't, I really would like you to spend some time with us. We have an obligation to know about the people we serve. And as I look at, we are fortunate in Leelanau County. We are so fortunate, and most of us would not be anyplace else. I'm going this weekend to Ithaca, New York. It's a beautiful place in the Finger Lakes. I'd rather be here than there. I've been all over. I'd rather be here than there. But part of our responsibility is also to be a little bit dissatisfied with the status quo. And that's what this is about. And I just wanted to share, there's a bunch of statistics there, more than I'm going to go through because of the late hour. But the most telling statistic for me, the Alice households, 50% of the households in my township, Leelanau Township, 50% of them are Alice households, as defined by the United States criteria. 50%, 1 out of 2 of the households in my township are Alice households, meaning they're struggling, they're hungry, they're cold, they don't have homes, they're homeless, they're living on the couches. 26% of the households in our county are Alice households. 1 out of 4 households in Leelanau County, the wage earners are working full time, but they're not making enough money to pay their bill. Another statistic, 10% of the residents of this county, well, 9.5% of the residents of this county have been identified by the United States Department of Agriculture as being food insecure. 1 out of 10 of the people in our county, food insecure. So when we argue about whether we want Leelanau Christian Neighbors to apply for this grant or not, we ought to remember that number. 1 out of 10 of the people in this county don't have enough to eat and are at risk. 7.1% of the residents of this county are living below the poverty level established by the U.S. Department, the United States Department of Health and Human Services. 7.1. 1 out of 3 births in this county are born to parents with inadequate prenatal care. 1 out of 3. 1 out of 3. The county's percentage of Alice households have gone up, not down, in the last 10 years. Every year it gets a little bit worse. So we can't just say, well, that's the way it is, or if only they'd stay married, or if only they'd get a better job, or if only they'd get a better education. This is the reality that we face. So when we sit down here in June or whenever it is we talk about our federal stimulus dollars, I'd like us to get creative at how we might make a difference to these people. Now, I want to spend that money on broadband and internet too. But 1 out of 10 people, half the people in my township are hurting and struggling. So I think almost every decision we make as a county commission ought to consider the dynamics of the people that we're serving. And I've heard things said at this table that it's all their fault. Or if they'd only stay married, or if they only work better, or I did it, so why can't they? This is reality. And this is what we must accept as reality until we're part of changing it. So I would ask you to read this, and I would be glad to give you the essay here. And I don't think the solution to this is all spending a lot of money. In my township, I think the biggest solution is arranging mentorships with adults in our community that have time and have talents and have a heart to help those less fortunate, not by giving money, but by giving time and talents. But there are other things we can do. And one of the things we ought to be doing is not arguing about whether or not we support Blessings in a Backpack, or the LIFT program, or senior services program. The second highest group of people in this county living in poverty are senior women, over 65 women. That is our role. That's our responsibility. We've got a whole office dedicated to that. So I didn't expect any action, but I would like you to read this because I'm sincere about it. And I think it's something we all need to address. And maybe when we have our first prayer, we can pray for these people that are really struggling. Thank you.
Commissioner Lund.
Yes, thank you. I have not heard any of the things we've just been accused of said at this table. So I am appalled that we would be accused of saying those things. I'm also appalled that someone will sit at this table and think that we do not know our constituents. We had two or three commissioners at this table who are more than willing to tax all the citizens of this county to take care of a problem down on Lake Leelanau. But I'm telling you, I've got residents that can't afford to take care of the problem down on Lake Leelanau, and yet that's what some are more than happy to do. When you're telling me they're hungry, but we're going to make them pay for milfoil on Lake Leelanau, I know my constituents. I know who they are, and I know what their situations are.
Commissioner Alvarez.
I appreciate this information, and I think it's invaluable as we get together in June, hopefully, to start to explore how to best use our rescue funds. It shows us definitive areas and actions we can take to better the lives of our constituents and to help those people Lauren is talking about in very real ways. So I will read this. I appreciate the information, and I hope we take this information into our planning sessions.
Mr. Rush.
Ty, you mentioned that 9.5% of the people in countywide, was that countywide?
Yes.
Okay, food insecurity. Why is that? Why is that when we have places like Leelanau Christian Neighbors and churches, pantries everywhere?
Individuals, yourself.
But just that alone, they have opportunity to get food. I have got a very dear friend who goes at the end of the day to half of these food banks, picks up the food by truckful loads and takes it out to the pig farm because people do not come in and utilize the food that has been available to them. So 9.5% food security in this county, there's no reason for it. I believe you said 7.1 is below the poverty level. Do we not have a federal and state safety net for people that live below the poverty level? Do they not qualify for those services?
Those 7.1% do qualify for
for services.
Program is
So in other words, you know, they're at the low end of the spectrum. I found myself there when I was younger, at a very young age. We all have. So there is a certain level of accountability and a responsibility on one. Now, I understand there are certain situations where that doesn't happen, but like you mentioned, or I mentioned, there are safety nets out there. We have farmers everywhere in our county. Food lays on the ground. So do the farmers do something about gathering up the stuff? Can they do it? Are the laws allowing that to happen? I understand that if a potato farmer harvests potatoes and whatever potatoes are left on top of the ground, those potatoes can't be used. Why not? Years ago, people would go behind the farmers who were gathering their food and allowing those people to pick whatever they wanted, whatever was left. There's a lot of other, there's a lot of safety nets out there. And you do bring the information to the board, and you have done that for the last 6 years. I appreciate that. We all need to be made aware that there are some people in our communities that do need help. But I don't know another nation, let alone county, that has more resources for those people than this county. There's a certain level of accountability that has to come into play.
Commissioner Sutislo.
Yes. First off, thank you. This information is, I know takes a lot of time for you to put together. Incredibly helpful, and there are things that are a lot. Can you hear? The number of kids on free and reduced lunch that has risen from 6 years ago, which was around to 42.9, really alarming. Yes, we do have safety nets out there. We don't have, or maybe looking on the positive side, picking up on what Commissioner Rushton is saying, maybe our job is to look at why the farmers aren't inviting people in to pick up anymore, to encourage more use of the safety networks that are out there, because if these many people are having trouble, there's a reason they're not being used. Now, we know part of the answers to that. Sometimes it's very complicated to get through the systems, and they don't have time. They're very busy working. But I think we could do a lot more to help people, and I am very appreciative to do this. I like Quinn's suggestion that we incorporate this into our June discussion on the ARP to see how we might be able to bolster what's out there or add to it, what's missing, and how, instead of saying why we don't know why it doesn't work, and we should just say that it's out there and people self.
Thank you. I appreciate this information too, and I guess the one statistic that stood out to me was you said 1 out of 3 lack prenatal care, and to me there's a serious flaw there, because with the early childhood education they do provide, and so I'm going to definitely bring that to the health department, because that should not be happening in Leelanau County. They have the funds, they have the means now. And maybe it's COVID has stopped them from doing it. I don't know, but I certainly will address that with them, and we'll find out what's going on, because that should not be happening.
On the main, all this data is a year old, and some of it is even 2 years old. But I wanted to respond to something Commissioner Rushton said, because I do understand her thoughts on the 7.1%. The group of people that I am most concerned about are the Alice households, the people that are doing their best. They're working full time. They're doing their child care. They're trying to provide houses. And if 1 out of 4 of our people in this county are Alice households, we can do something with those, because they've already proven themselves ready to work.
Yeah.
Commissioner Walker.
Well, I too, and maybe this is old, but although some of my information is old too, but I also was surprised at the 1/3 because I know I have constituents that, while going through their pregnancy, didn't have health insurance and actually received better health care than some of my constituents that had health care, more ultrasounds, et cetera, because they fit within a group that got funding for that sort of thing. And at the same time, then they remained unmarried for a short while, especially till after the baby's born, because everything was paid for through that. So I'm disappointed to hear 1/3. I hope that that number is not right, because that is the most critical time for that child. And I would hope that they're searching out some help rather than it not being available, so. That's all.
Thank you for taking the time to let me present this.
Okay, then that would bring us to administration.
Yeah, Laura's gonna talk about the little,
All right.
you can pass this out, this is a quick update.
Hi there. Hi. This is already currently being bid on?
Yes, if you were to go to the front of our website, there's a news story that you can click on. It'll take you right to our bids vendor info page, where you can then access the link to the auction site. And the current bids, I printed this off probably mid-morning, and we have through 3 o'clock next Monday. It includes 5 vehicles as well as a boat, trailer, and motor.
Do you always show the current bid? Is that how these work?
Yeah, that's how they do it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you have to keep watching it, you watch it till the end, you try to get the last bid if you
Well,
want.
you can also do an auto bid.
Oh, sure, okay.
Yeah, you can place the maximum amount that you want to bid, it'll
And
automatically
then
bid
it all
for you, up to that
works.
amount.
Oh, interesting, okay. Wow. So it goes till Monday?
Yes,
It's
at 3
$3
o'clock.
a week. Okay. You don't have the value of the cars listed?
No.
Okay, they have to do that research.
Most of them were high miles. There was one that was under, or just a little over 120,000. So we're probably, and there's a little bit of wear and tear on some of them. And I'm gonna work with Undersheriff Kiesel on future cars to help prevent some of that in and out with their gun belts and stuff. Maybe help with the resale.
We do sell them as is though.
Oh, absolutely. Mhm. I'm kind of laughing at 120 being high miles, because that's usually where I buy my cars, so we start at 120.
Well, a lot of them are about 150,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It gets broken. Okay.
So does the money go back in general account?
Motor pool.
Or motor pool?
I think so, right, Jen?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I think it's a great process that we started. You know, we do, makes it real easy. And, you know, it gets out there in the hands of people who need it.
And that was this was your, I think Laurel got started on the whole.
Yeah, well, we had, apparently when I was taking over from Georgia, they had started the process, they just didn't finalize it. And so when I found out a little more about the company, I realized, well, that's a great avenue to do this. So we do our RFPs for this place, as well as their legacy site for options.
All right, and then that brings us to Leelanau Clean Water.
Yeah, last year, the decision was made by both parties that the counties and Leelanau Clean Water's best interest that we dissolve the current way it was structured, because they were not following county policies, open meetings and so forth. They did a great job with what they were doing. However, they didn't have proper procedures in place and everything. to look at the options. Both parties agreed, and the board agreed that it'd be best if they be independent. So they did form an independent nonprofit. The county commissioners last year for 2021 did allocate, I believe, $4,500. But just like everything else, we cannot just transfer money over them. It has to be in a partnership. So legal counsel has drafted the standard agreement that if you wish to contribute money into the future, if you wish, probably not a good word, if you wish to allocate money for the projects for next year, you have to have a contract in place for them. So this sets up the legal procedure. They are now a formal nonprofit that has been finalized. They are meeting independently of the county now. They still have access to our facilities if they wish. The meetings have been mostly Zoom, but this is the last step in the process. This formalizes our partnership with them, and if you wish to allocate money for them in future years, you have the ability to do it. Without this, you cannot allocate for funds.
So is this just information, or is there?
No, you have to
This is
agree.
for agreement. We needed a motion for the agreement if we're going to do it.
And the contract is included, just as we have with other nonprofits.
Do we have the contract yet still?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the
It's
board
here,
packet.
it's, page 174 is the beginning of it.
I didn't see it.
I would like to just make the motion to move this forward until next week, so we have a little bit more opportunity to
Yeah, I want
to review.
support. Okay.
So this, the motion is just to move this forward
Yeah,
until next
move
week.
it forward.
All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. All right, and then the hiring policy moratorium.
Yeah, last year, almost exactly a year ago, we were in the height of the COVID, not knowing what the future held. And I actually recommended and the board approved the policy that basically put a freeze on hiring pending board approval. In the past, if there was an opening, as long as it was in the budget and approved, it did not have to go to the board. We made this temporary through December of 2020. In November of 2020, you extended it to June 30th. This one I recommend that we not extend it. As you can tell from the front of the page, we've had 19 vacancies since that time. Every single vote has been 7-0 to fill them. It has created a bit of a delay. For example, just this week, we had opening, well, last week in the clerk's office now. So if we go through this policy, that means we have to wait for the board to approve it. We can't start the process. Like I said, every vote has been 7-0 in all 19 openings. It still has to be in the budget. No one else can just add a position without it. But I recommend that you simply let it expire in June. So without a motion to go forward, you'll simply let it expire in June. If there is no motion today to go forward to it, next week we'll bring a proposal to fill a temporary vacancy or the vacancy in the clerk's office.
So a motion, a recommendation to lift the timeline or to lift the moratorium on filling.
You can either lift the moratorium now or just let it expire in June. We do have a vacancy in the clerk's office. We weren't, when this packet came out, we weren't expecting that one of the employees went to the building safety department.
Okay.
So if you lift the moratorium, then Michelle, the clerk, can fill that vacancy. Or I can bring in a late addition next Tuesday to fill that vacancy and just let this policy expire at June.
Is it June 1st or June 30th?
June 30th.
Yeah.
I would make the motion to move this forward till next week.
Board.
Okay, any questions or statements? I mean, I would say that it was just assumed ended now as opposed to, next week, as opposed to waiting till the end of June.
Yeah, I
You know,
agree.
Because I don't see it where we wouldn't be filling a position that's available anymore. And like you said, every time it's come up, we have gone 7-0 with it. So, I mean, we're just gonna move it forward, but next week I would hope that we would just try to end the policy. But it does take, well, I don't know, this is a new commission, so I guess it just takes a majority vote here. If it had been, if we had passed it again this year, then it would take 2/3 to change it. Do you understand what I'm saying? If this commission has passed it and it goes more than 30 days, it takes 2/3 to eliminate a policy or something that's passed. So anyway, for information for next week. Okay, but all those in favor of moving this forward, please raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed, the same sign, motion passes 7-0. Thank you for that. Then that brings us then to review of financials.
Yes, I just had a couple of questions. We did, there was, I think, 7.5 ton or something of gravel over for the pole barn at the LEC. So was that, are they extending a parking lot, extending parking area? Was it a washout? What did they need that for over there?
Was that part of the repair, Jen?
It was road commission.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Road commission, the vendor was road commission, and it was LEC pole barn.
And we'll have to get clarification from Jerry.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll get back to you in a minute.
All right. And then I was just curious, two things. One, post audit page 9, we had the 7 lakes, basically the DEQ permit to do the cleanup of the ponds. Was it necessary for us to buy a permit from them? Did we have to buy the permit?
What's it for? I'm sorry.
7 lakes, I think it was to clean up work on I think the milfoil in our pond. But did we have to pull a?
Which, you said it was post audit?
It was in post audit page 9.
Page 9.
Yeah. So I think it must have been approved already. Maybe in March for it to show up.
I mean, those ponds do not have streams going in and out of them, so the DNR, really, they're just private ponds, they're not.
That's why I wonder why we had to pull permits.
Yeah, because you don't have to have a fishing license to fish them either.
$93 or something?
So it states on here that the description is, you did have to purchase a permit fee for Veronica Valley for the pond, and it was, Board of Commission approved on 3/16. So that must be part of that with the eradication.
I knew we did the eradication, we included buying a permit, I must have at the time then.
It must have been what was presented as a package. I think you had to apply to be able to take them out.
Well, it might be because of the kind of chemicals he used or something.
Yeah, or if it's
maybe.
a commercial vendor, he may be required to.
Okay. And then I just had one more quick question on page 21, also post audit. We had a Safe Life Technologies. I think it was the senior services. What does Safe Life Technologies give us for a service?
Safe Life Technologies is our freedom alert, our emergency attendance system.
Sage or safe?
No, that's safe. This is Sage.
It said Sage. Okay, that's why I'm like,
I'm
what?
sorry. That is something else. Safe
Yep.
Life, I believe, is a check-in system for a senior, that they call their home every day to make sure that they're getting up, that they're awake and up.
Okay.
We have a senior that has no connections with anybody, and it was very important that he had something that.
Oh, absolutely. So that's what they do. They call them.
Yes.
Call Mary. How you doing? Okay. All right. Good. Thank you. Glad you were here to answer that.
Yeah.
That was all I had.
Anyone else? All right, then we move on to special reports. If not, we move to public comment. We have, if you wanted to call in, the number is 231-256-8109, 231-256-8109.
April wants to do public comment?
Oh, please, come forward. Sorry.
The pandemic has brought in a huge awareness to our department and individuals in my circle of the concerns of food insecurity. And so I heard you talking about that, and I wanted to share our experience in food insecurity. We work with a number of seniors for years that have never talked to us about having a lack of food or struggling to get food until the pandemic came along. And it was suddenly okay to say that I'm having trouble. I don't have enough food to eat, or I'm struggling to get to the grocery store. All those things. It suddenly became okay because everybody else was experiencing that at the same time. And so we pretty at a fast rate learned that food insecurity for some meant that they didn't have enough money to purchase food. For some, that meant that they didn't have a way to get to a food pantry. For some, they didn't have a way to pick up groceries. Maybe they had the money, but they didn't have a way
for someone to pick those up for them or shop for them. And so I think there is a lot of food that comes into food pantries, and we learned in our collaboration with Leelanau Christian Neighbors that there's a food rescue truck that they go around to different grocery stores and pick up food that's close to being expired, and they bring it to the pantry, and then also they have like dry goods as well that are available. At the end, so their pantry hours are typically 1 day or 2 days, you know, whatever they decide those are for a pantry. And at the end of that time, if there's any food left over, sometimes it does go to where people pick it up and take for pigs or livestock or composting, whatever. But since we began our relationship with Leelanau Christian Neighbors, that is not taking place. There's food that's sorted out that is past its prime, that may go to a farmer, but that may be a bucket or 2 buckets of food. The rest of it is left, and we take that food and give it out to seniors. The food insecurity we're seeing is that seniors do not have a way to get to the food pantry. They are not well, they don't have a ride, and so it's opening our eyes, I think, to a whole new issue that has always been present, that's always been there, but maybe it wasn't comfortable enough to say. So it's been our honor to be able to see that, and I think it's important that I come forward and share those stories of what we are seeing. You know, it breaks our heart when we are able to deliver apples to a senior and they say, oh, I can't afford to buy apples. It was so nice to get those fresh apples this week. Or to have a senior tell us, well, I only get, my income is very low. I only get, you know, maybe $15 in food stamps. So you had coffee. That was a special treat to be able to have coffee. And a lot of our seniors, I think it's hard to judge and say that they didn't do right, they didn't save enough money, they didn't do what they had to do in order to survive at this time. But I think we need to remember that a lot of the seniors I'm serving are widows, typically women who are widows. And during that time period, they didn't work. That wasn't in this area. They worked a farm. They didn't necessarily work, so they don't have that Social Security. And when their spouse died, they're only allowed so much of that. So they oftentimes live on very, very low incomes. So when you talk about food insecurity, I hope that you are careful with how you speak about it. And remember that you can't always view it from your lens. You have to think about it, what it looks like through someone else's. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, and other than that, there have been no calls, so we'll move on to any kind of commissioner comments. Commissioner West.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything about the prayer decision, but I am going to make a comment about the finance human resources decision that we made to move forward with that. I know that always can be reversed. The word appalled has been used twice today, so I'm not going to use the word appalled. I'm going to use the word embarrassed on how quickly we were able to decide that we want to do a total reorganization of our county government and create 2 new departments and all of the associated costs. And making it even worse, we didn't even know that it was going to be on the agenda, so we couldn't give some thought, we couldn't do any homework on it. Now, I suspect that 4 people knew it was going to be on the agenda, but that's only a suspicion. So, I'm going to say that we don't deal with major decisions and spring them on this board in a surprising way and say, gotcha. You don't have time to think about this because we're going to put it forward and we're going to cut off conversation and we're just going to do it. And we spent less time talking about whether we create 2 new department heads and 2 new departments than we've done on some $100 purchases that we've questioned in the accounts payable. And to top it all off, we did that not only without us knowing about it coming here, if we really didn't, us knowing it, but the clerk not knowing it. How disrespectful is that? That we are talking about revamping one of our faithful employees and elected official jobs And we don't even know that, let her know that it's on the table. I just can't believe that we do business that way. I cannot believe we do business that way. And I'd like to be proud of being a county commissioner, and I'd like to be proud of my colleagues, but I gotta tell you, the way we make decisions, whether it's about prayer or about finances or about many of the other things, we're playing gotcha all the time. And we're saying if 4 people want it to happen, it's going to happen, period. And we don't wait until we work and see if we can reach consensus on anything. All we see if we can do is if we can get it through, quick and surprise. How irresponsible were we today? How disrespectful we were today about the process of making decisions? How disrespectful we were today to our residents? And how embarrassed should we be about our performance today? Thank you.
Commissioner Allen.
I would like to add that from my experience in the business world, when a structural change was made in an organization, it was preceded by a lot of in-depth exploration. You talk to the employees, you talk to department heads, you see what's really needed, you see if it is needed. You talk as a group and you plan. You don't just come up with an idea and in 15 minutes, talk about top down. We don't work here on a daily basis. I don't believe it's our job to do top-down management like that. And it's very disrespectful of the employees in this building, our employees, our county employees, the people who serve us. I guess I'd like to make a comment. We decided at the end of that meeting on Thursday, Commissioner or Chairman Bunnick, that since we couldn't arrive at a resolution, we would discuss and discuss it at this meeting. So the way you presented it, you presented your motion and it was voted on and there was no discussion at all of any compromise ideas. So I'm wondering why we had that meeting. I think we could have done it in a more inclusive way, in a way that would have included more ideas and in a less divisive way.
You know, you're making all these accusations. How do you know the employees haven't been talked to? How do you know that department heads weren't talked to? You don't know any of that, neither do I. But how do you know?
Can I respond to that? We would see the result of a study.
Just a minute, Commissioner Lautner had her hand.
Yeah, I'm really quite concerned about the anger I'm feeling coming from the rest of my board. In the first place, I would say be very careful because there's some accusations that are totally off base. And as I said, that person ought to be careful before even throwing them out there, but I'm sure they were thrown out there for a reason. No one was cut off. There was quite a bit of discussion. You can ask the person who put this on the agenda why it wasn't put on ahead of time. I know it's very difficult being a new commissioner and not understanding the full process, or didn't think of it, whatever. I'm more likely to give somebody the benefit of the doubt, but there was quite a bit of discussion. In fact, a lot of that discussion, all of the discussion, was things that made a lot of sense to me. So it was discussion that brought together my vote. This has been talked about in the past a number of times. And you know, to say that we're disrespectful or unfaithful to a faithful employee, I thought we could not have been clearer today how we appreciate what our employees have done here. More than, as I said, it's superhuman work, superhero type work. But we don't deal with personalities. We've got to look at positions. I thought we made that very clear. So this is a decision for the future. That is why we asked about the start date, which was going to be January 1 of 2022. So this is about serving the community. And I remember not such a long time ago that there was the idea of thrown on us of merging the clerk in the register of deeds with absolutely no warning. But that was okay, I guess, because it was coming from somewhere else. So before anybody gets upset about anything, we have to look at the entire whole picture. I think that, you know, I think that there's going to be a lot to learn. And we'll find that out through budget. I think it's going to be an interesting process. But I've got some phone calls to make this week. As I said earlier, I think that we are, last I knew, the last county to, at least of our size, to have everything under one umbrella. So I'll be making some calls to back that up, but I thought we were very clear, and to just pick and choose comments, I think is very unfair. That's all.
Okay, and we do have a public comment here now. She said there was a long delay in the YouTube, and it just said it to them.
Yeah, she's watching, so just, public comments.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
My name is, thank you for this, by the way. My name is Linda Matowski, and I'm a lifelong resident of Leelanau County. I am a riparian. I live in Bingham Township, but own property in Sutton Bay Township. And I wanted to express that I do appreciate what the Lake Association is trying to do. But I disagree with the commissioners saying that it should only be riparian. If we were to spread the cost out among all county residents, we would be able to do more and impact people less. I have a neighbor who's a cherry farmer who owns property on the lake. He had no crop last year. This is going to hurt him. I'm not able to give the board or anybody carte blanche on my checkbook. We don't know what this is going to cost. We don't know how many years. And I understand that they don't know either. So I really feel like it should be spread out. And to Melinda Lovelace's comments, someday Lime Lake and Glen Lake, if we are successful in controlling this weed in Lake Leelanau, I know that as good Christian neighbors, we would share our knowledge with them. So I'd like you to reconsider your resolution, and I'll be watching to see what you do. And thank you again for what you do.
Thank you. If there is any other public comment, it's 231-256-8109.
I would like to respond to what Deb said to me.
Well,
Just
yes,
really quick,
I have
just really quick.
I have a thing to say too, you know.
Well, she said something to me.
Well, okay, but we take turns here talking, and it's my turn. All right, and you said something to me, and you talked about, we didn't look at it. How come you had a resolution out there yourself? You said, well, we were gonna discuss it here, but you had your own, and you wanted to talk about it. How come it's wrong for me to have mine, but it's okay for you to have yours?
No, I was talking about discussing both.
Yeah, okay.
So I would just like to say to Deb, she said, how do you know we haven't talked to people? And I don't know if you said studies, but talk to people. Generally, if that happens, then you share the results and make decisions as a whole based on knowledge that we all have been able to access. You don't just talk individually, we share that and then we make an informed decision. So if it happened, I don't know. And that's not usually the way management decisions are made.
Commissioner Sotis Little.
Yeah, try to be close to the computer. A couple of things. One, a big thank you to April. I really appreciated her words. And she
It's
gave.
really breaking up. We can't really understand you at all.
Still.
Yeah, Hector, not to move, she's moving constantly.
Hold on a minute, ma'am. I'm low power. If I move some furniture here and get this on back on it.
And if you didn't move around while you're talking, it kind of, because it gets all blurry, you
Okay.
know?
Is that better? I've got it on a table now. I had to,
Yes.
I was out of juice. Going to end the meeting before. What I said was my thanks to April for expressing her views, because she actually is saying what I think we can do, and that is look at how we can do something positive to help those folks that are identified in the invisible Leelanau. I mean, she made some points, and there's probably some things we can do through senior service programs. So thank you, April. Really appreciate it. The other thing, our meetings are ridiculously long. So what about considering an agenda? We can definitely put in all the donations that are received so that they'll be visible to the public, but we don't have to call people here and talk about them one-on-one. We can just do it as a common thanks. We can put agenda in there. Well, maybe not agenda, but definitely minutes, unless someone has to pull it for a correction. And we definitely could put the review of finance, because that's something we should be doing behind this, not doing here anyway. So if there's something that's major that people need to know about, pull it out, or there could be a listing of the items requested by various commissioners before the meeting. So we could approve all of that and would not through it. Just something for consideration. And let's talk about this at our next meeting. The prayer, I am disappointed we couldn't put congregate members into that. I'll make the same amendment next time and hope that maybe I can make it in a way more understandable. But whether you call them congregate members, I just think we need to try to be open to everything. What our chairman was trying to accomplish, but with a few wording changes, I think we can do that. And I've said my favorite, and it isn't compared to early childhood, Commissioner Lautner. We spent 5 months on early childhood, and commissioners who cared to come to any of the meetings did so, and those commissioners. So go back and compare apples to oranges or apples to apples. But the point is, if you look at it, but to bring this in, and by a new commissioner, and no disrespect to you, Commissioner Robbins, but I know it takes a long time to get the sense of how departments work, how the government works. And I was surprised to see this coming from you. Kudos to you if you have a good enough grasp on it time that you've figured out. So I hope that we end this. I mean, this is not something we should be doing. I agree with Commissioner Allgaier. This should have been a study with interviews, definitely works office, and our administrator should have had a chance to talk to departments. This should come from that direction and be brought to us as a policy board, not the way. And I won't belabor this, but just very, and hope that maybe next week we can rectify something.
Oops, thank you. I think she's done.
No, didn't.
No, you went blank, so.
There we go. There we go. I think we're having trouble with this particular episode. Okay.
Were you through, or did you want to say something else?
No. I was through. I didn't get rid of myself.
Okay. Was there anyone else? So then we would move on to what is it, amendment and transfers? I don't believe we have any at this time.
Yeah.
And then no miscellaneous transfers, so claims and accounts.
I would recommend approval of claims and accounts, $91,798.87.
Second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
I would recommend approval of post audit, $1,730,304.52.
Support. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.